Amidst a daze, this young man woke up to find himself lying on a grassy field with many people around him staring at Trang Xeon like he was a strange creature. The system announced, achievement unlocked, a resurrector bearing memories of a past life. Reward, memory retention, all stats +5. So these things also count as achievements? The people around started to panic. A gate suddenly appeared? I've never seen anything like this before. Trang Xeon couldn't care less about the people around him. He was just thinking. Brown eyes, speaking Korean. I've really returned. This feeling is so refreshing. But as soon as the system announced that Sector 1 had opened, Trang Xeon immediately jumped up and dashed forward like a madman. Everyone was bewildered by this dangerous action. They felt this man looked familiar. Could he be the tyrant? Despite being full of energy, after running for just a short while, Chaoyan was already out of breath and utterly exhausted. He thought he needed to check his bonus condition first. Request to open system window. The system announced, cannot open window. You do not have permission to open it. Your authority has been revoked. A part of the system is being updated. Using administrator privileges, your status window has been opened. The system panel finally opened, but it was very strange. Trang Xeon. Divine name, Twilight of the Gods. Title, error. Affiliation, error. Strength, error. Dexterity, error. Stamina, error. Divine power, error. Skills, unreadable. Authority, unreadable. Everything is an error. What happened to what the King of Hell promised me? Just as he was pondering, the system announced again. The window has been refreshed with updated data. Trang Xeon. Divine name, Twilight of the Gods. Title, none. Affiliation, Netherworld. Strength, 1. Dexterity, 3. Stamina, 2. Magic power, 0. Skills and authority. Soul Collector, LV.1, new. Executioner's Sword, LV.1, new. Just as Trang Xeon closed the skill window, system notifications appeared continuously. Warning. You have been detected by a black mamba. Upon seeing Trang Xeon, the snake opened its hideous mouth and lunged forward as if to devour him whole. Trang Xeon wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he seemed rather amused. He had to get stronger as fast as possible. The best way was to kill monsters and gain experience points. With this in mind, Trang Xeon didn't hesitate to use the rusty dagger for new players. A single basic strike made the snake vanish. The system immediately announced, you have defeated a black mamba in one hit. It was a perfect attack. Reward received, skill, low rank dagger technique. Level up, strength +2, agility +2. The constellation Lack Thursday Teat has taken an interest in you. Trang Xeon smirked to himself, his resolve hardening. Besides getting stronger as quickly as possible, he must become the rookie they notice the most. Dungeons. To humanity, on one hand, they are a cruel disaster. But on the other hand, they are an opportunity opening up right before their eyes. It's the same for the gods and constellations. They use dungeons to select followers or apostles to worship them and spread their faith. The gods also choose apostles, those they cherish the most, who will carry out their divine will. Many people who coveted the power of gods or constellations risked their lives to venture into dungeons. But many also lost their lives in there without gaining the attention of any god. To the arrogant gods and constellations, ordinary beings weren't even worth a glance, let alone catching their eye. Only a few humans were lucky and had enough faith to meet the necessary conditions. Or, that person could prove that they possessed extraordinary talent. Like Trang Xeon right now, his series of outstanding performances had attracted the attention of a god. The system announced, the goddess Lack Thursday Teat has taken an interest in you. Trang Xeon smirked, Lack Thursday Teat, huh? Isn't this just like hitting the jackpot? Trang Xeon knew this goddess. This goddess' real name is Pavisha. She is a goddess of war who possesses thousands of different weapons and loves to hunt. But the jackpot Trang Xeon mentioned was Pavisha's mother, the primeval evil dragon, Tiamat. Trang Xeon guessed, did I hit it big right from the start? My dagger skills must have attracted her. As expected, the system's notification confirmed his judgment. The goddess Lack Thursday Teat is curious about your hunting skills. Trang Xeon brandished the dagger in his hand, smiled, and said softly, we'll show you what you want to see. Next, Trang Xeon continued to scout the forest. A stream of green mist caught his attention. Half of the outer edge of this forest is covered in poisonous gas, so the monsters around here must be quite venomous. Trang Xeon analyzed, raising his chin in thought. In that case, Plan C is the best option, right? At that moment, two black mamba snakes lunged out, attempting to ambush Trang Xeon. As if he already knew, Trang Xeon tightened his grip on the dagger, quickly turned into a fighting stance, and declared, "Let's use the beat the grass to startle the snake strategy to hunt some snakes." In the next second, Trang Xeon leaped high into the air, dodging the bites of the two black mamba snakes. At the same time, he swung the dagger in his hand, slicing a long gash along one snake's body, killing it instantly. The system announced, "Low-rank dagger skill has been activated. You have successfully killed a black mamba. Congratulations, you have received experience points." The remaining mamba couldn't escape the same fate as its companion. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have received experience points. You have leveled up." Next, drawn by the smell of fresh blood and the commotion of the fight, several more black mambas rushed out from the forest. Conveniently, this was exactly what Trang Xeon wanted. With the dagger in his hand, he was no different from a grim reaper, wielding a divine scythe to harvest the lives of the black mambas. More and more black mambas appeared, but Trang Xeon was not afraid. His face was cold and calm as he continuously weaved through the swarm of black mambas. It was like he was performing a death dance. No creature could survive where he passed. In front of him, system notifications appeared one after another. "You have leveled up. You are annihilating nearly the entire swarm of mambas, the masters of this forest edge. Your senses have become sharper. Through combat, you have improved your ability to concentrate." After an unknown amount of time, Trang Xeon suddenly stopped, as there were no more mambas left around him. He scanned the area and saw the remaining black mambas staring at him in fear. The system announced, "The black mambas now consider you their natural enemy. You have successfully instilled fear in the black mamba species." The title Black Mamba Butcher has been created. Black Mamba Butcher, a title for hunters who have killed over 100 black mambas. Classification, title. Effect, strength +5. Inflicts fear upon monsters of the snake family. Chang had no intention of letting the remaining black mambas go. Their hesitation and fear only made him more excited as he gripped his weapon and charged forward to hunt them down. Inside, he was screaming wildly, "That's right, this is it. Killing after killing. This itching, ecstatic feeling. Isn't this the scent of battle that I had forgotten? Whether in Arcadia or here, it brings a terrifying feeling. On the other hand, it is also a joy for myself. However, everything was destroyed when I was captured by those damned gods. They imprisoned me, claiming I was a threat to the world. And in the end, they sentenced me to death. In truth, they were afraid of an ordinary being who could stand on equal footing with them. At first, I didn't intend to, but if that's what makes them afraid, then I will do it." Because a normal human body was still quite weak, the long battle left Trang Xeon a bit tired, forcing him to pause. The system announced, "The low-rank dagger skill has reached its maximum level. Unlocking a higher-level skill. Skill, intermediate dagger usage has been unlocked. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed is very surprised by your masterful dagger skills. Your stamina has been depleted. You are in a state of exhaustion. Please find a safe area and rest. It's too early to be surprised." Trang Xeon smiled and said softly. He stretched his arm forward. From the corpses of the black mambas, streams of energy rose and converged towards his hand. The system announced, "You are using soul extraction. Purgatory fire has been activated, and you have obtained the remnant soul of a black mamba. You have recovered 5% of your stamina. You are no longer in a state of exhaustion." The goddess Lack Thursday Teed is surprised and is wondering what your skill is. Trang Xeon clenched his fist, feeling his stamina slightly recover. He smiled and continued to slaughter the black mambas. He thought to himself, "Of course, you wouldn't know, would you? But this is an exclusive skill I received from the Emperor of Hell. You probably think this is just some attribute or skill I got from my first awakening, don't you? But even if you're curious, you can't just meet me directly to question me. Because you're restrained by the principle of communication between gods and mortals. No one is crazy enough to break the rules just to check the information of some rookie. After a while, Trang Xeon stopped, panting heavily. Whatever happens, I'm not too worried, thanks to this powerful system I got from hell. If it weren't for it, my status window would have been exposed instantly. He thought to himself as he casually plunged his dagger into the neck of a black mamba that was about to ambush him, ending the fight. System notification. You have dealt with the last black mamba. You have received a new achievement. Reward for hunting 444 black mambas, strength +5. Low-level poison resistance. Trang Xeon smiled happily. He opened the system window to check his personal information. Lai Trang Xeon. Divine title, Twilight of the Gods, unusable. Title, Black Mamba Hunter. Connection, Hell, 6. Strength, 142 +10. Agility, 162 +10. Stamina, 139 +10. Magic, 0 +10. Cumulative stats, 35. Skill board, Intermediate Dagger Mastery Level. 3. Effect board, Low-level Poison Resistance Level. 1. Quick Sword Level. 1. Special information. A god has taken an interest in you. You can increase this god's favor by acting according to their wishes. Looking at his personal stats, Trang Xeon chuckled and said, my skills and stats have increased quite a bit. Whoa, my magic points increased too. Now I can use skills freely. Best of all, I've caught Pavish's eye. Excellent. Then, he fell into deep thought after the black mamba. It's probably the red mamba. And finally the blood serpent, huh? It's a good thing I got low-level poison resistance. That will make the hunt much easier. The blood serpent is a formidable boss. It's the leader that controls the mambas. It sounds a bit ridiculous to face it before level 10. Trang Xeon's goal is to defeat the blood serpent by himself. This will definitely be a huge opportunity to make a name for himself among the gods. But most importantly, there's the blood serpent's poison fawn. He needs to get poison immunity as quickly as possible. The reason is, one of the reasons the Twilight of the Gods was defeated was its terribly low resistance to poison and curses. Trang Xeon will not let himself make the same mistake twice. Trang Xeon's face contorted with anger, gritting his teeth in silent determination. Gaia's curse. I need that Fong to overcome that curse. Just then, the blade of the weapon in Trang Xeon's hand crumbled into pieces, disappearing from his grasp. System notification. The durability of the rusty dagger for rookies has reached its limit and has been destroyed. Looking at the dagger's hilt in his hand, Trang Xeon sighed. Well, it's amazing it lasted this long. Suddenly, a weapon flew down from the sky and stuck into the ground right at Trang Xeon's feet, startling him. When he composed himself and looked again, he gasped in surprise. A dragon scale pattern. If that's the case, this must be a weapon from Tiamat. What are they thinking? System notification. The goddess Pavisha has sent a gift and placed a bet on you. If you fail and waste her time, she will kill you. Ah, I knew it. So the price for failure is my life. Huh. That's just like the gods, treating other creations like trash, as mere entertainment. That's why I hate the gods and constellations. But this might actually be better. If I play my cards right, they'll definitely reap a lot of benefits later on. But above all, Tiamat's dagger. Possessing this is the greatest gift for me. With that thought, Trang Xeon no longer hesitated. He picked up the weapon and said, all right, what do you want me to do? System notification. You have accepted the bet. The goddess Pavisha has laughed and is very pleased with your courage. A quest has been generated. A hunter's certificate has been created. A while later, a large crowd had gathered at the starting point. Suddenly, someone shouted, everyone, please gather here. The crowd turned to look, suspicious. What's going on? Does someone want to be the leader again? They saw a man in a military uniform holding up a card, introducing himself in a loud voice. I am 2nd Lieutenant Park Hyum, a player belonging to the awakened forces under the command of the National Army. This is an emergency, so please follow my instructions. The people around them began to murmur. Thank goodness, at least there's a player here. Yeah, I think so too. But I wonder if that other guy is okay. The one who ran straight into the forest as soon as the mission started. Huh, that guy? I hope nothing bad happened to him. Maybe he thought he could find something good in there. A young man in a blue jacket, who had been sitting silently under a tree, heard this and spoke up. Not at all. At least he possesses a much greater fortune than everyone else here. Someone asked curiously, huh? How can you be so sure? The young man in the blue jacket casually walked over and replied, his name is Rune, the leader of TNT. Someone recalled and exclaimed, ah, I remember now. I've seen him before. Even though his private life isn't great, he gets a lot of advertising offers because of his handsome looks. He's also a rich playboy. Why would someone like that suddenly run into the forest? The young man in the blue jacket grinned and replied, I heard a rumor that he became an alcoholic after he retired from competing. He's probably tired of life and wants to kill himself. A young man in a red jacket came up behind the one in the blue jacket and said softly, hey, shut up. Why do you keep rambling on? The young man in the blue jacket retorted unhappily, I didn't do anything. Just then, a system notification board appeared in front of everyone. All black mambas have been annihilated. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. A brown-haired girl asked, isn't everyone still in the safe zone? How did the monsters get killed then? But this was only the beginning. Every few minutes, a new notification would appear. White worms have been annihilated. All green fruits have been annihilated. Red mambas have been quickly annihilated. Player Lee Sunjian is on a rampage. Park Hyum frowned, silently watching the system window, while the young man in the blue jacket, with a look of disbelief, grit his teeth and exclaimed, hey, why did things turn out like this? Time rewinds to when Trang Xeon just received the quest from Lack Thursday Teat. He was using soul compulsion to restore his stamina while examining the quest system. Hunter's certification description, because the growth of the god Lack Thursday Teat in the divinity table has stagnated, she wishes to gain more apostles and priests to improve her faction. However, all the current talents have already been sponsored by other supreme beings. In that desperation, she found you. Lack Thursday Teat is considering you, a person with excellent hunting skills, to become her apostle. However, it won't be that easy. You need to prove your abilities. Within 24 hours from now, you must hunt the blood serpent with the dagger you were given. Failure condition, death. Success, Fong of the evil dragon, option to become an apostle. So that's how it is. No wonder she was interested in me from the start. I didn't expect her situation to be this bad. Thinking back, Tiamat and Ben Maudsley had a huge conflict before. I wonder if that's related to this. On one side is Ben Maudsley. He is the strongest zodiac among the 12 signs, Taurus. The other side is Tiamat, the primordial evil dragon, mother of Lack Thursday Teat. Trang Xeon felt interested and said to himself, although I'm not entirely sure, I can definitely profit from this. Then, Trang Xeon looked at the new weapon in his hand. This isn't some shoddy weapon, is it? System note, Fong of the evil dragon. The primordial evil dragon used her own Fong to create this dagger as a gift for her beloved daughter. This item possesses a personality of its own. Classification, Sacred Dagger. Damage, incalculable. Effect, unknown. This weapon is temporarily borrowed. The dagger's original properties cannot be used because the player has not met certain conditions. This is exactly what I wanted. But a little extra would make it more fun. Thinking this, Chaoyan grinned and spoke up. Hey, are you interested in a side bet? System notification, the goddess Lack Thursday Teat is tilting her head, wondering what you mean. Trang Xeon opened his mouth, 30 minutes. System notification, the goddess Lack Thursday Teat doesn't understand what you mean. In 30 minutes, I will destroy the blood serpent for you. Therefore, please give me a more generous reward. Chaoyan made his proposal and calmly waited for the result. Not long after, the system displayed another notification. The goddess Lack Thursday Teat laughs at your proposal. The goddess Lack Thursday Teat has accepted your request. However, she warns that your punishment of death will not be a peaceful one. Having achieved his goal, Trang Xeon smiled, said thanks, and rushed towards the quest objective with his weapon. The first monster Trang Xeon encountered was a moon, so it only took him 3 hits to defeat it. System notification, level up. Strength increased by 3. Next was a flock of blue crows. Although their numbers were large, Trang Xeon's level had increased, so his stats had improved. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was much better than when he faced the flock of black mambas. So the fate awaiting the blue crows was no different from the black mambas. System notification, level up. Stamina increased by 2. Rumors about the bet between you and Lack Thursday Teed are spreading throughout the world. A few other gods are very interested in your combat experience. A few gods stroke their chins as they witness your martial talent. After annihilating the Blue Crows, Trang Xeon's eyes coldly glanced at the system notification, and he smiled as he continued towards the Blood Serpent's location. Along the way, if he encountered any monsters, Trang Xeon would defeat them with the fastest speed possible. Finally, he saw the Blood Serpent, the quest objective. He didn't rush to attack, but hid behind a tree and waited. Here they come. More audience, more profit. System notification. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed is annoyed by the uninvited guests. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed is warning the other gods that you belong to her first. Chaoyan smiled, silently wondering, how many of these gods are interested in this? I hope there's someone decent among them. System notification. Level up. You have reached level 10. You have completed the novice training course. Received achievement. Young talent who just completed training. Seeing this, Trang Xeon's eyes lit up. Here it is. The condition to unlock hidden classes. As expected, the next notification appeared. Reward. All stats plus 5. Hidden classes unlocked. Trang Xeon began to think to himself, in my past life, I chose Spearman, but this time I won't choose such a mediocre class. Both Dragon King and Black King are good, but they would be very difficult to play. In that case, Berserker is probably the best choice. Berserker possesses enormous damage output, but in exchange, one's mental state is always unstable. However, there are a few tricks to control this. They'll choose Berserker to complete this bet. This is a monster that even a level 20 would have trouble killing. Without further hesitation, Trang Xeon clicked on the hidden class reward. Here are your results. Please choose a class. 1. Swordsman. 2. Spearman. 3. Mage. 17. Child of the Dragon, hidden. 18. Night Wanderer, hidden. 30. Master of Ancient Runes, hidden. After looking through the list, Trang Xeon's eyes widened, and with an ugly expression, he opened his mouth. Berserker. It's not here. System notification. 6 minutes. Trang Xeon frowned in confusion. I was so sure the Berserker class would be here, but why didn't it appear? System notification. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed is wondering how you will complete the bet. 3 other gods are also eagerly waiting to see which class you will choose. Time was running out. Chaoyan had no choice but to make a decision. He looked seriously at the list, considered for a moment, then reached for the hidden class, Master of Ancient Runes. He lamented, writing runes will be very annoying. But in terms of their destructive power, they far surpass Berserker. And it also compensates for physical strength in unbalanced fights. Immediately after, the class change process began. You have chosen Master of Ancient Runes as your main class. You have changed your class to Master of Ancient Runes. Agility increased by 5. Magic increased by 5. New stat, Wisdom, has been added. New stat, Willpower, has been added. Pre-class skill, Low-level rune creation has been unlocked. Pre-class skill, Low-level rune carving has been unlocked. The goddess Pavisha is shocked by your choice. Another god is bursting out laughing at your choice. Class change complete. Chao Xian ignored the god's attitudes and checked his skills. Low-level rune creation. Creates rune characters. Successfully creating rune characters will level up the skill and reduce the creation time. Level 1. Rank, pre-class, active. Effect, creates characters. Low-level rune carving. Can carve pre-made rune characters onto a desired subject. The subject can range from objects to animals, depending on the skill's level. Level 1. Rank, pre-class, active, effect, support magic. Trang Xeon thought to himself, just as I thought, these 2 skills would appear. I still have 4 more minutes. Next, Trang Xeon used 30 accumulated stat points on wisdom and 25 on willpower. At this moment, perhaps the class change process drew the Blood Serpent's attention as it charged forward to attack the tree trunk where Trang Xeon was hiding. Trang Xeon hurriedly jumped aside to dodge. System notification. Low-level rune creation has been activated. The success rate has been increased due to your stats. Trang Xeon was seen using the weapon in his hand to cut his other arm, causing blood to spurt out. I never expected that the rune characters those old geezers forced me to learn would one day be useful. Feeling a wave of nostalgia, he directly used his own blood to write incomprehensible characters on the dagger's blade. When the final stroke was completed, these characters suddenly lit up. System notification. Low-level rune carving has been activated. Explosion rune has been carved. Explosion rune has been carved. The goddess Pavisha anticipated this situation and laughed. The goddess Pavisha is curious how a newbie like you knows about rune characters. You have successfully created and carved each rune thanks to your intense concentration and willpower. Skill level has increased. Reward received. Explosion rune will have 5 additional effects for 1 minute. Magic has been absorbed. You have entered the desired state. Trang Xeon smiled, looking at the glowing weapon in his hand. Then, with a loud cry, he charged towards the blood serpent, unleashing a killing blow. He judged internally, about 3 minutes left. That's more than enough. The sounds of Sunjian's battle have now attracted the attention of the people in the safe zone. They looked towards the explosion and the cloud of dust, then cried out, "It's him again." Park Hyum, within the crowd, thought to himself, there have been thousands of bomb-like explosions coming from the forest, but this one is the biggest yet. Everyone else was also whispering amongst themselves. What the hell? What's going on up there? System notification. Player Lee Trang Xeon has begun attacking the boss. Boss name, Blood Serpent. Everyone was stunned by the notification. The young man in the red jacket spoke up, attacking the boss? He's already at that stage? The young man in the blue jacket also exclaimed in shock, "What?" But immediately after, the young man in the blue jacket yelled angrily, "Damn it. That guy is trying to get us all killed. That bastard. It's always the same whenever I see him. He always does whatever he wants." The young man in the blue jacket ran up in front of Park Hyum, saying, "Hey, you have to do something. We're all going to die?" Park Hyum calmly said, "Like I told you, just stay put." But the young man in the blue jacket tried to say something more, but Park Hyum cut him off. "The slightest carelessness will get us all killed." The young man in the blue jacket was resentful, but could only curse helplessly, "Damn it." Park Hyum ignored the young man in the blue jacket, his eyes fixed on the lights appearing in the thick cloud of dust. He speculated, if I'm right, that light is the critical effect of a skill. If so, then he's much more incredible than I imagined. We still have a chance. I wonder what's going on over there. Meanwhile, Trang Xeon's fight had reached its decisive moment. The man and the serpent roared as they charged at each other, unleashing their strongest attacks. A massive explosion erupted. Everyone in the safe zone received a series of new notifications that left them speechless. You have completed the first boss hunt, Blood Serpent. You have completed the first part of the Explore the Dungeon quest. Dungeon ranking. Total, 5,000 points. First place, Lee Trang Xeon, 4,999 points. Second place, Park Hyum, 1 point. Third place, unknown. Rewards will be distributed based on your performance. Park Hyum stood there, stunned. At this moment, only one thought was in his mind. At this moment, I thought of the emergence of a new emperor in the universal rankings. A while after the boss was defeated, everyone in the safe zone was still in shock from the momentous event. Just then, a giant, red serpent head emerged from the forest, making them scream in terror. But strangely, the monster didn't attack. As its body gradually came into view, they realized it was being dragged by a person. Park Hyum looked at Trang Xeon, completely bewildered. Those eyes. What are his eyes trying to say? Trang Xeon glanced around the safe zone and asked, "Is everyone here a player?" Park Hyum stepped forward and replied, "That's right." Trang Xeon nodded. He pointed to the blood serpent. "The boss has been defeated. Could I ask you all to help me clean up the remaining small monsters?" Ask. No, it's more like a demand. Park Hyum said with a strained expression, "We'll take care of it. You should get some rest." Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, including Park Hyum's, Chow sighed and shook his head, then turned to leave, dragging the blood serpent. "Never mind then. It seems my presence makes you uncomfortable. In that case, he'll just find another spot." Hearing that, the people in the safe zone began to murmur. Could he really be Tyrant? You said they were the same person. I hope so, but he seems so different. Could he be a demon in disguise? No way. If that were the case, we'd all be dead by now. Right? Oh, Only the young man in blue said nothing. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Trang Xeon's back as he left the safe zone, recalling the crowd's words. I hope so. But he seems so different. Could he be a demon in disguise? Trang Xeon shook his head and laughed. A demon, huh? I never expected others would see me that way. System notification. You will have a 1-hour break before the second phase begins. The countdown begins. Trang Xeon went to an empty lot. He threw the corpse of the blood serpent onto the ground. This place should be fine, Trang Xeon said as he went to the four corners, carving worm-like characters onto the stones to create a barrier around himself and the blood serpent. System notification. Runic barrier has been carved. Your skill level has increased. Low-level rune creation has reached its level-up limit. A higher-tier skill has been unlocked. Beginner rune creation has been unlocked. Trang Xeon looked at the blood serpent's corpse on the ground and decided he should handle this gift first. System notification. Receive notifications for 2 rewards from the ranking achievement and 3 rewards from the hunter certification achievement. Trang Xeon said softly, accept rewards. System notification. A random reward has been prepared. Please choose a type you are interested in. 1. Skill. 2. Effect. 3. Equipment. 4. Achievement points. Skills and effects at these levels are nothing special. As for equipment, the Fang of the Evil Dragon is more than enough for me. So, I will definitely take this. Trang Xeon thought to himself. He decisively reached out and chose achievement points. System notification. You have chosen achievement points as your random reward. You have received 10,000 karma. You have received 5,000 karma. Current achievement points, 15,000. Trang Xeon smirked and said softly, there is one thing that is always true in both the human world and this world, and that is money. I have to accumulate as much money as possible before the shop opens. Next up are the status points. Chao Xian smiled and commanded the system window to open. Lai Chao Xian. Divine title, Twilight of the Gods, unusable. Title, Mamba Serpent Slayer, new, Link to Hell. Job, Master of Ancient Runes. Strength, 365, plus 25. Agility, 327, plus 20. Stamina, 299, plus 20. Magic, 10, plus 20. Wisdom, 33, plus 20. Willpower, 28, plus 20. Skill window, Intermediate Dagger Technique LV, 15. Rune Engraving LV, 5. Low-level Rune Creation LV, 9. Serpent's Eye, new, LV, 1. Effect window, Low-level Poison Resistance, new, LV, 1. Authority, Soul Coercion LV, 5. Flawless Sword, new, LV, 1. Unique information. The interest and admiration of many gods regarding your completed achievements can be viewed. Total bonus stats, 50. Trang Soul happily rubbed his chin and exclaimed, nice. Looks like taking down the blood serpent was the right decision. System notification. As per the previously mentioned reward, the Fang of the Evil Dragon is now in your possession. The goddess Pavisha greatly desires you. Other gods are also taking an interest in you after learning the results of the bet. Some constellations have set their sights on you. Suddenly, a red notification window appeared. The goddess Pavisha is warning the others that to dare touch you is to challenge the wrath of the evil dragon. Seeing this, Trang Xeon covered his mouth and laughed silently. Next, a notification about the reward from the bet appeared before Trang Xeon. The goddess Pavisha is wondering what gift you want for winning the bet. You have the right to take 2 rewards. The dragon's treasury has been opened. Reward list. 1. Ingot of Anato. 2. Holy Grail of Heaven. 3. Omnipotent Stone. Trang Xeon focused on the list. He couldn't help but exclaim, so many items, it truly is a dragon's treasury. System notification. The goddess Pavisha says that you can take anything you like. The goddess Pavisha affirms that to encourage you, any gift is acceptable. Many other gods are surprised by the goddess Pavisha's reward. Some constellations are captivated by Pavisha's treasury. This still isn't enough to satisfy me. If I take Pavisha's gift, I'll become her slave. Thinking this, Trang Soul outright rejected the list of rewards on the screen. A red notification frame immediately appeared. The window has been closed. You did not take any items. Seeing this, Trang Soul wasn't fazed at all. He smiled calmly and continued reading the subsequent notifications. The goddess Pavisha is frowning, wondering what you are scheming. A few gods are wondering about your true purpose. The reward for not taking any items will be converted into achievement points. You have received 1 million karma. Total achievement points, 2,015,000. As expected, Trang Xeon smiled and said, I knew it. Letting the system store it makes the reward easier to use later. That's how I receive my rewards. System notification. The goddess Pavisha is very disappointed. The goddess Pavisha encourages you to become her loyal apostle. Trang Xeon refused without a second thought. I'll have to pass on that. I want to accumulate more combat experience, and besides, am not interested in becoming someone's follower right now. Trang Xeon's eyes glanced at the achievement points won from the bet. He gave a wicked smile, wondering to himself, so if I keep betting with these gods, I'll get more points, huh? System notification. The goddess Pavisha is flying into a rage because you dared to mock her. The goddess Pavisha is angry and says that you will regret this decision. Trang Xeon paid no attention, inwardly scorning. There's no reason to show any respect to those gods. System notification. A few gods are munching on popcorn to enjoy this drama. A few gods are ambitiously planning to make you their apostle. A few gods who previously weren't very interested are now intrigued by you. Looking at the dense wall of notification windows, Chao Sung speculated, if I prove I have unparalleled talent, many entities will fight over me. Moreover, if the battle with Behemoth is real, Tiamat's faction will surely need many talented humans to join them. System notification. The goddess Pavisha is glaring at you angrily with eyes burning like fire. Trang Xeon turned his face away, ignoring her. Everything is going according to his script. He decided to proceed with the next act of this play. Well then, shall we begin? I have to use every last bit of this boss, from skin to bone. That means, he held the weapon in his hand and started getting busy with the blood serpent's corpse. System notification. You have obtained the blood of the blood serpent. You have obtained the flesh of the blood serpent X5. You have obtained the eye of the blood serpent X2. Some gods are wondering what you will show them next. Rumors about the bet and the rejection of the gods' offer are spreading quickly throughout the world. Many curious gods have continuously connected to the dungeon channel negative 9,721 krona. The current number of connections is. The total number of gods interested in you is. At the same time, Trang Xeon was diligently collecting parts from the blood serpent. In the safe zone, the young men in red and blue were sitting in a corner together. After a moment of silence, the young man in blue couldn't help but frown and ask, do you think I could do things like that too? The young man in red opened his mouth doubtfully, huh? The young man in blue explained, becoming a player, I mean. Hearing this, the young man in the red jacket jumped up, looked at the young man in the blue jacket, and yelled, are you crazy? Seeing his friend's reaction, the young man in the blue jacket also got angry and shouted, an addict can do it, so why can't I? The young man in the blue jacket lowered his head, a sinister smile on his face as he whispered, no, I will definitely do it. Not before, but here, I have a feeling that I can awaken the talent dormant within this body. Look here, a message from a god. The young man in the red jacket looked over curiously. System notification. The god owl through the sunset has taken an interest in the player Yanji. The young man in the red jacket's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, owl through the sunset. Don't tell me you've completed the awakening test? Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light in the sky caught the attention of everyone in the safe zone. Everyone looked up to see a pillar of light piercing through the clouds, descending right upon the safe zone. At the same time, a notification appeared in front of everyone. A manager has appeared. In an instant, the pillar of light hit the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Waiting for the dust to settle, everyone looked closely and saw a creature that looked like a boy with long rabbit ears. Wearing a suit, a golden watch slung over his shoulder, one hand leaning on a cane, he loudly introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I am Harold, the manager of the car channel. After the introduction, Harold held the large golden watch to his chest, tilted his head, and gave what he thought was an extremely friendly smile. Seeing this, the people in the safe zone were not pleased, but instead voiced their suspicions. A manager? Why did that guy suddenly show up here? Hearing this, Harold awkwardly laughed and explained, "Oh dear." Suddenly appearing and disturbing everyone's rest like this, it's so embarrassing. You must be wondering why I'm here, right? It's because a few things have happened, and I need everyone to understand them. According to the management office's policy of non-interference and maximum freedom, we always do our best not to get involved in your current affairs. But suddenly, the stage progression speed in this dungeon has increased dramatically. Therefore, the Supreme Manager has become very annoyed. "Everyone, I apologize, but it seems I'll have to increase the dungeon's difficulty." Screams of panic began to erupt all around. "Wait a minute. What the hell?" Harold ignored the crowd's reaction. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the protective barrier of the safe zone shattered and vanished before everyone's eyes. At the same time, everyone received a new notification. Based on the achievements earned, the dungeon's difficulty will be increased. The safe zone will be removed. Monsters' aggression will be increased. Damage and defense will be improved. Panic quickly spread. Some people warily stared towards the forest, while others couldn't keep their composure and yelled at Harold, "Damn you! What the hell are you doing?" Park Hyum, in the crowd, had a furious expression. Harold's appearance and actions reminded him of a forgettable memory, the last purge event he participated in. In that event, he was the only one left alive in the end, but his body was covered in wounds. Before him was nothing but blood and corpses, along with a large system panel with 4 words that seemed to mock and taunt him. How disappointing. Returning to reality, Park Hyum took a deep breath to calm himself. He scanned the fearful, confused, and desperate faces of the people in the safe zone. For some reason, an image of Trang Xeon appeared in his mind, along with a chilling speculation. That time, the gods and constellations also summoned the manager to increase the dungeon's difficulty, to find outstanding individuals and make them apostles. Do I have to watch innocent people fall before my eyes again? Could it be that the gods want to test his talent? Lee Trang Xeon. System notification. Based on the dungeon's difficulty, your rest period has been removed. Monsters are allowed to move more freely. All monsters have entered a ravenous state. Try to survive against these skilled predators. You can form a party now. A party can have a maximum of 10 members, and depending on your contribution, you can receive different equipment. If you successfully hunt a monster, you have a chance to obtain a fire gem. Each party must obtain at least 99 gems to complete Stage 2. People hurriedly searched for anything they could use as a weapon, then began to tremble and scream in fear. What is happening? I've never heard of a situation like this before. System notification. In 5 seconds, a wave of monsters will flood this area. 5-4. While everyone in the safe zone was in a panic, Harold suddenly appeared behind Park Hyum and quietly asked, "So, you're the player Park Hyum, right?" Startled, Park Hyum turned his head and questioned, "You know me?" Harold smiled and replied, "Of course. You are the sole survivor of the Ace Dragon's Lair. You're one of the players the management office pays the most attention to, so it's no surprise I know you. Good luck surviving this time." With that, Harold gave a strange smile and disappeared. As Harold disappeared, the countdown also reached 0. This meant that Stage 2 had officially begun. The roars of monsters immediately came from the forest. Park Hyum quickly turned his head and saw monsters rushing out of the forest, charging towards the crowd in the safe zone. Many cowards didn't think twice and turned to run. Damn it! Where did they come from? Someone a bit braver stood their ground, holding a simple weapon, and said with a trembling voice, "Attack." At this moment, one person acted completely differently from everyone else. It was Yanji. He dared to charge straight towards the horde of monsters by himself. "This is my chance," Yanji said to himself. A red glint flickered in his eyes as he glanced happily at his system panel. The blessing of the god Owl through the sunset is within you. Somewhere in the forest. After tormenting the blood serpent's corpse for a while, Trang Xeon finally retrieved what he wanted. System notification. You have obtained the poison fang of the blood serpent. Trang Xeon held the blood serpent's poison fang in his hand and said with a smile, "Poison immunity skill, come to me." System notification. Stage 2 has begun. Many gods are interested in your performance in this stage. Many gods are betting on your survival in Stage 2. This sudden notification surprised Trang Xeon a bit. His smile faded. Looking towards the safe zone, he muttered, So the purge has started. I thought I'd have a little more time. Could this be the consequence of winning the bet against Pavisha? Perhaps that's why I've attracted more attention from the gods than I anticipated. Trang Xeon opened his status window to briefly check his current condition. HP, 151,448, 8,250, 2,330. How unfair. The biggest problem is definitely my stamina. I want to recover my stamina first. But it seems there's no time. Trang Xeon frowned and thought to himself. He no longer hesitated and left the area with his weapon in hand. Before he could run far, Trang Xeon encountered a huge red monster, with flames erupting from its body. Trang Xeon recognized the monster at a glance. The fire lizard stage 1 is a creature that carries toxins, and this time, it's the turn of those that use fire poison. If that's the case, then the later stages will probably include ice poison, iron poison, and body poison. In that case, the thing I need to collect in this stage will be accumulate fire energy. Having made a silent decision, Trang Xeon changed direction and headed towards the fire lizard. The fire lizard had also spotted Trang Xeon, and it immediately opened its mouth to breathe fire at him. Trang Xeon quickly ducked to dodge and slipped towards the monster's belly, avoiding a direct confrontation. Next, Trang Xeon used his sharp weapon, the dragon's fang, to continuously move around the fire lizard's belly, delivering deep, flesh-tearing slashes. The fire lizard was completely on the defensive. It could only turn its head to breathe fire or whip its tail, but Trang Xeon easily dodged everything. In the end, Trang Xeon jumped high to dodge a burst of fire and conveniently landed on its body, using the evil dragon's fang to deliver a fatal blow, ending the battle. Standing on the fire lizard's body, Trang Xeon briefly compared their stamina, noting it wasn't as good as the black mambas, but fire lizards usually travel in packs, making them much harder to kill. Afterwards, Trang Xeon used the weapon in his hand to cut open the fire lizard's abdomen and pulled out a fist-sized red orb from inside. The system announced, "You have found a fire jade." Trang Xeon smiled. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the fire jade directly. System notification, "You have swallowed the fire jade. You have obtained low-level fire resistance. You have collected 20,000 fire energy." Trang Xeon sat on the fire lizard's body, opened his mouth, and breathed out a flame, silently thinking that he needed to find more fire jades. This will be the next requirement to achieve the poison immunity of the Samadhi True Fire. I can easily meet the conditions to obtain that flame thanks to these gods. Poison immunity. This is a special skill of Scorpio Antares, one of the 12 zodiac signs, and also an old enemy of Trang Xeon. This skill gives him an innate resistance to all types of poisons and the ability to create poison and turn it into blood poison. The Trang Xeon of the past was careless when fighting Antares. He was accidentally afflicted by the Gi curse, a curse that weakens divinity, and in the end, Trang Xeon was defeated by Antares. However, as we know, fate brought Trang Xeon to the kingdom of hell. Thanks to Thanatos, Trang Xeon was now able to learn the secret arts of the fallen constellations. The exact words of Thanatos to Trang Xeon at that time were, "You can freely learn all of their secret arts here. It will both make you stronger and be very useful in fighting against the 12 zodiacs." What could be better than killing two birds with one stone? There are fallen constellations who were sentenced to exile in hell. The 12 zodiacs had previously made many enemies. Among them, some of the fallen constellations also wanted to teach those guys a lesson. The Council of Fallen Constellations, the 10 elders, decided to teach all of their knowledge to Trang Xeon. Thanks to them, he also learned the fastest way to obtain poison immunity. One elder held a deep grudge against Antares because his daughter was murdered by him. Because he was the first to impart knowledge, Trang Xeon called him the first elder. Back in the present, Trang Xeon had just swallowed the first fire jade. But one fire jade was not enough to reach the heat of the Samadhi True Fire. Therefore, he took his weapon and went to find the fire lizard's lair to collect all the fire jades in their bellies. 3 days later, in another part of the forest, Yanji had also just decapitated a fire lizard. System notification, "You have killed a fire lizard." Player Yanji is becoming excited. Yanji grinned. "That's right. This is the feeling. At this rate, I can easily kick that Trang Xeon guy's ass. So, he opened the ranking board to check. Dungeon ranking. First place, Trang Xeon, 7,500 points. Second place, Yanji, 565 points. Third place, Park Hyum, 150 points. Yanji's eyes widened as he looked at the rankings, gritting his teeth and wondering, how can this be? He must be using hacks. Immediately after, a notification window appeared in front of him. The God of Sunset X recommends you also use a shortcut like your opponent did. Yanji's eyes lit up. He excitedly opened his mouth. Is there really a way to progress faster? What is it? Please show me. Please, my lord, please grant me more power. System notification. God X says that he has seen your determination, so he will help you. Not far away, a few people were sitting on the ground, exhausted and out of breath. They looked towards Yanji with eyes full of longing. This world is truly only for the talented. If only we were as strong as them. Park Hyum was also in the crowd. He carried a large weapon on his shoulder, looking at the group and thinking to himself, everyone is exhausted after 3 consecutive days of fighting waves of monsters. On the contrary, their envy only grew. It's understandable, because ordinary people like them also wish to become strong. And it wasn't just one of them, but almost all of them. Just then, Yanji walked up to the group, stared at them, and grinned, saying, I just got a new skill. The gods have finally answered my prayers. He has shown us the way to become strong players. An unknown amount of time later, in front of a cave entrance, a 4-legged monster with long horns and a mane of fire ran up with a terrified expression. As it quickly ran into the cave, it silently screamed in its heart, at this rate, everyone will be killed. If it's the mother, the queen of the mountain peak, then that bastard. He's not human. That was also the monster's final thought, because Trang Xeon had caught up to it and sent it to the afterlife along with its pack. As Trang Xeon took the fire jade from the monster's body and swallowed it, a girl's scream echoed from deep within the cave, catching his attention. Trang Xeon quickly ran inside and saw a little girl with a pink backpack being chased closely by a monster. Just as the monster was about to pounce on the girl, Trang Xeon intercepted it, decapitating the monster with 1 slash before turning to ask, Kid, are you okay? The girl, terrified, sobbed and hiccuped. Monster. Trang Xeon's face darkened as he reassured her, Hey, I'm Trang Xeon, not some monster. Calm down. Hearing this, the girl stopped crying and looked at Trang Xeon without a word. Seeing this, he asked with concern, Why are you all alone? Where's everyone else? Hearing the question, the girl sobbed and replied, They're all dead. My friends too. They were sacrificed by someone named Yanji. The short-haired girl showed Trang Xeon the symbol on her wrist. Yanji, no, that bastard. He said he could share the power of the gods through this. Trang Xeon rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then bluntly stated, It's a scam. This is clearly a demon's seal. This thing is a sign that you've sold your soul to a demon. The seal of the owl through the sunset doesn't look like this. If the bearer of the seal dies, their life force and soul will be taken. The life force is transferred to the host, while the soul belongs to the demon. That Yanji guy, he's probably become very strong by now. Trang Xeon examined the seal carefully. Looking at it, you can tell this is high-grade stuff. If it's from the demon race, it might even surpass the Demon King class. But this much is still not enough to trouble him. Trang Xeon turned to leave while thinking. Seeing this, the short-haired girl followed him, begging, Please help me. Trang Xeon had an expression that was 3 parts annoyed and 7 parts like a father. How do I deal with this kid? But I already saved you from that fire bear just now. The girl didn't give up and continued trying to persuade him. I'm very good at housework. I can do laundry, cook, and clean the house. In return, please help me become stronger. Trang's soul turned his head back. The determined look in the girl's eyes softened him a little. You just want to avenge your friend, right? Short Hair was silent, her eyes filled with anger, and then she did something Trang Xeon didn't expect. She pulled out a chocolate bar from her backpack, heartbroken and teary-eyed, and gave it to Trang Xeon as a sign of her sincerity. Trang Xeon was speechless and reluctantly allowed her to tag along. But first, he had to modify her seal. Meanwhile, that bastard Yanji was receiving the remaining life force from the cursed players who died. This newfound power made him even more crazed. "Hey, Zhangjae," the young man in red called out hesitantly, only to receive a cold, sharp glare from Zhangjae. "Nothing," he said fearfully, his eyes fixed on the demon seal on Jiangji's hand, then looking at the seal on his own. It was clear that the seal restricted their actions. "Zhangjae," another person called out to him, but he was yelled at. "What is it? Can you hurry it up? Have you found what I told you to find yet?" The other young man clutched his injured arm and answered subserviently, "Yes, I've found it." Seeing this, the man in red was so angry he gritted his teeth. He was treating them no different from slaves. "This is truly a prison. There's a hidden area here? Everyone, hurry up. Let's get ready to fight the boss." Jay led the way and ordered everyone, then gave a devilish smile. Trang Xeon, just you wait. They'll definitely carve you up soon. Just like what you did to me. There are currently people connected to the dungeon channel. Gods are observing the players through this dungeon channel. Many gods are intently watching the person with the fastest dungeon clearing speed. A series of notifications appeared before the girl tagging along with Trang Xeon, but she had no time to think. Right now, she was carrying out the noble mission Trang Xeon entrusted to her, luring the rotten zombies. First, she activated the skill Water Strider to create small whirlpools that pulled in a few zombies, then used Trang Xeon's alluring worm to attract the whole mob to chase her. Taking that chance, Trang Xeon flanked them from behind, knocking the entire zombie mob to the ground. "You're very talented at luring, aren't you? I'll carve the alluring worm onto you. Then go lure as many monsters as you can for me. Just run as fast as you can and attract all of them. Unless I give the order, don't stop or look back." The girl immediately did as Trang Xeon said. After a while, Trang Xeon finished off a mob of zombies, then turned his head and asked, "Is that the last one?" Short Hair ran up and replied cheerfully, "As you requested, I've brought back all the monsters within a 300 radius for you." Trang Xeon asked again, "What about the other plan?" "I've also checked every nook and cranny. Everything has been completed as planned. Do you have any other requests? Now, run as far away as possible. You'll only get in the way of hunting the next monster." Trang Xeon said this while looking at her intently. That look of absolute trust made him feel a bit uncomfortable. It seems he suddenly has another burden on his shoulders. "Yes, sir," the girl replied, and then quickly went to carry out the mission Trang Xeon gave her. Trang Xeon looked around cautiously. If everything goes according to plan. Just as Trang Xeon thought this, a cloud of poisonous smoke flew from a distance straight into his nose. The system also made an immediate announcement. The final boss, the plague spider, has appeared. A supergiant spider rushed towards Trang Xeon at lightning speed, then struck at him with its sharp leg. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Trang Xeon easily dodged this attack. Hearing the noise, Short Hair turned her head and saw a giant spider rushing towards her. While the girl was panicking, Trang Xeon used his weapon to slash the spider that was chasing Short Hair. Short Hair took the opportunity to continue running to complete the mission Trang Xeon entrusted to her. Facing the monster, one of Trang Xeon's eyes suddenly changed color. "The God World Serpent thinks highly of you and has given you a gift. The skill Serpent's Eye will temporarily become Poison Serpent's Eye. Poison Serpent's Eye is like a snake's hunting weapon. You can now use this eye to assess hunting terrain and the prey's weak points." Level 1. Type: Active. Effect: Enhance senses, pinpoint weakness. Trang Xeon looked at the system's note and vaguely guessed, "Giving me such a big reward without any conditions. He must want to test if I'm qualified. If that's what you want, then I'll play along." Trang Xeon used the Poison Serpent's Eye to analyze the plague spider. When he saw the eye circle a spot on the spider's front leg, Trang Xeon decided to attack this position first. But first, he had to neutralize the toxins in his body. Trang Xeon activated the low-grade poison resistance and stored fire energy skills to purge the poison from his body. Thanks to this, not only did he purge the poison, but it also helped his low-grade poison resistance skill to level up. Achievement unlocked. Used all stored energy from 666 fire jades. Received reward: Fire attribute enhancement, stamina +5. Now that the purge is complete, it's time to counterattack. As planned, Trang Xeon swiftly slashed his weapon at the spider's front leg. At the same time, he began to plan his next move. Currently, the substance he was aiming for was the venom gland. Among all types of poison, the plague spider's venom gland was the highest quality item. Trang Xeon used the poison serpent's eye to locate the gland. After determining it was on the spider's upper back, Trang Xeon leaped onto its back and stabbed down hard. Unexpectedly, the spider's hide was so thick that Trang Xeon's weapon, instead of piercing through, was repelled. Moreover, this action caught the spider's attention. It began to spit acid at Trang Xeon, but Trang Xeon reacted quickly and jumped aside to dodge. So it even knows how to spit acid. Grinding for 3 days straight was really worth it. After poking the dog, it's time to run. No sooner said than done. Trang Xeon took off and ran for his life. While Trang Xeon was struggling with the boss, Jay's group had also gotten close to his position. Seeing the rotten zombie corpses littered on the ground, the group panicked. Only Jay was furious. While he was deluding himself that Trang Xeon wasn't responsible, the system announced that a new achievement had just been recorded. Dungeon ranking. Rank 1. Trang Xeon, 29,550 points. Rank 2. Yanji, 1,230 points. Rank 3. Passage, 550 points. Yanji stared blankly at the leaderboard, his face twisting. God X says, "If you continue to embarrass me like this, the consequences will not be light." God X warns that this is your last chance. Hearing this, Yanji was terrified. He unconsciously bit his thumb until it bled. Damn it, something is definitely wrong. How the hell can a normal person get so strong so quickly? But even if it's hacking or something, I have to get all the information out of him to get stronger and receive the god's recognition again. Just then, the system made a general announcement to all players. Player Trang Xeon is fighting the plague spider. Jay immediately ran to find Trang Xeon. He absolutely had to kill Trang Xeon. Trang Xeon had no idea someone was thinking of him day and night. After running for his life for a while, he had successfully agitated the plague spider. Just then, he suddenly stopped. At the same time, the plague spider fell into a deep pit. It turns out that what he told Shorthair to do earlier was to set this trap, and his running was to lure it here. After the plague spider fell into the pit, the explosion rune was activated. The system immediately announced, "The plague spider is being incinerated." The God-world serpent is cackling with delight because the spider has stepped on the traps you laid in advance. It didn't stop there. After the incineration rune, the piercing rune was activated, catching the spider off guard. The system immediately continued its announcement. The God-world serpent is cackling again because the spider has continuously stepped on your traps. Achievement unlocked. Dirty tricks. Reward, wisdom +5. Low-level trap setting skill. Because he had prepared a rope beforehand, Trang Xeon didn't fall into the trap. He clung to the rope and looked down. With a cold expression, he said one thing: "This is just the warm-up." After being wrecked by Trang Xeon's traps, the plague super spider was heavily injured but managed to stay alive. It looked up to the sky and saw Trang Xeon clinging to the rope, looking at it with an affectionate gaze. "You really are a boss. Your health bar is so thick." The rope Trang Xeon was clinging to unfortunately snapped from a piercing rune. The rune was activated. This time, the super spider truly couldn't take it anymore. It used all its strength to jump out of the pit and flee for its life. Trying to run away? "The game isn't over yet, little spider," Trang Soul said with a smile, then grabbed one side of the broken rope and used it to chase after the super spider, continuing to attack with runes. Just then, Jamie's group arrived. Witnessing the plague super spider being beaten like a child by Sung Odin, they couldn't help but be terrified. "If we fight him now, we'll definitely die. I have to choose the right moment. Just a little longer, he's bound to get exhausted," Yanji thought to himself, and then an idea flashed through his mind. He turned to look at the group of players behind him. "I just need to use this bunch as bait to slowly wear down that guy Trang Xeon's stamina. He won't be on guard against innocent people. Killing him then will be much easier. I need something to make his death certain. Perhaps a sacrifice." Just then, he happened to see the short-haired girl running past. Yanji couldn't help but smile sinisterly. There it is, the very factor I need. Back to Trang Xeon. After toying with the super spider for a while, he finally mercifully delivered the fatal blow, making the super spider disappear and successfully obtaining its gland. Holding the plague super spider's gland in his hand, Trang's soul immediately absorbed it into his body. The system notifications rang out continuously. Level up. You have leveled up to level 20. You have completed Chapter 5 and the final chapter of the Pioneering Dungeon quest chain. The final rankings will now be announced. Dungeon rankings. Absolute score, 100,000 points. First, Trang Xeon, 97,450 points. Second, Yanji, 2,000 points. Third, Park Hang-seo, 550 points. The management office congratulates you on your excellent achievement. Achievement points are being accumulated. And gods are interested in you. And gods want to greet you. The dungeon is about to close. And gods are saying they want to possess you. The God World Serpent is threatening the gods who intend to covet you. The God World Serpent is saying that he was the one who laid eyes on you first. While Trang Xeon was absorbing the new flow of power, in a hidden corner, Yanji's group was waiting for a chance to strike. Seeing Trang Xeon sitting motionless, Yanji let out a cruel smile. He thought that he was too exhausted to even stand up, so he ordered the others to attack Trang Xeon. But unexpectedly, as they charged forward, Trang Xeon suddenly gave a devilish smile, then slowly stood up. Jamie's system immediately announced. God X bursts out laughing, saying that a good play is about to unfold. The player party Guion Sharon has fallen into a trap. Jamie's group immediately fell into a panic. The most shocked of all was Jamie. He couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell?" Trang Xeon looked at him affectionately, growling out each word. "Surprised, aren't you? It means you're dead, son. They're just sacrificial pawns anyway." Yanji didn't hesitate to order, "Kill Trang Xeon. Forward." The people in his party, though terrified, had to obey. Trang Xeon's face turned serious as he charged straight towards Yanji. Everyone who blocked his path was slashed and injured by him, but absolutely none of them were fatal wounds. Just enough to stop them from getting in his way. Surprise quest. Escape the trap has been initiated. God X is very amused by this unexpected quest. Jane Jekyll's party was frozen for 5 seconds. The people standing around Jange were all knocked down, leaving him no choice but to face Trang Xeon head-on. He swung his weapon to clash with Trang Xeon. But because the difference in strength was too great, the moment he touched Trang Xeon's weapon, his hand was immediately knocked backwards. Yanji screamed in pain. Seeing this, Trang Xeon showed no mercy and continued to attack him. Sharon luckily dodged, ran towards the people in his team, and pushed them forward as human shields. As a result, this time Sunjian showed no mercy and sent these people directly to meet their maker. "He's too strong," Sharon blurted out in a panic. He needed even more power. So he didn't hesitate to eliminate his own teammates, despite their screams and pleas. Park Hang-seo stood on top of a hill, witnessing everything. Just as he thought, Yun was just a toy for the gods, while the one who had interested them from the very beginning was Li Chang's soul. Right now, Xianjij was no different than a fish in Li Chang's soul's trap, just like him before, being toyed with by those gods. After eliminating his teammates, Jage thought that according to the demonic seal, he would receive the victim's remaining life force. But in the end, the system announced that the transfer had encountered a problem, catching him off guard. While Yanji was still in psychological shock, Trang Xeon charged like a god and thrust his blade towards him. Although Yanji could predict the trajectory of the weapon in Trang Xeon's hand, this time the power Trang Xeon used was too great. Thus, his attempt to defend with his weapon failed. Trang Xeon mercilessly chopped off one of his arms. Yanji cried out in pain, clutching his severed arm. "My arm, you bastard." The pain didn't stop there. Just then, he saw black smoke rising from the corpses of his teammates and heading straight for Trang Xeon. The system also immediately announced that the victim's life force had been transferred to someone else for some reason. Yanji was stunned. How could he do that? "Yanji, I think I've heard that name before," Trang Xeon said while thinking. After a moment with seemingly no answer, he indifferently uttered a word. That attitude of his angered Yanji. "You really don't remember me?" Trang Xeon replied nonchalantly. How could I remember?" This sentence really drove Yanji insane. "You really don't remember me? The person you kicked off the team just for making one tiny mistake?" Oh, at that moment, memories of Yanji appeared in Trang Xeon's mind. "Now I remember. The crybaby who whined when he got kicked off the team. The guy who annoyed me because he selfishly wanted to cling to his position, that was you. As he spoke, Trang Xeon moved closer to Yanji. It's been years, and you're still just a garbage failure, huh? Both in the present and the past, Yanji was looked down upon by Sunjin. His eyes welled up with tears. It was unclear if they were from anger or hurt, but his gaze looked as if it wanted to eat Sunjin alive. Garbage. Don't talk about that past person. I have the protection of a god now. God X is staring intently at the person he once blessed, a brat unworthy of his grace. The world seemed to collapse before Yanji's eyes when he received those notifications. No way. Don't do this. Was I just a pawn to you? You have failed the surprise quest escape the trap. Yanji watched as Sung Xeon turned towards him and slowly raised his weapon high. Dark-colored memories flooded his mind like a torrent, making him scream like a madman. That day, he stood in a corner watching his team accept the championship prize. Watching Trang Xeon raise the trophy in his hand, being celebrated by everyone. Your punishment will be executed. Punishment, death. I shouldn't have been jealous of him. I shouldn't have followed him. If so, I wouldn't have been dragged into this gate. Everything that happened, it's all his fault. That bastard, Lai Trang Xeon. Those were Yanji's last thoughts before being cut down by Trang Xeon. Another one gone. Only the system remains forever. It continued its duty as always, announcing to everyone. Player Xian Sharon has died. As per the contract seal, the victim's life force will be transferred to the host. This is an enormous source of energy, so it will take some time to complete the absorption of this energy. Immediately, the flow of energy was transferred to Trang Xeon. The remaining survivors of Yanji's party watched in awe. That guy Yanji really possessed an enormous amount of energy. It's all flowing into Li Trang Xeon. Some might wonder why this energy is flowing into Xeon, and the answer is because he tampered a bit with the short-haired girl's seal. Rewinding time, before taking the short-haired girl as his errand runner, Trang Xeon used a bone knife to alter her seal, making her a host just like Yanji. If that immense energy had poured into her, she would have overloaded and died instantly. So Trang Xeon carved an additional transfer rune, so the energy would be transferred to him instead of the short-haired girl. However, the energy was indeed so immense that Trang Xeon had a little trouble taking it all in. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. The god, World Serpent, advises you to absorb this magic slowly, because this energy is completely different from the energy you currently possess. The god, World Serpent, says that greed is not good. He warns you to discard a portion of that power if you can. The god, World Serpent, highly praises the idea of using a low-level rune to transfer the host, calling it a truly pragmatic idea. Trang Xeon had no mind to pay attention to such advice. He was still struggling to absorb that enormous energy. He felt as if he had just chugged a 100-year-old wine jar. But no, this energy was even greater than that. The system continued to relay the god's message to Trang Xeon, but this time it wasn't from the World Serpent, but from that dark god. God X says that this was just a small test for you, and just as he predicted, you completed it excellently. Just as Trang Xeon predicted, he was only testing him. Who is he anyway? God X is wondering what to reward you with that would be worthy of this magnificent performance. He has made a decision. The surprise reward will be revealed in 5 seconds. Starting countdown. At the same time as the system's announcement, streams of dark power surrounded and then lifted those with the seal carved on them into the air. The system window displayed a choice, yes or no. Trang Xeon's expression immediately turned serious. He understood the meaning of this choice. Park Hyum, hiding behind a rock, witnessed everything. He couldn't help but clench his hands into fists. So they're doing that again. If someone doesn't satisfy them like Lee Sung-hoon did, they just kill them all off like throwing away useless trash. Looking at Sung-hoon's emotionless eyes, it seems he's decided to act against his own kind. There's no reason for him not to accept the gift from the gods. He doesn't even seem to care. Hume could only watch helplessly as Trang Xeon raised his hand to make his choice. The result was beyond his expectations. Trang Xeon pressed the no button, and the countdown stopped along with it. The system's voice rang out nonstop. God X has a headache because of your unexpected decision. God X says you should just freely accept this enormous energy as his gift to you. God X informs you that human lives are the easiest and most useful ingredients for developing magic. Trang Xeon came up with a random excuse. My mom told me not to accept gifts from anonymous strangers. Hume, standing to the side, heard this and gave a thumbs up, looking at Trang Xeon with adoration. Awesome, my man. God X tilts his head, wondering what the hell you were talking about. God X suddenly realizes his title has been hidden and scoffs. God X is preparing to reveal his identity to you. The demon god who escaped from hell is looking at you with a treacherous smile. Hearing demon god who escaped from hell, Trang Xeon's face couldn't hide his surprise. It's Mephistopheles. His reaction made Mephistopheles suspicious. The system relayed his thoughts. The demon god who escaped from hell is wondering if you seem to know him. Damn it. I'm in trouble, Trang Xeon thought to himself, then quickly replied, No, I was just surprised by your demonic title. Mephisto, a name not too unfamiliar to Trang Xeon. Among the great demon lords, Mephistopheles holds a top-ranking position, and his existence is ranked even higher than Tiamat's. He heard that beings like him rarely reveal themselves to the world because he prefers solitude. So why would someone like him appear here? Trang Xeon's answer to his earlier reaction completely convinced Mephistopheles. The system continued to relay. The demon god who escaped from hell has also thought about this reason and assures you that you don't need to worry about it. The demon god who escaped from hell wants to ask you what it is that you desire. Right at this moment, a message from another god interrupted. The goddess Pavisha is issuing a warning to the demon god who escaped from hell. Don't you dare touch her property. Trang Xeon was overjoyed. It's Pavisha. I thought Shed ghosted me after that incident. I can't believe Shed dared to confront a demon that even her mother, Tiamat, has to respect. Thanks a lot. I guess I owe you one this time. The dungeon is about to close. All players, please be careful of the strong tremors and vibrations. 10-second countdown initiated. 10. Hey, mister. Wait. A familiar voice caught Trang Xeon's attention. He saw the short-haired girl running towards him from a distance. She still had the charm rune on her that Trang Xeon had left. The girl said hurriedly, At least give me your contact number, please. Trang Xeon tossed the knife in his hand to her and instructed, Follow the directions on the knife. The people there will be skilled enough to help you break that seal. Right now, my abilities aren't sufficient, so if fate allows it, let's meet again. Be careful. Just as Trang Xeon finished speaking, the countdown ended. The short-haired girl wanted to say more, but Trang Xeon had already disappeared. The dungeon has completely collapsed. You have all worked hard. That was also when the short-haired girl lost consciousness. When she woke up, the dungeon had disappeared. She and the other survivors had been returned to their families and loved ones. Many people around were chattering excitedly. Is it true that the dungeon was cleared by a single person? Contact HQ immediately. This is the hottest news of the day. The short-haired girl still felt it was unreal. Only when she was held tightly in her parents' arms did she truly believe she was still alive. Wait, where did he go? The short-haired girl was startled and looked around for Trang Xeon, but it was as if he were air, vanishing without a trace. She felt a little regretful, holding the knife Trang Xeon gave her, looking forward to the day they would meet again. That night, Trang Xeon was feeling contemplative, sitting on a bridge and looking up at the moon. After a while, the system made an announcement. The god, World Serpent, says that he prefers a more lively life. But oh well, gazing at the night sky peacefully like this is fine too. The demon god who escaped from hell is still waiting for your answer. Trang Xeon acted as if he didn't hear. Remembering that person, he thought to himself, Old man. Although I used a method far different from the original plan, I finally returned. The next day, from early in the morning, the system continuously spammed Trang Xeon with notifications. The goddess Pavisha is showing hostility towards the gods who wish to possess you. The god, World Serpent, licks his lips and laughs with delight. The demon god who escaped from hell doesn't care about the others and awaits a reply from you. The goddess Pavisha flies into a rage, telling the other gods that they'd better listen to her. The demon god who escaped from hell is waiting for your answer. Seeing the gods fighting to claim him, Trang Xeon felt a bit smug. I thought getting 2 of the 3 would have been a great success for me, but thanks to my skills, I unexpectedly managed to attract the great demon too. In fact, Since the gates and dungeons began to open on Earth, this is probably the first time anyone has caught the attention of so many gods at once. Just then, the system announced a new mission. The Patron God Selection Chain quest has been initiated. Patron God Selection. All players can choose a god and receive their blessing and patronage throughout their journeys of exploration. Think carefully and choose a suitable patron, as it will affect your entire journey and future life. The god Pavisha says she is the wisest choice because those who are skilled with weapons and love hunting like you will greatly benefit from her knowledge and patronage. This god will grant you the title of Primal Hunter. The World Serpent God says he greatly favors humans with cunning hearts who love destructive power like you. This god will grant you the title of Wise Prophet. The Demon God who escaped from hell says nothing and awaits your reply. This god will grant you the title of Ultimate Observer. Trang Xeon began to calculate. If he were to rank the gods, it would be Pavisha, then the World Serpent, and Mephisto at the top. I don't need to care about the others. They don't promise much compared to these three. For minutes passed. Another promising name appeared in Trang Xeon's mind. As if by telepathy, the system immediately relayed a message from that promising candidate. The god Owl through the sunset has placed great hope in you. Minerva, the god who holds the title that Mephisto Felice has tarnished. I can't believe a goddess who favors justice like her would be interested in you. Perhaps you caught Minerva's eye when you spared all those who were cursed. Thanks to that, your sin meter has also gradually returned to a near-balanced state. The scales of good and evil. Good, 40%. Evil, 60%. The god Pavisha is waiting for your answer. The demon god who escaped from hell is waiting for your answer. The World Serpent God is waiting for your answer. The god Owl through the sunset is waiting for your answer. There are 9 gods interested in your final choice. If you do not choose any patronage, you may fall behind other players of the same level due to the lack of blessings and patronage. Therefore, we advise you to choose a patron for yourself soon. Trang Xeon just let time pass, because his decision was still to not choose anyone. The waiting time is over. You have received the godless status. You have obtained the achievement Humanity Rejects the Gods. Several gods are angered and intrigued by your bottomless greed. Your fame has increased. You have received 100,000 karma. Trang Xeon was silent. He looked up at the skyscraper in front of him, his gaze turning serious. This will make clearing the dungeon more difficult. The WPSF Association, the Council for Free Players Around the World, abbreviated as WPSFSF. This association is actually an international organization under the United Nations Security Council today. An organization created several decades ago to manage gates and dungeons, to prevent their impact on Earth's environment. Gradually, it gained immense power in both status and international influence. Of course, this only applies to the bigwigs running this association. In an office at the WTF headquarters, Cha Yen, an agent from the association, yelled at a male employee, "What the hell is this? What do you think? Those third-rate journalists are doing what they do best, poking at us." The male employee with dark circles under his eyes stared at the computer screen and replied, then showed her the newly published articles. The Jamshil disaster that pushed humanity to the brink of extinction is gradually coming to an end. An association employee stated, "With all due respect, this was an inevitable outcome of our prior preparations. It's not a big deal at all. Is it okay to just let the dungeon break happen like that?" From an expert's perspective, the association's show of force only increases public concern in the current situation. Eugene read it and slammed the table in anger. What do those bastards think? For the past 5 days, some of us have been working our asses off to ensure their safety, evacuating civilians, directing the army, creating defensive lines, and I even had to prepare to be fired for threatening the board of directors to get permission for help from a neighboring country. So what do I get in return for all that? The young man seemed indifferent to her words, jutting his chin towards the screen. Look at this article. The words "the mysterious factor L caught Ian's eye." Who is that person? Ian felt a headache coming on. She pulled out a cigarette and asked, "Who do you think leaked this information?" The young man didn't answer, instead grumbling, "Don't smoke in the room." As expected, hearing this made Ian even angrier. She raised her hand threateningly. "Are you going to shut up now? Or do you want a knuckle sandwich?" To protect his teeth, the young man had to go with the flow and replied, "Yes, Yes, they'll be quiet. Ian then started to complain. I told you to prevent this information from getting out. The young man sighed and replied, you know it's always easier said than done. Luckily, the reporters just see it as a rumor. They don't seem to know much about that person. Because how could a newcomer successfully clear a 2-star dungeon on their own and then vanish without a trace? Ian puffed on her cigarette, her expression pensive as she speculated. A normal human couldn't do that. Could it be some kind of demonic entity? We have to contact that person before the other guilds do. But no matter what we try, we can't find them. It's so frustrating. We even used security surveillance cameras, but still nothing. Just then, the universe sent a signal to Yen. Someone ran in, panting, to report. We found him. Ian was in such a hurry she dropped her cigarette, quickly asking, where is he? Give me the exact address. He's at home right now. Humph. He is currently at his private residence. I'm home. Trang Xeon casually walked into the house as if nothing had happened, then headed straight for the kitchen. His pet dog happily wagged its tail and barked loudly to welcome him home, then followed him inside. His mother was busy cooking. Seeing him, she smiled gently and asked, have you eaten yet? Not yet, Trang Xeon replied, his face showing clear excitement. This smell, it's kimchi stew. He hadn't smelled kimchi stew for 1,000 years. This fragrant aroma was gradually overwhelming his senses. Woof woof. The barking, along with the puppy rubbing against his leg asking to be held, brought Trang Xeon back to his senses. He happily picked it up, smiling and caressing it. All right, it's been a while, Kiki. Stop licking me. The food's almost ready. Go take a shower, son. They'll set the table for you. Her words were simple, but they moved Trang Xeon deeply. After 1,000 years, he was finally home. Trang Xeon caressed Kiki while gently replying, yes, Mom. At the dinner table, besides him and his mother, there were 3 other people, his father, older brother, and older sister. It was a lavish meal, but no one touched their chopsticks. I'm full. Me too. Sunjian's older brother and sister said politely, then got up and left. His mother saw them to the door, saying with a sad expression, are you two coming home late again tonight? I have a surgery that will last late into the night. I also have a performance, so we'll be home late too. That's right. The joy of returning to Earth had made Trang Xeon forget the reason he didn't want to come back to this house. His paternal family is a huge family conglomerate. His father inherited the position of director of a large hospital, while his maternal family consists of famous scholars in the fields of law and diplomacy. His older brother followed in his father's footsteps and went to medical school, while his older sister pursued music and won many artistic awards. As for him, he was a nobody who had been obsessed with video games since he was a child, making him no different from trash in this house. They didn't even bother to say a word of greeting after he returned to this house. Trang's soul couldn't hide his disappointment. Although he tried to recall beautiful memories of his family, in the end, it was not what he had hoped for at all. Well, he might as well soothe his soul with food. Trang's soul ate a piece of kimchi, marveling inwardly. Is kimchi stew always this delicious? Just as Trang's soul started to cheer up a bit, his father slammed his chopsticks on the table and yelled, so you have nothing to say, do you? Trang Xeon remained silent. Seeing this, his mother stood up for him. Honey, you stay out of this. His father spoke sternly to Trang Xeon's mother, then turned to him and said, don't you know your mother collapsed when the Jamshil gate appeared? She asked everyone because she was worried you'd get stuck in there. Your brother called every hospital in Seoul to see if you were in any emergency room. Your sister and mother also ran around everywhere looking for you, and your older sister even missed her international tour to worry about you. And now, a few days later, you drag your body back here to eat without saying a single word? Are you even human? You're worse than an animal. If you keep up that attitude, then get out of my sight. Don't be a freeloader in this house anymore. Seeing the tense atmosphere between father and son, Trang Xeon's mother tried to mediate. Honey, stop it. He knows he was wrong. Trang Xeon, say something. Your father was also very worried about you. I have to go to work, his father said aggressively, then turned away and took his suitcase out of the house. But Trang Xeon clearly saw that his father's eyes were welling up with tears. The door slammed shut. In the large house, only his mother and Trang Xeon were left. She sighed, then comforted her son. You know your father is like that whenever he gets angry, so don't pay too much attention to what he said just now. Yes, Mom, Trang Xeon replied. He unconsciously looked at his mother, So Joha, and felt a little sad in his heart. Since when did Mom have so many wrinkles? I completely forgot that I was just waiting for my family to start caring about me. And yet I never tried to talk to them first. Go get some rest. I'm sorry. She couldn't hide her surprise. What did you say? I'm sorry, Mom. They'll be more careful next time. After saying that, Trang Xeon quietly returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, what greeted Trang Xeon was a room that looked like a battlefield. Bottles, papers, snack wrappers, and half-eaten noodle boxes were scattered all over the floor. He diligently cleaned up, wondering to himself, was I really this much of a degenerate? This place. It's so dirty. Woof. Trang Xeon looked back. Kiki was sitting next to him, wagging its tail, though he didn't know since when. Its big round eyes looked at him, trying to curry favor. Trang Xeon chuckled. He picked Kiki up, petted it, and mumbled, I think I should start with the corners full of cobwebs first. Let's start cleaning. While Trang Xeon was enjoying life, at the same time, Ian was driving her partner in her newly acquired supercar, speeding down the highway. Their destination was Trang Xeon's house. Wow, is this really the new model? There aren't even 100 of these in the country. How did you get it? No, how could you afford it on your meager salary? Her male colleague asked, unable to hide his curiosity. A side job, what else? Ian replied as she drove. Hey, that's illegal. Ian didn't care. Her mind was now only on that young man. I really want to see his face. Trang Xeon had no idea that strange visitors were about to arrive. After finishing cleaning, he lay stretched out on the bed to relax. A few seconds later, the system noted, the goddess Pavisha is wondering what you will do next. She says that her hunting skills would be quite helpful to you in what you are doing. The God World Serpent says that resting is also very important for oneself. Trang Xeon started to get annoyed. Why do these gods like to meddle so much? Suddenly, Trang Xeon remembered what had just happened. His brother and sister, despite being extremely busy, still came home when they heard he had returned. His father, the man he always thought was so strong, had shed tears for him, and then there was the image of his aging mother. Thinking about those things, Trang Xeon silently vowed to show them how much he had changed. He had to show them he wasn't an alcoholic anymore, but someone responsible for himself. Perhaps then they would gradually open up to him more. But the beginning might be much harder than he thought. First of all, he had to complete the mission Thanatos had given him. It was now time to enter the second phase of the plan. He was right about the Void Manipulator being here. Trang Xeon recalled his conversation with Thanatos. So which bastard do I need to grab by the collar first? Of course, it's the ringleader who rules over the place you live. And he is a name you know very well. The Mad Tiger. Mentioning this name, Trang Xeon's face immediately turned fierce. His eyes were so full of killing intent that even Kiki, lying next to him, broke into a sweat. The Mad Tiger was one of the culprits who framed him in the divine trial. To this day, he still clearly remembers his cunning smile. He's a sly one, so it'll be very difficult to take his head. He is as ferocious as a fierce tiger, and thanks to his underlings, he can sniff out anything very quickly. Trang Xeon stared intently at a recruitment post for the White Tiger Guild. This guild will be recruiting new members next month. Speaking of guilds, since the gates began to open, countless gods and constellations have revealed themselves to humanity. As a result, the number of blessed individuals and their followers began to increase. These groups were called guilds. The Void Manipulator is the patron god of the White Tiger Guild. He's terrible at naming things and chose his own image of a white tiger as the symbol for his lame guild. Trang Xeon read the information about the White Tiger Guild. So it's one of the top guilds in the country. However, posting a recruitment notice means they still don't have enough manpower to start a war. Thinking about what the Void Manipulator had done to him, Trang Xeon vowed to slowly cut his tendons from the bottom up, so slowly that he wouldn't realize it in time. To do that, he needed to prepare everything within a month, no matter the cost. The next day, Trang Xeon used the excuse of taking a walk around the lake near the park to leave the house, then took a taxi to a remote hill. It's simply because you have to find a place where your mind won't be distracted to do that. Neither people nor beasts can disturb you. But first, you have to do something important, which is to answer the call of nature. Maybe it's because you ate a bit too much kimchi stew last night. But what can you do? It's been 1,000 years since you've eaten this dish. How could you hold back? The only annoying thing is that now your stomach has to suffer the consequences. Trang Xeon considered using his power to heal himself, like he did in the dungeon, but then he remembered the words of the ancients. Having a bowel movement is one of the 4 great pleasures, so he decided to handle the matter like a normal person. Perhaps your body will be very surprised. It's been over 1,000 years since I've sat on a modern toilet. After a bit of a struggle in the toilet, Trang Xeon finally emerged in a refreshed mood. Now, let's continue the journey. After scouting the area, Trang Xeon found a suitable location. He carved concealment runes on the tree trunks, creating a barrier around himself, then began taking off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts on, and folded his clothes neatly to the side. After all, he had to take good care of his clothes. He didn't want to walk around the streets naked. When he was done, Trang Xeon ordered the system to open the item bag. Immediately, all the items in the bag were displayed in front of Trang Xeon. Knife made from the rib of 13 fire goats. Small shield made from the skull of 21 fire lizards. Poison wool of the blood serpent, 1. Burning claw of the fire fox, 9. Hawk beak, 1. Cave scorpion shell, 2. Gland of the plague super spider, 1. This is what I need. He quickly took the gland of the plague super spider, then used the flame within his body to burn it. Elder Nye Yuan once told him, there is no better fuel than poison. The pure flame in his body separated, tempering the impurities and burning away weaknesses. Because it is one of the special purification arts. Even if it burns your body to a crisp, as soon as a foreign substance enters the body, it will burst into flames immediately. The stronger the foreign substance, the more violently the flame will burn. And finally, that purifying flame will become the 8 trigrams flame. When the 8 trigrams flame is fanned, all the bodhi's waste and accumulated negative thoughts will be completely purified by the flame. That is the best method of purification and physical enhancement that I know. Now that he had all the necessary ingredients, Trang Xeon decided to start the purification with his heart. From that moment on, the system continuously announced, the blood serpent's venom is gradually invading your heart. The venom is rapidly ravaging your entire body, activating secondary poison resistance. The resistance effect is insufficient. Warning, player, quickly remove the blood serpent's fang and detoxify. You have completely absorbed the blood serpent's fang. You have discovered a hidden skill. You have acquired the venom-producing gene of the snake species. From now on, your body can produce the blood serpent's venom. You have received 50,000 karma. You are severely poisoned. The burning claw of the fire fox is penetrating your liver. The goddess Pavisha is panicking at what you are doing. She is searching for an item to help you. The world serpent god is astonished that you have discovered a hidden skill. He thinks you are hiding an ace up your sleeve and continues to await your actions. The demon god who escaped from hell is still waiting for your answer. The owl through the sunset god is cheering for you. The cave scorpion's shell is penetrating your spleen. You are on the brink of death. The venom from the plague super spider's gland is invading your lungs. You have discovered another hidden skill. Your 5 organs are filled with the venoms of various animals. The venoms of the 5 animals are conflicting with each other. Your poisoning symptoms have become very severe. Intermediate poison resistance is no longer active. Intermediate poison resistance has been negated. Trang Xeon endured the excruciating pain, encouraging himself. A little more, just a little more. Warning, begin the detoxification process. If you persist, your chance of survival will be 0. Trang Xeon stubbornly continued to absorb the venom. It's not time to stop yet. Warning, quickly begin the detoxification process. If you continue to be poisoned, it will cause an incurable wound. Warning, all of your senses are beginning to go numb. Now is the time. Just as Trang Xeon predicted, the system immediately brought good news. Mana has been converted into kindling for the dormant flame separation in your body. Flame separation has appeared. The flame is burning fiercely. You have discovered a hidden skill. A large amount of fire energy has been added to your Bodhi's flame. Congratulations. You have ignited the flame of a forgotten legend, the Samadhi True Fire. The effect of the Samadhi True Fire has been activated. You are gradually recovering. You are gradually regenerating. All toxins in your body have been purified. All negative emotions have been purified. Your bones and sinews have been cleared. Your meridians have been cleared. Your blood vessels have been cleared. Your mana is gradually recovering, establishing a mana circuit within you. You have achieved communion with the fire element. You have achieved communion with poison. Achievement unlocked. Phoenix born from the ashes. Reward. All stats plus 15. Purified state. Skill. Poison immunity. Skill. Venomous blood. Trang Xeon laughed loudly. Finally, I've achieved poison immunity. He eagerly opened his status page to check. Besides his old stats having increased significantly, he had gained the venomous blood skill and 2 new effects, poison immunity level 1 and Samadhi true fire level 1. Additionally, there was a separate notification that his physique had developed significantly after receiving new traits. Total stat increase, 75. Trang Xeon smiled with satisfaction. His power has increased. Now it's time to upgrade his weapons. At the same time, Jian's group had arrived at the apartment building, which intelligence indicated was Li Trang Xeon's residence. Jian knocked on the door. Immediately, Trang Xeon's mother's voice called out, "Please come in." Jian and her partner entered. Sitting with Trang Xeon's mother was a man. As soon as he saw Eugene, he laughed loudly and said mockingly, "The association is sure a slow bunch, but you got here faster than I thought. Long time no see, Agent Cha Eugene. This is why our people always hate you public servants." Jian immediately recognized the other party. He was the captain of the second raid team of the White Tiger Guild. Behind him was the HR director of the 5-Star Sword Guild, the Black Sword OG1. Jian bit her lip, thinking to herself, "Damn it, I was too careless." While his family was receiving strange guests, Trang Xeon was at the Shu Street in the Sungsu district. Trang Xeon bought a large bag of hotioc, then devoured a skewer, unable to help but praise. Recovering the body with mana really can't compare to food. Sugar-coated hotioc is truly number one. Only now was Trang Xeon in the mood to think about the main issue. It was no coincidence that he was here. He had heard before that the trait of Twilight of the Gods was the manipulation of all weapons. So, Thanatos had once asked him, "If that's the case, we presume you will need many different types of weapons to use freely. Would you like to have a blacksmith who can satisfy you?" Trang Xeon asked seriously, "Is there really someone who can do that?" Thanatos smiled, "There is. It's you design. Young man, if you want to buy something, go over there. That shop has been closed for over 5 years. A concerned passerby said. Trang Xeon remained silent. He just stared straight ahead, at a dilapidated shop where even the sign looked like it could fall at any moment. He approached the shop for a closer look. The shop has been closed for 5 years, yet the smell of heavenly fire emanated from within, meaning a forge had been used not long ago. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed says she can smell the fragrance emanating from good steel. The words of the goddess Lack Thursday Teed made Trang Xeon even more certain that the forge inside was still blazing. So he didn't hesitate to break open the roll-up door and step inside. Many types of weapons were displayed here. Seeing this, the goddess Lack Thursday Teed was even more excited than Trang Xeon. Because of that, the system notifications sounded endlessly. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed shows interest in the smell of tempered steel in here. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed is very excited and says that no place on earth could be as heavenly as this. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed whistles while looking around this high-quality armory. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed is shouting with joy. Trang's soul walked around, looking, then stopped when he saw a heavily corroded, rusty sword. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed wonders why you're ignoring all the other weapons and paying attention to that strange thing over there. Trang's soul paid no mind. He continued to approach and pick up the sword to inspect it. The goddess Lack Thursday Teed says you should throw that thing away and choose other weapons instead. Trang's soul continued to ignore Lack Thursday Teed's words, inspecting it intently, when a detail on the sword caught his eye. "This is..." Just then, a voice spoke up. "Who are you?" Trang's soul immediately turned around to see a man with a dog walking out from an inner room. He wore a large pair of black glasses that covered half his face, and his hands gripped the leash tightly. A blind man. Trang Xeon thought to himself. Meanwhile, at Trang Xeon's house, Mrs. Yua was warmly receiving guests who had come to see her son. She simply brought out a plate of fruit and said, "Please have some fruit," which was enough to make all four guests marvel at her elegance. Even the difficult woman, Ian, had to admit to herself that she truly was a star. While Ian was dazed, that guy Yangon started to mock her. Even if you're interested in them, the association can't afford the value of today's rookies. Every guild has personally sent both a captain and a vice-captain just to recruit this young man. That's quite sincere, isn't it? A talented rookie deserves to be greeted like this. It's only proper. Ian replied politely, secretly feeling that it was strange. They aren't the type of people to show up just to recruit a new soldier like this, and on the same day, no less. Representing the Bok-ho Guild, which possesses one of the strongest fighting forces in South Korea, is the raid team captain, Seo Jong-won. He always wears a fake mustache because he believes that strong men always have mustaches. The Ngutin Kim Guild, which started as a branch of the mighty Five-Star Corporation, has quickly risen to become one of the country's top guilds. This is their HR director, Ayuman. He is also the paternal uncle of one of this incident's survivors, Aribin. Could it be that this is a promising rookie, or even more than that? Lee Sung-hoon must be holding some kind of secret. But he is the only one. If he chooses to join one organization, the other two will certainly leave empty-handed. She started to probe Yongle. "I heard you're very busy with work, so are you here in a personal capacity?" His sassy mouth continued to run. "I thought that if I didn't come, someone would surely be disrespectful to this family. And why does a brat like you always like to get in the way of our business?" Aeon wasn't intimidated and replied, "You're the ones getting in other people's way. You're the one who stole our information, weren't you? And that one over there is abusing government authority, aren't they? So now you're planning to stick your nose into the government's business, are you?" Seeing the two sides bickering with neither willing to back down, Mrs. Yuha interrupted. "So, are you all here to recruit my Trang Xeon?" "Yes, that's right." "Yes." Ian and Donggun replied in unison. After that, all three, Ian, Donggun, and Yangon, began to endlessly promote their associations and guilds to her. Trang Sol's mother was silent, then said softly, "Yes, I understand. But the decision lies with our youngest son, so I will not comment any further. I just want to ask everyone here one thing. You all said that my Trang Xeon has been in a super dungeon these past few days, so could you tell me in more detail everything that he has done?" Returning to our protagonist. After Trang Xeon explained his purpose for coming to the blind young man you design, he just asked coldly, "So, you want to forge a weapon?" Trang Xeon nodded. "That's right." You design laughed. "You're quite the joker. Look at me like this, what more is there to say?" The system immediately relayed a message. The goddess Lack Thursday Teat nods in agreement with the blind man's words. The goddess Lack Thursday Teat also doesn't believe that the weapons here were forged by that blind man. The world serpent god flared up and told the goddess to just sit still and watch. "If you came here just to laugh in my face, that's enough. This forge has been closed for a long time. Let's go, Wilson." Udesign said, then led his pet dog, about to leave, when Trang Xeon's words made him pause. "Even if that's true, the fire from the forge is still burning brightly, isn't it? And the calluses on your hands are fresh." "What do you know?" Easy shouted, a little agitated. "It seems you're in need of money. But at least don't starve your friend, your eyes, like that," Trang Xeon said while looking at the emaciated black dog with legs trembling from hunger. Yu Yi immediately fell silent, because what he said was the truth. Knowing he had softened, Trang Sol began to entice him. "For every part of the agreement completed, I will transfer 10 million won to you. When everything is finished, I'll add a bonus of 50 million won, depending on the quality of the goods. And if the goods are better than I expect, the bonus will be much higher. Check your account." Dubiously, Easy took out his phone to check. Sure enough, Trang Xeon had transferred 10 million won to him. "That's a deposit, not an advance payment. If it's not enough, just tell me," Trang Xeon said generously. "More," Easy said stubbornly. "Huh?" Trang Xeon asked again. "Another 5 million. I need to pay the overdue rent." As if money was a big deal for a rich kid like Xeon. Just a few seconds later, another 5 million won appeared in Easy's account. "So what you want me to do is..." "Master." Trang Xeon cut Udesign off. "Humph. Trang Xeon sat comfortably on the chair like a king, slowly explaining. You are the worker. I am the employer. I pay your salary, so you should call me master or young master. It sounded reasonable, so Udesign didn't object to Trang Xeon's request. With the money received, the two began to discuss the job. So, the items the young master desires include a 5-meter-long whip, a collapsible spear, 5 large battle axes, and 5 small hand axes for different types of swords, and a shield. Is that all? Udesign seriously reconfirmed the order. Not yet. I also want a bow and arrow set, and in the near future, I'd like to order a suit of armor as well. As soon as Trang Xeon finished speaking, Udesign's phone notified him that his account had received another 100 million won. The sender was none other than Trang Xeon. I can't do it. Udesign shouted. Trang Xeon calmly replied, this is for the materials. If it's not enough, just contact me. And don't say you can't do it. The contract termination fee is triple the amount. Damn it, this idiot. How did I get myself involved in this? Udesign couldn't help but mutter a few words. Trang Xeon started to feel a bit annoyed. I've heard those words a few times now, and I'm getting tired of it. Why do you trust me? We've only just met for the first time. That's true. This is our first meeting. You're also blind, a fatal flaw for a blacksmith. But there's no reason for an employee to refuse their boss request, right? You make the goods, I pay. Let's just proceed like that. At this point, Udesign had to compromise. All right, I'll do it. But I can't make everything in such a short amount of time. It's been a while since I've worked with steel. At least give me some time to get the feel for it again. And the items you've requested are all difficult pieces of equipment. It will take a lot of time to create such complex items. The bigger problem is, I need a special hammer to forge iron. But I don't have it right now. A hammer? Did someone steal it from you? Hearing that, Udesign's whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said each word. That's right. It was my father's prized disciple. After he passed away, many guilds sweet-talked him, so he stole the hammer and ran away. Another one who betrayed his master? So where's the guild that hired him? Din Thien. Udesign replied. Din Thien. Trang Xeon asked with some curiosity. Your reaction surprised Udesign a little. You've never heard of them? It's the name of one of the 10 strongest guilds. Trang Xeon slowly stood up, then declared coolly, I'll get it back for you. So where are they exactly? Yi warned in alarm. What are you saying? It'll be very dangerous if you go there. You know that? It's fine. All I need to do is take care of them cleanly without leaving any traces. Hearing Trang Xeon's reply, Yi fell silent, but his inner thoughts were screaming. That's it. That's exactly it. That's the reason I'm so drawn to him. I'm not sure why, but I truly believe this person. No, my young master can definitely do it. With that thought, Udesign immediately provided the address to Trang Xeon. There is a tomb on the side of Beacon Mountain, located in the Yongsan district of Seoul. Having received the answer, that very evening, Trang Xeon took action. He observed the situation from a distance. He recalled what Udesign had said. There was only one reason for the Din Thien Guild to hire the former disciple. No, to hire that bastard Jin Dahuan. They were trying to open the tomb. That is the secret the Din Thien Guild is hiding. They want to monopolize all the benefits and resources after clearing that dungeon. Jin Dahuan is exploring it himself to open the final gate to the tomb, which is currently sealed by a lock. It's said to be a hidden clue, and it's also very difficult to find the key. That's why they recruited that bastard. An ancient tomb, huh? There might be some valuable artifacts hidden inside. Trang Xeon thought to himself, then suddenly remembered his promise to have dinner with his mother. It's 8:45 now, huh? He immediately took out his phone and texted his mother, Mom, I'm going out to have dinner with a friend. He'll be home late. After sending the text, he casually searched for some information about the Din Thien Guild. Drug trafficking, prostitution, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassinations, they have it all. Trang Xeon felt a bit indignant. These guys aren't good people at all. Wiping them all out is no different from taking out the trash for this society. The god owl through the sunset smells the scent of justice on you. A boon has been sent to you. You have received determined will. Determined will, rank, blessing, protection. Effect, resists mental damage, strengthens willpower. Looks like she misunderstood something again. But if she's giving things away, I'd find items like scan or divine spear more useful. Trang Xeon wasn't very interested in this new skill, but on the surface, he politely pressed the thank you button. The goddess Pavisha is interested in the upcoming battle. The God World Serpent has high hopes for your performance this time. The break was over. It was time for him to get to work. The first thing he needed to do was hide his identity, so he chose to use a smiling mask. This is a piece of defensive equipment with stats of 50-70, with the effects of hiding one's identity and improving vision. In addition, Trang Xeon equipped a dagger made from the feathers of the black kite howl. He definitely couldn't let them go peacefully. No sooner said than done. Trang Xeon used the dagger to launch ice arrows at the guards, freezing them instantly. Then, he leaped forward and slashed, causing a few of them to explode immediately. Realizing such a death was too lenient for their crimes, Trang Xeon decided to use a more special method to take care of the rest. He cut his hand, then smeared his own blood on the frozen men. You have activated the blood poison skill. You have transferred blood poison into ice poison. Blood poison is gradually spreading throughout the ice block. The ice poison effect of the dagger made from the black kite's feathers has been reinforced by your blood poison. The poison slowly corroded the guards' bodies, making them feel every agonizing pain. Many of them couldn't bear it and wanted to end it all, but they were controlled by the ice poison, so they could only helplessly let the poison torture them. Blood poison is a skill Trang Xeon obtained when he mastered 100 Poison's immunity. He didn't expect to use it so soon. It's not just ice poison, I also mixed in blood poison. You guys just take your time and enjoy it. Don't even think about cleansing it. Just stay there and enjoy a painful death. With that said, Trang Xeon turned and went deeper into the tomb. The system immediately relayed the messages from the gods. The goddess Pavisha cries out in joy at your cruelty. The world serpent is surprised by your methods and is interested in what will happen next. As soon as he stepped into the tomb, the system announced, "You have entered the dungeon tomb of Besla." The effect of the Haho smiling mask is improving your vision. The pitch-black space suddenly brightened before Trang's eyes. "So this is why Udesign told me to bring this." He said that they placed a forge right in front of the boss room to make the key as quickly as possible. If that's the case, I should probably take some artifacts from the boss room. Based on Trang Xeon's decision, the system announced, "Beginning dungeon exploration. Theme, tomb raiding. Defeat the guards protecting Bestla's tomb, discover the treasures within the tomb, and escape this place. Escape with the treasure placed at the resting place of this tomb's master. Each area of the tomb has different mechanisms to protect it from deceitful thieves. So please be careful." The goddess Pavisha is very interested in what you will do next. As Trang Xeon was about to move, he suddenly stopped and looked behind him warily. "Show yourself." In response to Trang Xeon, there was only silence. The goddess Pavisha says that there is no one there. She asks why you are doing this. Trang Xeon ignored the goddess' question and continued to speak to that person. "You have no intention of facing me, do you? If that's the case, I won't go easy on you. They'll give the copyright to my materials to another manager." As Trang Xeon turned to leave, the person finally started to speak. "Oh my." Harold stuck his head out, his sly face staring at Trang. "You're more hot-tempered than any player I've ever met. Even though you could have just ignored this and moved on." As soon as he stepped out, he changed his attitude, speaking shyly to Trang. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the dungeon manager, Harold." The goddess Pavisha is shocked and asks where Harold appeared from. As a system manager, Harold can also read Trang Xeon's system messages. He immediately showed his displeasure, saying, "That's a bit much, you know." "Oh, the other gods already knew I was here." The goddess Pavisha gets angry and says Harold's words are meaningless. Harold smiles and replies, "My lady, I wouldn't dare to lie." The goddess Pavisha's eyes widen in surprise as she looks at the other gods. The world serpent shakes his head vigorously, as if to say she is a foolish goddess. The demon god who escaped from hell is staring at manager Harold. The owl through the sunset smiles bitterly at Pavisha. The goddess Pavisha's jaw drops, saying that this can't be happening. The goddess Pavisha praises manager Harold, who has the skill to hide from a god's gaze. Harold humbly replies, "My lady, I haven't reached that level yet. Forget all this nonsense. You're following me to write a report, aren't you?" Trang Xeon's question startled Harold. "You even know about the reports?" "Well, the tutorial phase is over." Trang Xeon's attitude, as if it were obvious, surprised Harold even more. A report is a draft written about a rookie who has caught the eye of many gods. This draft is written by the management department, so how could a newcomer like him know about this? Pop. A computer desk immediately appeared. Harold's outfit also changed into a comfortable tracksuit. He began to write, thinking, it seems he knows a lot more than other rookies. No, perhaps even more than Bunker. I should add this to the report, too. Thinking this, he looked up at Trang Xeon, and his small head began to calculate. Trang Xeon is currently a prominent rookie, receiving a lot of praise from the world. There are many gods waiting to read the draft about him. And not just the gods, but the management department as well. I planned to follow him secretly, but I was discovered. Moreover, Trang Xeon even knows about the reports. I've already written half of the report. If he gives the copyright to his materials to another manager, what am I supposed to do? The others won't let this slide so easily. As if reading his thoughts, Trang Xeon spoke. You can keep the copyright to the materials. Harold's eyes lit up as he replied, really? Thank you. In return, I need you to do something for me. What is it? I can do anything, as long as it's within my authority. He'll let you know later. Harold was a little wary. He had a bad feeling about this. Trang Xeon reassured him, it won't be difficult for you. He'll tell you after we leave this dungeon. Hearing that, Harold had no choice but to compromise. It seems I have no other choice. Fine. However, as I said, I cannot agree to requests that exceed my authority. I finally managed to lure him in. Trang Xeon now wore a triumphant smile. You don't need to worry so much. We will make a contract. Hee. Immediately, a small bolt of lightning appeared between the two, followed by a system announcement. Player Trang Xeon and Dungeon Manager Harold have just created a mana oath. Harold broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that. He even knows about the mana oath? What kind of rookie is this? He's a total pro. Lost in thought, Harold didn't notice his surroundings until Trang Xeon had walked some distance. He immediately scrambled to catch up. The world serpent is pleased to find a human even more deceitful than he is. Trang Xeon couldn't be bothered with those empty words and continued walking forward. After walking for a while, he saw a forge with a blazing fire. It seems this is the place to forge the key. At the same time, Lisa Zhang, the leader of the Ding Tian Hui subgroup, was angrily cursing at his subordinate. Look at the failures you've produced. I'm starting to wonder if I hired the wrong person. If things continue like this, we won't be able to meet the deadline. By then, both your heads and mine won't be on our necks anymore. Drag that Jin De Huan here to me. Just a few minutes later, Jin De Huan, the disciple who stole the hammer belonging to Uva's late father, was dragged before old man Zhang. Please, spare my life, Jin De Huan begged in fear. I heard you failed again this time. Zhang looked down at De Huan from above and said coldly, Captain, please spare my life. If you give me a little more blood, I can. Before De Huan could finish his sentence, he was kicked squarely in the face. Give you more of what? You needed men, I gave you men. You needed power, I gave you power. You needed sacrifices, I gave them too. I even brought you a torch. And yet, all you bring me is failure. Do you think there's any reason for me to spare your worthless life? You know, I lose my patience quite easily. De Huan prostrated himself on the ground, mumbling excuses. The torch you brought wasn't from the forge of the gods. It was just a low-quality item, so it's my fault? De Huan quickly backpedaled. That's not what I meant. This time, I just need more blood. Please give me one more chance. Zhang turned away in annoyance, cursing internally. Damn it. I shouldn't have trusted this idiot from the start. But he was in too deep now. He had no other choice but to trust him. More blood, right? Yes, I've already solved 23 of the locking mechanisms. But then I ran out of blood fuel. So please, I'm begging you to give me more blood. Fine. They'll trust you one last time. But if you fail this time, neither you nor your family will be left in one piece. Understand? Thank you, sir. After dealing with De Huan, Zhang turned and yelled at a subordinate. Have the goods arrived yet? I have to go check on them. Just then, his system announced. New data has been added. The ranking system has been updated. Dungeon rankings. Rank 1, Dong Xian, 150,000 points. Rank 2, Go Soul 1, 145,495 points. Rank 3, Lisa Zhang, 109,500 points. Rank 57, Lisa Trang Xeon, new. What the hell? The sudden appearance of a stranger's name left him a little confused. Returning to Trang Xeon's group. While Trang Xeon was diligently clearing the dungeon, Harold was also busy writing a report. The player Lee Trang Xeon has a very unique fighting style. Many gods and constellations have shown interest and frequently watch his battles. Those sophisticated combat techniques are clearly demonstrated in this dungeon exploration. As Harold wrote this, another area in the dungeon was conquered by Sung Xeon. So he had to pick up and run after him to continue writing the report. He has cleared 23 dungeons in less than 30 minutes. Not only can he sever a spiked ball with just a simple sword, he can also disarm any trap on his first pass. He can memorize the location of every trap as well as how to activate them. As I recall, no one has been able to complete Dungeon KR 92-1 for over 4 years. He might very well be the first person to ever complete this dungeon. Based on my years of experience as a manager, Lee Trang Xeon is a genius in terms of physicality, technique, and intuition. From what I can surmise, the war between the gods and constellations to claim him will only grow stronger in the near future. Perhaps even the 12 zodiacs and the legendary 28 mansions will take notice of this rookie. The appearance of player Lee Trang Xeon reminds me of someone who appeared in the past. Perhaps some gods will feel uncomfortable when this name is mentioned, Ragnarok. The one who once mocked countless gods and constellations in the celestial realm, who once shone brightly like a star and then faded due to his own arrogance. Trang Xeon continued to pass through the axe blade trap with ease. Unlike previous times, after passing the trap, Trang Xeon smelled the thick scent of blood spreading through the air. Even the gods could feel this. The goddess Lack Thursday Teat says that the air around here is full of a foul stench. The goddess Owl through the sunset warns that she has detected a malevolent aura. Sure enough, after walking a bit further, Trang Xeon saw a room filled with bodies piled on top of each other, fresh blood splattered all over the floor. For a champion of justice like the goddess Owl through the sunset, this is unacceptable. The system immediately relays her message. The goddess Owl through the sunset is enraged by the horrifying scene before her. The goddess Owl through the sunset demands that you enact justice in this place immediately. I heard they're making a key to open the boss room gate. Are they planning to use sacrifices to open it? While Trang Xeon was still speculating, a loud shout came from the passage ahead. Hurry up! You're all too slow. 2 members of the Ding Tian Hui were leading a group of tied-up people to Old Man Zhang as he had instructed. The captain will be furious. Should we kill 1 or 2 of them? That'll make them move faster. Hearing them talk, some people began to cry, while others begged for their lives in fear. The one with the face tattoo quickly stopped him. Forget it. We don't have any spare goods for you to waste. If you kill one, you might have to pay for it with your own life. Damn it. Don't say such unlucky things. The man in the blue shirt replied, annoyed. But just as he finished speaking, all of his comrades were sent to meet the King of Hell by Trang Xeon's poison ice arrows. The man in blue immediately drew his weapon, but before he could do anything, he was swiftly stabbed in the chest by Trang Xeon. He cried out in pain, then asked in astonishment, "Who are you to dare attack Ding Tian's territory?" He suddenly fell silent at that point, because he saw Sunghan's eyes. There was not a shred of humanity left in those eyes. He began to feel terrified. With tears in his eyes, he gently said, "Hey, friend." Trang Xeon said coldly, "You don't want to die, do you? Tell me everything you know. How many men are on your side? How strong are they? What are they planning? Spill everything." Yes. After getting the answer, Trang Xeon immediately pulled out his sword and let him go. The man in the blue shirt, enduring the pain, sincerely confessed everything he knew. 30 men are stationed here, and among them, Lisa Zhang is the one I need to be especially careful of. That's what Trang Xeon gathered from his story. I've told you everything, so? The man in blue said, trembling, looking at Trang Xeon with hopeful eyes. But his reply was a chilling question. So what? I only asked if you wanted to live. I never said I'd spare you. Hearing that, the man in blue fled in terror, but of course, the outcome was still death at Trang Xeon's hands. Level up. The world serpent is amused by your wordplay. The demon god who escaped from hell nods as he smells the aura of death. But death is not the end. Trang Xeon activates the Force Soul Authority to absorb his soul and those of his comrades. The souls of fallen enemies will be captured and burned by the flames of hell based on their karma. At the same time, this also helps Trang Xeon recover and purify his body. Once done, he continued to explore the dungeon. The captured people saw a dark aura emanating from Trang Xeon and were too scared to even breathe loudly. Only when he left did they dare to speak. It was a demon? So the boss wants us to find that guy, Li Trang Xeon? Li Sung Sol. I think I've heard that name before. Ah, that guy is a pro gamer. See, I told you I'd heard that name before. I thought it was just someone with the same name. The three men from Din Thien Hoi were so busy chatting they didn't realize Trang Xeon was chasing them from behind, and in just a few moments, he made them disappear. A strange noise caught R.A. Zhang's attention. He suddenly felt uneasy. Why hasn't anyone returned by now? Just then, the system continuously announced changes in the rankings. Trang Xeon continuously rose in rank from 57th place to 11th, then 6th, and finally climbed all the way to 2nd place. Damn it, what are they doing? Could it be that he's taking care of everyone in here? While old man R.A. Zhang was in a panic, a figure appeared. It was the vice captain. Save me, the vice captain said, then shuffled step by step like a zombie towards R.A. Zhang. Hey, get back to your position. The vice captain continued to drag himself closer to R.A. Zhang. When he was one step away, he suddenly said, a demon has come here. R.A. Zhang looked at the vice captain's face and his nonsensical words and felt something was wrong, but it was too late. The vice captain suddenly exploded, catching him off guard. You have been afflicted with the burn effect. You have been afflicted with the necrosis toxin. You have been afflicted with the corrosion toxin. Warning, your vitality is rapidly decreasing. Proceed with detoxification immediately. You are on the verge of death. R.A. Zhang endured the pain and pulled out a potion. Just then, another loud explosion was heard from a distance. Trang Xeon, holding a dagger, charged towards him, and the system displayed a notification. The god of death is approaching you. Just when it seemed Trang Xeon's dagger would hit its mark, it didn't. Old man R.A. Zhang had quickly used his sword to block the attack, then launched a frantic counterattack. Even though he lost his sight due to the blood poison, he can still follow my movements using his senses? He's a formidable opponent. Trang Xeon dodged R.A. Zhang's attack, while secretly assessing the old man's strength. Despite his best efforts, due to the effects of the poison, R.A. Zhang couldn't hold out after just a few minutes. He used one hand to support himself with his sword on the floor so he wouldn't fall, while his other hand clutched his splitting headache. Warning, your stamina is being consumed too quickly. You must detoxify yourself. Next, R.A. Zhang's system continuously flashed red alerts. The old man kept muttering, need to detoxify. The antidote potion. His strength stat seems to be quite disproportionate to his level. Does he have something that can support his own skills? What's even stranger is that he's openly sacrificing human lives in a country with such a high level of security. There must be an inside story to this. I only came here at Yuji's request, but now there's a hidden secret that's making this trip interesting. Trang Xeon thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered the people who were almost sacrificed earlier. By now, they've probably already escaped the central room. Enough time has passed. The sacrifice incident can probably be considered resolved. Earlier, before leaving, Trang Xeon had instructed them to run in that direction, go through the 2 doors on the left, reach the side corridor, and the 3rd door would open automatically. Close the door and hide there. No matter what sound you hear, don't open the door. If you do that, everyone will survive. Since he had explained it so thoroughly, they had probably managed to hide in there by now. Indeed, thanks to Chaoyan, they had reached a safe shelter. With no more worries, Trang Xeon turned his focus back to the battle. He used 30 stat points to increase his strength and 30 stat points to increase his agility, then threw a potion to old man R.A. Zhang. Is this the potion you're looking for? Take it. R.A. Zhang was like a drowning man clutching at a straw. He immediately picked up the potion and opened it, but the bottle was empty. Taking advantage of the old man's distraction, Chaoyan slipped behind him and said mockingly, "You naive child. You actually believed what I said?" Needless to say, R.A. Zhang was furious. He swung his sword intending to slash Sun Jian, but he dodged it and then launched a counterattack. Just like that, Sun Jian attacked relentlessly, causing his opponent to be constantly pushed back. The godlike Thursday Teed is very interested in this one-sided battle. The God World Serpent is enjoying the battle and thinks your scheme is truly brilliant. The intermediate short sword technique skill has reached its level limit. Must unlock the advanced technique. The advanced short sword technique skill has been unlocked. That's enough playing cat and mouse. Trang Xeon unleashed a move that shattered the weapon in R.A. Zhang's hand. Then, he delivered a fatal blow to take down R.A. Zhang. In his dying moments, he struggled to force out the words to ask Trang Xeon, "Why did you want to kill me? That's strange. A guy like you who treats human lives like trash should have been wary of meeting someone with the same mindset one day." Receiving his answer was also the moment he passed away. Trang Xeon proceeded to activate soul compulsion, and his system immediately announced, "The flames of hell have been activated. You have successfully collected the remnant soul of the player R.A. Zhang. Your vitality has been restored by 6%. The god owl through the sunset admires your magnanimous heart." Trang Xeon sighed inwardly, magnanimous. Things are getting more and more ridiculous, aren't they? The god owl through the sunset has granted you a special favor. Favor: serene mind manipulation. Serene mind manipulation. No matter how chaotic the situation, the owner of this favor can maintain their spirit and wisdom. Classification: blessing, favor. Effects: physical damage resistance. Maintain mental fortitude. Trang Xeon found it a bit hard to understand. A strong will, I can understand, but serene mind manipulation, do they think him a monk? Suddenly, he found it ridiculous. A vicious and cruel person like me, someone known as an evil god, receive this kind of favor? They say that Minerva is a wise war god, but the truth is, she's a lot more careless than I thought. The godlike Thursday Teet feels uncomfortable with the two favors that the god owl through the sunset has just granted you. The godlike Thursday Teet is rummaging through her treasury in search of some favors to grant you. Trang Xeon felt a little annoyed. It's as if I'm the target of these two old ladies' affections. Ignoring them, he continued his journey to conquer the dungeon. Dungeon rankings have been updated. Rank 1, Lai Trang Xeon. Updated. Rank 2, Jiangjin, 150,000 points. In front of Trang Xeon was a giant door. The system immediately announced, "You have reached the boss room. The boss room is currently locked. The key is somewhere. Find the key to activate the unlocking mechanism." In front of Trang Xeon was a giant door. He approached to investigate, then pulled out a spear made from the ribs of a fire goat and hurled it straight at the guy named Jinda, one hiding behind the stone statue, making him disappear instantly. "Where do you think you're hiding?" Trang Xeon said coldly, then stepped closer to take the hammer from his hand. The system immediately analyzed the information. Hammer of an unidentifiable hammer. It seems to be made from a meteorite. It has been used by for a long time. Classification: hammer. Effect: unknown. You cannot use this equipment because you are not its owner. Meteorite A. Chaoyan mumbled, then paid no more attention to the hammer. Because now he had something more important to do. Opening the gate that no one had been able to open for years, which was right in front of him. U-Design could easily make a key for this room, but why waste time going back when there was such a great item right here? With that thought, Trang Soul immediately summoned Harold, who couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you calling me at this hour? Remember my contract with you? Open this door for me, and hurry up." Harold immediately refused. "You're probably new so you don't know this, but interfering with the dungeon is against the regulations for managers. Cut the crap. You can bend those rules depending on the specific situation." Harold fell silent. What could he say when he was right? "But if you don't want to, then fine. I guess I should just revoke the copyright on the document." Yes, I'll do it right away." Harold replied politely, then quickly proceeded to open the dungeon door. Losing the copyright on the document would be a huge loss. The goddess Pavisha says that seeing his helpless face is very satisfying to her. "The world serpent greatly admires your skill. I'm definitely going to get punished for this. I hope it's just a small salary deduction." Harold mumbled, then opened the dungeon door for Trang Xeon. The sealed stone door has been opened by the manager's authority. As the door creaked open, Harold's curious gaze turned to excitement. He quickly informed Trang, "I've opened it for you. Hurry up and go in." Trang Xeon looked at its face, which was 3 parts sinister and 7 parts stupid, and knew there was definitely something inside. But he was confident he could overcome it, so he said nothing and silently walked through. Just as expected, as soon as he stepped inside and faced the boss, his system continuously warned him, "You have been affected by a curse. The dungeon master wants to take over your body. Endure until the end and destroy the golden coffin above. If you cannot resist the curse, your body may be taken, so be careful." Beginning to fall into a state of hypnosis. Brainwashing process initiated. Along with the system's warning came the boss' furious voice. "Obey me. Worship me. How dare you disturb the king's slumber? Bow down, you lowly creature." Hearing the boss roars from outside, Harold laughed gleefully. He didn't expect it to be this easy. The boss room mission is extremely simple. You just need to protect your mind from the control of the tomb's master, a being who is nothing but a soul, and it's over. However, from what I saw earlier, the master of this tomb is the lingering soul of the giant pet. I wonder if a mere mortal can withstand the pressure of that entity. How dare a mortal like you toy with me? Just die, you garbage rookie. Harold was certain he was done for, and was about to turn and leave when the system's voice rang out continuously. Indomitable spirit has been activated. Your mind will be protected from external intrusion. Stable mind manipulation has been activated. Mind protection has been enhanced. Dungeon quest has been completed. Final ranking is being calculated. Rank 1, Trang Xeon, 175,550 points. Rewards will be distributed based on the final results. Rewards will be distributed based on rank. The dungeon is about to close. Countdown begins in 5 seconds. Harold then realized he had forgotten one thing. His class was Master of Ancient Runes. Its plan to harm Trang Xeon had failed. After escaping the dungeon, Trang Xeon immediately went to meet Yu Yi and give him the hammer. Yu Yi's face was stern. It took him a while to believe that the thing in his hand was indeed the hammer his father had left behind. "Hey, you, this thing?" he stammered, not knowing what to say. "Master." Trang Xeon corrected his form of address, then continued speaking while munching on a bag of fish-shaped cakes. "I've brought back what you requested. Can we get to work now?" Yu Yi hastily replied, "Yes, master. However, as I said, 1 month is not enough. I need to get the feel for using a hammer again. It's been a long time since I last swung a hammer, not to mention I have to clean and dust the entire forge." Trang Xeon said just 2 words, 1 week. "Huh. The whip alone will take 2 weeks. Then it'll give you a month to get your feel back, make 1 whip and 1 spear. I will pay triple for the above requests." Trang Xeon casually picked up the rusty sword he had been eyeing when he first entered the shop and continued, "At the same time, they'll take this as your agreement. See you in a month. All right, this thing is still on the sales shelf, right? Then I'll take it. You can't. My father said it's been passed down through generations. I'm not allowed to sell it." As soon as Yi finished speaking, his phone notified him that he had just received an additional 1 million won. The sender is Trang Xeon. That's the payment fee, including the cost to restore that hammer. That should be enough. You just keep this for display anyway, so it doesn't really matter, right? Trang Xeon said, and continued to leave with the sword on his shoulder. Yi couldn't help but curse. Then he mumbled, "But if it's a deal with that bastard." With that thought, he called his pet dog's name. It happily wagged its tail and approached him, then led him to the still glowing forge. Yi held the hammer in his hand, threw off his shirt, revealing his 6-pack abs and very attractive tanned skin, and said cheerfully, "Whatever. The past is the past, and who knows what the future holds. But for now, I should probably get started." While Yi was busy at the forge, Trang Xeon took a leisurely stroll. He recalled the conversation between himself and Thanatos about U-Design. U-Design is also in Seoul. You should try looking for him. U-Design. All I know is that the name disappeared after he created a divine weapon for the Capricorn constellation. That god was once immortal? Even so, he was too old for that. So, Yi is a title given to one person. That title was passed down to his successor. Capricorn didn't know this and ended the life of the previous Yi. He didn't know that the successor to Yi was still alive. The problem is that many of Udesign's secret skills were lost due to his visual impairment. Plus, shouldering the financial burden for his entire family caused the value of his items to decrease significantly. However, as the successor to the Udesign title, the weapons forged by his hands are still considered high-grade. Thanatos finally gave me some useful advice. He guessed that one day, Uzi's talent would blossom thanks to him. No, it should be thanks to me, right? With the weapon issue settled, Trang Xeon took a taxi back home. Only now did he have time to study the item he got from the dungeon. Peter's key. Why would the final treasure in that tomb be this key? Why was it in the tomb of Best RA? Well, whatever. I should get home soon. It's so late, Mom must be worried sick. While Trang Xeon was at ease, another place was in complete chaos. What about the guy who cleared the dungeon? Have you found him yet? Gor Sung, the head of the raid division of the Din Thien Hoi, angrily asked his subordinates. One of them hesitated and replied, "Sir, not yet." The answer made Sung-hoon even more furious, and he shouted, "Besides being useless wastes of space, is there anything you're good at? Find him for me now. Whether he's dead or alive, you must find him. You must bring Peter's key back here at all costs." He acted tough on the outside, but inside, he was terrified. If the true masters of Beacon Mountain, the White Tiger Guild, find out about this, we're all dead. Because that key could only be obtained through life sacrifices, they secretly contracted us to collect it. The more he thought about it, the more scared he got. Sung immediately ordered a car to be prepared. "Everyone, follow me to Beacon Mountain." As he walked, he grumbled irritably, "The dungeon is closed. The key is stolen. My luck couldn't be worse." Move your asses. You animals. If the White Tiger Guild finds out and he can't handle this, his life is over. Especially Seo, if that bastard finds out, his entire family will be dragged into this. He couldn't let that happen. He had to find the key at all costs. But unfortunately for Sung-hoon, the news from the tomb had already reached Seo's ears. As expected, he went crazy, unable to contain his anger, and unleashed his power right in front of Trang Xeon's mother. Eugene and Eugene said in unison, "Hey, Seo. Hey, Captain Seo, what the hell is going on?" Just then, Dongul realized his blunder, so he restrained his anger and slowly retracted his power. Jingul scolded, "Why would you dare use bloodthirsty Mad Tiger in a residential area?" Dongul remained silent, only quietly turning to look towards Mrs. Yorh. Her beautiful eyebrows were furrowed, and her once gentle eyes now held a stern look. Dong felt a little embarrassed, made up an excuse, and asked to leave. "Are you all right, ma'am?" Ian asked Trang Xeon's mother with concern. After a moment of silence, she replied, "It's nothing. I'm fine. I've heard that awakened people are very different from ordinary citizens like us. It seems those rumors are true. In that case, is my son like that? On the outside, he's not very friendly, if not cold, but I know he's a sharp kid. I just want Trang Xeon to not have to face such dangers and end up covered in injuries. But he probably won't listen to my pleas. Please leave my house." Aeon, Eugene, and Seltos looked at each other, then took the hint and left one by one. While waiting for the elevator, Eugene spoke up. After Captain Shell suddenly went berserk, the situation seems to have gotten difficult, hasn't it? I don't understand why he flew into such a rage. What do you two think? Agent Cha, Agent Jean. Suddenly, Eugene remembered his niece, the one with short hair. No, I should call her Ohai Bin now. Before coming here, Jaime Bin wouldn't stop pestering Eugene to bring Trang Sol back for her. Seeing that it was late, Eugene suggested to Air and Shell, "If you two are planning to stay the night, they'll have the staff make coffee for you both." Sut cheerfully replied, "Yes, then I won't be polite. An iced black coffee, no sugar, please." He had barely finished speaking when Aaron literally shut him up. Then, she politely declined and led her partner away. Gio looked at Aaron, a bit confused, but as soon as he saw her expression, he asked worriedly, "What's with that serious face?" Just then, his phone rang. A message arrived with the content, code red alert. Beacon Mountain, Yongsan District, Seoul. Numerous victims discovered being held captive as sacrifices. All victims have been escorted to the police station. A plan is needed to prepare for such situations. "What is this?" Kim exclaimed in astonishment. "Hurry up, or it'll make you walk," Ian urged. Kim immediately hurried after her to the mission. Just as they left, Trang Xeon returned, but he didn't rush home. Instead, he stood in the park, studying his newly acquired sword. The goddess Pavisha is questioning why you chose that rusty sword instead of the equipment in her treasury. Trang Xeon thought to himself, this thing was in a god's forge, so it can't be a mediocre item. If I'm right, this is the sword called Ngu Truong Kim. With the evil dragons Fong and the Ngu Truong Kim, no player will be able to stand against me. Trang Xeon used the system to check the sword's information and got a result. Ngu Truong Kim, one of the 9 swords forged by the master blacksmith Yuj, known as the Divine Blacksmith. Type, short sword, divine weapon. Combat power, immeasurable. Effect, unknown. You cannot use this divine weapon because you do not have ownership rights. You cannot see the detailed information of this divine weapon because you do not have ownership rights. The 9 swords of Yu design are all swords possessing incredibly overwhelming power. When the Zhanlu sword appeared in Acadia, every kingdom there erupted into a great war, a river of blood, to claim that treasure. As Chaoyan remembered, at least 2 empires and 6 kingdoms were completely annihilated. Why would a peerless treasured sword like this end up as a pile of scrap metal in a forge? The previous owner of the Ngu Truong was an assassin, so this sword must have been bathed in a sea of blood over the past 1,000 years. It is said that this is a cursed sword, capable of inflicting horrific, haunting pain on its victims before they die. But the rumors stopped there. Trang Sol had no more information about it. The first Yi was called the Divine Blacksmith because he couldn't stand the smell of blood at all. But I don't know if it was the first Yi or a successor to the title. But surely, one of them wanted to hide this sword's identity, erase its existence, and treat it as something to be discarded in that forge. The goddess Pavisha is sneering and grumbling about your choice of that piece of junk. The god owl through the sunset is looking at you with a trusting gaze. Suddenly, Trang Xeon glanced warily behind him. Perhaps collecting all 9 of Yu Design's swords when I get the chance is a very good idea. And over there, what's their problem with me? As he spoke, Trang Xeon equipped the dagger made from the fire tiger's Fong, then threw it straight at the mysterious person. The hidden person managed to dodge it in time. He complained, even when I'm in disguise, you still attack me so suddenly. Trang Xeon still didn't care much and rushed forward, his sharp eyes fixed on the target like a vow that he would not let him escape. Every slash of Trang Sol's sword was so skillful that it made him marvel. What kind of rookie is this strong? It was another sword technique, but it was ferocious and had no rhythm at all. He couldn't find any flaws. It was almost like a combat sword skill created purely for destruction. This guy is overwhelmed by Trang Xeon's power. He's like a first-generation player who has been through so many hardships. I only picked a fight to test his abilities, but at this point, I should probably be ashamed. I'm going to get schooled by this kid, but I want to fight him with all my might. No, to be more precise, I need to fight him with all my might. That's the only way I can stand against this rookie. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful move, the man in black raised his hand to surrender. Trang Sol's face was grim as he thought, what am I doing? He stood there, clasping his hands and sweating, thinking to himself, I must have lost my mind. What was I thinking? He had to apologize to Trang Xeon before things got worse. I'm sorry for picking a fight with you out of the blue. I just wanted to test your strength. Trang Xeon started to lower his sword. The other guy continued, I did it just for fun. I think that caused this huge misunderstanding. The saint of the hunting season shouts a warning to the reckless one who provoked you. Trang Xeon asked coldly, who are you? The saint of the hunting season awaits the great confrontation. Hearing Sunjian ask so bluntly, the man looked puzzled and began to assess him. Speaking so informally, huh? So young, yet so experienced. I can't mess around with him, or Sunjian will wipe the floor with me. He took out a business card and threw it to Sunjian. It read, 5-star sword, HR Director, Gung Garung Garung. He smiled brightly and said, getting to the main reason I'm here. I actually came to find you to recruit you into our guild. Trang Sol glanced at it and thought, the god they worship is the great nameless god, right? His real name is the King of Karma, commonly known as the god of wealth who protects assets and storehouses. He immediately replied, I'm not that interested in going there, then asked him how he knew to come find him. Guiyang Jiehun replied, "You probably don't know how famous you are. It's very likely that besides us, many other guilds in this country are keeping an eye on you." Li Changsol. Changsol's face darkened, thinking they took the bait much faster than he expected. It seems they fundamentally can't resist him, even though he claimed to be just an ordinary player. Guiyang Jiehun expressed, "To be honest, I'd like to talk more with you, Trang Xeon. But since I've made a big mistake today, I'll take my leave for now. Perhaps another time, when our tempers have cooled down." The body of the hunting season argues about you letting an opponent who provoked you just leave like that. The body of the hunting season is furious, saying that someone worthy of being their disciple must never lose. After speaking, Guiyang Wu left just like that, saying to contact him via the business card if anything comes up. The gods started to get noisy and agitated, each with their own opinion. The serpent that coils around the world scolds her and says if she likes fighting so much, she should go find someone else to fight. The body of the hunting season is extremely angry and says, "How about I fight you then?" The serpent that coils around the world laughs carelessly and says, "You can come at me anytime." The body of the hunting season goes crazy and says she'll make snake stew out of him. Trang Xeon ignored the gods who were about to eat each other alive. He was trying to remember because Guiyang Jiehun seemed very familiar. Didn't I meet him before coming to Arcadia? Suddenly, the young man's face twisted. Wait, if someone like that dropped by here, could they have gone to my house too? Damn it. She must be so worried about me. Guiyang Jiehun had just left, but his arm was bleeding non-stop, and his face was pale. It seems the wound from his fight with Trang Xeon was quite deep. Trang Xeon returned home. As soon as he arrived, the young man hesitated. His mother acted normally and asked, "You're just getting home? You haven't eaten yet, right? Wash your hands first, and then sit down here. Looking at your face, does it seem like something's wrong?" Seeing his mother waiting, he also indicated, "Mom, I have something to tell you." Sunlight shines on a battle full of smoke and fire. "Oh, so young, yet your face is already so full of menace. What? Who is this old man? If you don't want to die, get lost." Ho ho ho. A child with a mind full of destruction. What are you rambling about? If you're just going to keep spouting that nonsense, then disappear. The man smirked and declared, "It can't be stopped." "Well then, let's give you a beating first, and we can talk later." The alarm clock rang, waking Trang Xeon up. The phone notification read, "Today you have an appointment at 3 p.m. for the White Tiger Guild interview." As of now, a month has passed since the White Tiger Guild posted their recruitment notice. Trang Xeon still hadn't shaken off the dream and didn't understand why he had such a dream. It seems it's really time to fight. This crowded area is the interview event for the White Tiger Guild. One by one, people are lifting weights, training for endurance in preparation for the interview. This tall, bald man will be the one in charge of the magic capacity measurement device. Everyone, please place your hand on the magic capacity measurement device. Trang Xeon gently placed his hand on the machine, but it exploded and announced measurement failed, with the alarm signal blaring continuously. But he was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The notification was still device, unable to measure. They told each other to bring out a more high-end measuring device. Everyone started to focus their attention on Trang Xeon. Among them was a white-haired person with bandages wrapped all over their face. The person in charge of the measurement device requested again, "Number 1031, Li Trang Xeon. Please place your hand on the device to try again." After hearing the name Li Trang Xeon, some people felt that the name was familiar. Just then, their jaws dropped in surprise as they shouted, "It's the tyrant!" Trang Xeon closed his eyes, tense with helplessness, thinking he had clearly worn a hoodie because he knew something like this would happen. The whispers and gossip grew louder and louder. "The tyrant, Li Trang Xeon? I heard he became an alcoholic and was forced to retire after his team was disbanded. Rumor has it, he ended up a complete failure. Look how pale his face is. Seems he's a player, huh? What's the point of acting so arrogant? In the end, he's just a man like the rest of us." The young girl standing in front found it annoying and had to criticize the two guys, saying they looked like dried squid. They stood there thinking to themselves, "He locked himself in his room and played games all day, so why is he here now? It hasn't been that long since he retired, has it? What's he doing here?" The final power measurement result finally appeared. Level 25, rank SSS+++. It was so surprising, everyone's jaws dropped, their eyes wide with astonishment. What? 25? And moreover, that magic power rank. The person in charge of the device panicked, not knowing how to handle this case. Damn it. We can't handle this. Report to the manager. No, report to the department head. Hurry. In the office of Raid Team 2, a blonde-haired man was listening to a news update. The scandals of the Apex Guild Master, hidden until now, have finally been brought to light. Prosecutors, in cooperation with the association, have made arrests and begun searching for the leaders of the Apex Guild. There have been 21 people sacrificed over the past 7 years. What caused such a terrible tragedy? Chi Eon of the Iron Witch Association has announced legal action against Apex. White Tiger has also begun an all-out war against Apex. The investigations conducted by White Tiger regarding Apex's crimes have also been made public. There are also people who wish to express their gratitude to the hero with the fake smile. However, there are still no clues about that mysterious hero. This blonde man is certain that the so-called smiling hero stole Peter's key, and he is determined to find him. Just then, the person in charge of the measurement equipment rushed in to report to the department head, who was sitting with his legs crossed. The super rookie has appeared. What's with all the panic? Both Chairman Urshi and Director Kim are heading to Area C. The department head looked very surprised. Why? Lee Jong-seo, do you remember him? He's the rookie you were waiting for a month ago, along with the Black Sword and the Iron Witch. At this, the blonde man was startled. Ah, is he the one from the Super James Gate? Back then, I wanted to recruit him to our side, but because of trouble with those bastards from the summit, I didn't have the time, right? But what about him? The person in charge of the measurement equipment replied, it seems he's here to apply for our competition. Another shock made him gasp in astonishment. What? What are the results? He ranked first in every category, and what's more, his magic power level is CSCS with 3+ signs. At this point, there's no time to hesitate. The department head shot to his feet. Let's go. I have to meet him before the others get their hands on him. This is the arena for Group C. Information about Trang Xeon has caused a stir all over social media. There's even an article titled The Return of the Tyrant Lee Trang Xeon. Recently, the retired bulk, Lee Trang Xeon, appeared at the member selection for the White Tiger Guild. As if laughing at the malicious rumors surrounding him, he made a spectacular appearance at the White Tiger Guild selection. The moment Trang Xeon stepped out, everyone looked at him with admiration for the rising star, the first to achieve the CS rank for Korea in the last 15 years. That's the tyrant, isn't it? That's right. It's him, 100%. Do you think there's anyone else in the world who looks like that? Damn it. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and now he's also an awakened with CS blue. Besides the admirers, there were also those who were jealous and bitterly hated Trang's soul. Lucky bastard, damn him. Why the hell did he have to register today? We're definitely going to be compared to him. Damn it all, this is my 5th time participating. If I fail again, they'll be kicked out of my house. The goddess of the hunt is very proud of herself for seeing you get so much attention. As expected of the one she has chosen, Trang Xeon stared intently towards the stands. The tiger god trapped in hardship observes you and shows surprise. Trang Xeon seemed to have discovered something. He gritted his teeth and focused 100%. There you are. The serpent god that coils the world guesses that person has some intention towards you. The person in charge announced the test was about to begin. The content is a monster hunt, from red ogres to two-headed ogres. We will summon any type of monster you are willing to face. Trang Xeon asked nonchalantly, is that all the monsters you have? Seeing his disappointment, the person in charge continued to explain. Currently, the strongest monster we have is the Death Sea. But, before he could finish his sentence, Trang Xeon told them to summon that monster for him. Everyone in the audience seemed speechless. This was unprecedented. Their strongest monster began to appear in the magic circle. With bloodshot eyes, it identified Trang Xeon as its target. The tiger god trapped in hardship wants to evaluate your skills. Looking at the monster, so dangerous that everyone flinched, they feared Trang Xeon wouldn't last long. The image of a tiger's face and a yellow light began to radiate. It was the transference of the tiger god's will. The tiger god trapped in hardship looks at you with suspicion as you stand still. The tiger god trapped in hardship thinks you will die. Trang Xeon stood there, pensively silent, his mind replaying the scene of a brutal confrontation between two foes. The old man with half his face covered in a savage smile provoked Trang Xeon more than ever. "You bastard, you dare laugh in my face? Well then, I'll give you what you want. Come here, Juju." His anger had reached its peak, and he was ready to face the monster. It let out a roar. Its breath was like a whirlwind that could blow away everything around it. Trang Xeon stood there proudly, using 100% of his concentration. He took out his weapon and tossed it into the air. This was a special weapon, commissioned and prepared just for him by the blind blacksmith. "You finally made it. You look tired. Whose fault do you think that is? I won't say any more. You can tell the quality just by looking at it." The goddess of the hunt's eyes widen in surprise. The serpent god that coils the world admits they have just seen a perfect item. What Trang Xeon was holding was the unnamed bipolar spear, a long spear with an attack power ranging from 150 to 200. Effects: piercing spearhead, continuous damage, blessing amplification. The masterpiece comes as a bound item. If given to another person, its effects may disappear. Its creator did not name the item. "Please name the item." After testing a few basic moves, Trang Xeon felt very satisfied. "You have demonstrated spearmanship excellently. You have understood the basic techniques of pierce, cut, thrust, and block." The goddess of the hunt's eyes widen in surprise as she watches your excellent spearmanship. The goddess of the hunt is surprised that the blind man could craft an item of this level. Novice spearmanship skill has been acquired. Now, this weapon could severely injure Derek with just one hit. The spectators were so amazed their jaws dropped. It began to roar in pain. No one understood what the hell was going on, or since when Lee Sung-sun could do this. The captain of the White Tiger Guild's raid team 1, Park Sang-ho, watched the match from beginning to end, looking very pleased. "Captain Park? That's right. His agility really doesn't match that level. His accuracy is also incredible. He would be extremely successful even if he only used a bow and arrow. That kid, I must have him, no matter what it takes." Trang Xeon continued to activate his power. Everyone was curious about what it would be this time, something that wasn't a spear. The sharp point of a blade continued to pierce Dees, sending blood splattering everywhere. Not stopping there, Trang Xeon continued to demonstrate a few more skills. A wire was pulled out and used for a finishing blow. Blood continued to gush. Just a wire and a spear were enough for this spectacular performance. Trang Xeon leaped high, landing a finishing blow that pierced its body, and the monster collapsed. The wide, admiring eyes remained fixed. Impossible. What's with all those weapons? No one could believe that Trang Xeon, at level 25, had that kind of speed. All the effects were yellow. There were no other effects either. They were all critical hits. To them, Trang Xeon no longer looked human. He stood alone and proud before his recent victory, but his hands were also bleeding. Skill: blood poison has been activated. Paralysis poison has spread through Derek's body. Derek has been poisoned and is now in a paralyzed state. Derek's blood is flowing non-stop. It is on the verge of death from blood loss. With sharp eyes, Trang Xeon leaped up and used his spear for another strike to finish it off completely. The system announced that you have defeated the Dreadnought and leveled up. The skill level of rookie spearmanship has increased. The god of the hunt praises you, saying that your hunting skills are continuously improving. Stamina has increased by 5 due to the privilege. The god overwhelmed by hardship is extremely astonished by the battle that just took place. The god overwhelmed by hardship is expressing an intense desire for the new fawn. The department head gritted his teeth and suggested, "That brat, I must deal with him as I said. Bring him here." Just then, a yellow light flashed past, and he realized that the previous action was done by Trang Xeon. He and Trang Xeon leaped to the center and confronted each other. The blonde guy, with a sinister face, challenged, "Oh-ho? You managed to block this move? You're even resisting the Great Tiger in peril skill and the Great Tiger's killing aura? You're better than I thought." Chao Xian looked at him with an expression of utter contempt. "How disgusting. The disgusting stench of an empty-headed leader is assaulting my nose." He shouted crazily, I've taken a liking to you. Become my subordinate. I promise he'll teach you to be even better than you are now. I will show you what a real tiger is like. Trang Xeon was still trying to restrain himself, wondering whether he should fight back. Maybe he would get more attention from the puppet ruler, but doesn't he need to get it out of this blood mountain range? Just as they were about to fight again, Park Sang-ho came out to stop them. Haven't you stopped yet? The department head screamed a warning. Do you want to die, Captain Park? Park Sang-ho looked very angry. It seems this foolish second captain still hasn't learned anything, has he? Why are you being so rude to your senior? The blonde guy retorted. At this point, you're calling me foolish for not knowing the rules. I'm just taking back what's mine. What's it to you? Park Sang-ho warned. No matter what, you're still very proud of your bizarre actions. Now, stay away from him. I don't think the recruitment selection is over yet. The entire stadium began to stir. What's going on? Are the two captains fighting each other? They're doing this just to recruit a talented person? This is really intense. The captain of Team 3, Homium Young-gu, seeing the tense situation, also stepped forward. Normally, I wouldn't want to interfere between two captains. But what can I do? We want him too. Sorry, but I also want to join this battle. In addition, there was also the appearance of Team 4's Dinophyrus Wan Jing. The captains just stood there arguing loudly. You bastards, have the higher-ups spoiled you too much? How dare you think all captains are the same? Trang Xeon stood watching the situation, eagerly anticipating their bloodshed. Their faces were as tense as stone as they fought over Trang Xeon. He'll handle that guy. Hey, what are you talking about? That guy is mine. What do you want, you bastard? The more they acted like this, the more disappointed Trang Xeon became, and the lower his opinion of them grew. To him, those who worship hopeless rulers as their patron constellations and then willingly become servants like this were targets he needed to eliminate. A cold war broke out, and just then, a gust of yellow wind made them freeze and cough up blood. The old man approaching was none other than the executive director of the White Tiger Guild, Wan. Trang Xeon identified his target. It was him, the man considered the second guild master of the White Tiger Guild. The god of the hunt's eyes widened in surprise, saying that was a common reaction when facing great power. Now, Trang Xeon understood why the man was called a high-level player. Ursaring spoke reproachfully. You fools, fighting amongst yourselves over just one person? Sang-ho, you are the eldest among the captains, and yet you're participating in this game? This old man showed no weaknesses. No matter the scenario, Sung-ho knew he would lose because the man was too strong. The blonde guy, who was under Executive Director Wan, was secretly gloating. The Executive Director is here. He's definitely on my side. He'll get to see Captain Park's face all wrinkled like a monkey's. The blonde guy thought to himself, Lee Sung-hoon is as good as mine. Ursaring shouted, glancing at the captains, I don't want to see you people anymore. Get lost. If I choose one of them, it will cause internal conflict. Therefore, I will take him for myself. That settles it. Who could have predicted this move? The captain's jaws dropped as they realized they had fallen into the old fox's trap. Wan took Trang Xeon to a private room and threw him a shirt. Your clothes are covered in blood. Change. The system announced. The god overwhelmed by hardship is looking at you with covetous eyes. The god of the hunt shouted with an annoyed look, telling him to go away. Trang Xeon's physique was so muscular that it captivated anyone who saw it. The old man Wan smiled with satisfaction, thinking, his physique is good. Those flawless muscles must have been developed from countless battles. I've never seen a talent like this before. Just what kind of life has he lived? Wan started a conversation with Trang Xeon. I've heard about you. Since the patron constellations are very interested in you, let me get straight to the point. What do you want? Money? Trang Xeon, who hadn't smiled once since meeting the man, answered bluntly. I already have more than enough money to last the rest of my life. I'm not here for something like that. I want to join the future strategy department. I heard that the executive director here acts as a direct advisor to the future strategy department. Shouldn't I have that right as well? Ursaring's face twisted. What did you say? He laughed so loudly that Trang Xeon's ears were ringing. The old man's expression changed as he asked, It seems you wouldn't care if I lost my power, would you? Very good. That's what it means to be a white tiger. The future strategy department is the backbone and brain of the White Tiger Guild. If you want in, you have to prove yourself. What will you do to prove your worth to everyone? Trang Xeon answered seriously, if that's the case, how about I set a new record in the Blood Mountain range? I heard all newcomers have to clear the Blood Mountain range during their apprenticeship. If I set a new record there shouldn't be a problem, right? Wan asked again, not just ranking first among this year's recruits, but first in the entire dungeon? When Chao Xian confirmed it once more, the old man sighed. Then no one could argue with you. Seeing the man's hesitation, Chao Xian guessed that he wanted something else. He added another condition. They'll clear it out completely, too. Hearing this, Wan was overjoyed. Yes, that's it. Very good. To be honest, that place has gotten old. I was planning to find a new training center anyway. Trang Xeon guessed there was definitely something in Blood Mountain. Perhaps he could find Director Ayers' weakness. I will personally shut it down carefully. Wan glanced over, his eyes dangerous. Perhaps in the future, there will be many things I'll have to be honest with you about. Thanks to your words, I now have another mission. Before I go to the mountain range, I want to use the White Tiger Guild's library. Wan was once again surprised by Trang Xeon's request. He was inwardly pleased with this eagerness to learn, so there was no reason to refuse. The White Tiger Guild's library is the best in the world. You may use it as you please. The internet was now filled with hot searches related to Trang Xeon, with terms like, the tyrant has returned. Popular searches now, Lai Trang Xeon Tyrant, White Tiger Guild Sector C video, Lai Trang Xeon returns. It seemed that now, everyone looked at Trang Xeon in a completely different light. They discussed and commented with words full of admiration. The level 1 Li Trang Xeon has been a trending search for 4 days straight. Our tyrant has returned. Message, is it true that he reached SSS rank? I'm starting to get excited. The ranker who lived twice. Where are all the bastards who called him an alcoholic during the broadcast now? All the Li Trang Xeon impersonators on YouTube have set their videos to private. But seriously, his test video was insane. Seriously, his anti-fans are still saying it's all fabricated, right? It seems you still don't know that anti-fans have the intelligence of an ant. Government overthrower. Does anyone still believe those articles about the tyrant? You all know it's a government conspiracy to cover up the Jamshu Gate incident, right? Wow, people like this really exist. The world's 20th ranked super guild member returning to level versus is all a lie. Hey, if you have time to be a keyboard warrior, why don't you just go home and sleep? Cho Jangyo, but I'm worried about something. The tyrant's fans have been quiet these past few days, but now they're starting to go crazy again. Can someone handle this? My God, now that you mention it, I'm scared. Consecutive Edo hit. White Tiger stock has hit the ceiling for the past 3 days. Go for it, to the moon. Be careful, or you'll all be jumping into the Han River later. Invest moderately. Bowling lover. I heard Li Trang Xeon was the one who cleared the James Shu Gate. Has anyone verified this? The mysterious L who has been surrounded by rumors recently has been confirmed to be Li Trang Xeon. This is an interview with the survivors of the James Shu Gate. At a time when everyone was praising and admiring Trang Xeon, the blonde guy was crying. Vastness Sihon, please give Trang Xeon to him. Give him to me. Hyung, please give him to me. You know he's a talent, don't you? He needs a guide like me to make his future life smoother. The old man heard this and sighed wearily. Smoother? What's smoother? A life full of rocks is more like it. We are in the guild hall. If you don't maintain decorum, they'll demote you from your captain position. The blonde guy, still crying his eyes out, damn it. Why do you keep refusing? The reply came. He has applied to the future strategy department and revealed that if his expectations are not met, he will submit his resignation. How can we force someone like that into the second raid team? First, just wait. Once the training session is over, Trang Xeon will become my subordinate. I will give him missions as I see fit. And who do you think I will assign him to? The blonde guy was surprised to learn there was such a way. Ursaring told him to just go and not to bother him. The blonde guy flattered him. Hyungnim, do you know how much I love you? Anyway, it's been hard to see Lee Sung Xeon lately, hasn't it? Where is he? What would you do if you knew? I knew you'd be like this, so I locked him up in the place you hate the most. A few days later, it was finally time for Trang Xeon to enter the Blood Mountain dungeon. The scheduled training session of White Tiger will begin now. The tyrant is ready to establish a new legend. Just how far does the true quality of an SSS plus ranker go? Standing before the cliff, Trang Xeon determined that he would have to purify this entire enormous mountain. After sighing, he saw a light emitting from the highest peak. That area exploded, creating whirlwinds. Something flew out from the mountaintop. Trang Xeon determined, there it is. My target. The Blood Mountain range is filled with deformed creatures due to the negative effects of a mysterious magical source from long ago. Find its source and destroy it, restoring the ecosystem of this mountain range to its original state. This entire mountain range is divided into 8 main sections. Remember that each section has creatures with unique variations that cannot be found in other dungeons. All candidates will be given an inventory, a system window, and a skill window to track the mission. This means the entire mountain range is a terribly vast place completely covered in a dark red color. Trang Xeon found it disgusting. He seemed to remember having been to a similar place back when he was in Arcadia. Trang Xeon sensed someone was watching him. He glanced towards the base of a tree. Skill. Xiaofeng is watching you from behind. It seems that Spy has been following Trang Xeon from the library all the way to the outdoor training session. He began to wonder, Executive Director Air, what is he planning? A few days ago, at the Mad Tiger Library, Trang Xeon had arrived and was overwhelmed by its grandeur and impressiveness, just as Thanatos had said. The puppet ruler. Isn't that bastard the one who caused a commotion throughout the heavens? Chaoyan recalled his conversation with Thanatos. So it's him. Then what's the general tendency of those he blesses? Chaoyan replied. They will have many enemies around them, just like him. Thanatos smiled and said, does it really just stop there? They will proudly display everything they have stolen and then store it all in one place, while enjoying their treasures as medals and achievements, showing them to their guardian constellations from all over the world. That place is called the Mad Tiger Library. If you wish, I can give you a list of useful things there. Trang Xeon wanted to choose for himself. Thanatos asked again, even if it's something you will surely find interesting? Trang Xeon reluctantly said, fine, tell me then. The 12 Zodiacs. The physical arts of Sagittarius. Trang Xeon was utterly shocked. He thought, Sagittarius, Lu the Bull? That bastard's six-pack body could make me as light as a feather. Ah no, it's a god's privilege. Thanatos continued, snow-walking arts, energy amplification arts, river-crossing leaf-piercing arts, bow-bending physical arts, grass-flowing arts, and quantum leap. Trang Xeon asked seriously, and the puppet ruler has one of them? But the truth is, no war ever occurred between him and Sagittarius. This means Sagittarius still doesn't know about this. Where did he get it? Thanatos appeared thoughtful. Well, who could it be? It's from the Shattered Constellation. This means that right now, the thing Trang Xeon needs to obtain, the Quantum Leap, will certainly not be easy. Quantum Leap is a divine authority granted to Sagittarius of the 12 Zodiacs. Long ago, when he became a constellation, it was a divine authority he secretly learned from its former owner, the ancient constellation, the Ex Machina, while observing the dominating leap. It became famous after he used it to dominate a land in just a short time, allowing him to display his divine might and become the absolute ruler there. Trang Xeon thought that was also the reason why the other zodiac constellations objected to letting Sagittarius have a territory near him. If he could obtain that power, then once he awakens his divinity, no one would be able to stop Trang Xeon. However, if there was a problem, things would be different. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, is observing your every move. While he was busy searching for books, a man approached and reminded him, the time limit for using the library is 1 week. The library is open 24 hours, and you are allowed to view all books, except for the restricted shelves for level 1 and level 2. Furthermore, remember that books from here are not allowed to be taken out. And this is a request from my girlfriend, but it's just an autograph, so could you please? Just seeing Trang Xeon's face made even him gasp at how handsome he was, let alone his girlfriend. But after hearing that, Trang Xeon turned away with a cold expression. The guy knew he had just been ignored and was furious. Trang Xeon was actually just being cautious of all the uncertainties around him, Executive Director Air and the puppet ruler. I must be careful to avoid being monitored by these two. Thanatos had said, isn't the puppet ruler's exhibition hall a copy of the martial arts library of the One-Horn tribe? Observing it is also quite interesting. Now, Trang Xeon's Iron Heart skill is activated. The Composure skill is also activated. Trang Xeon focused on reading his book, ignoring the world. Several days have passed, and Trang Xeon is still holed up in the library. Even the person following and monitoring him got annoyed. Several days have passed, and I still don't know what he's doing. Is he just going to keep reading like that? He doesn't even seem to have any criteria for choosing books. Sometimes he reads about spearmanship, sometimes about swordsmanship, and even books on martial arts. He also reads some books on simple energy circulation techniques and myths about some gods. And he keeps taking them out and putting them back continuously. Previously, Director Urshi had assigned him the task of closely observing all of Trang Xeon's actions and reporting anything suspicious immediately. Now this tracker doesn't even know what to report to him. He came to a conclusion. The result of the past few days of observation is that the reason Trang Xeon is burying himself in the library is to create a good public image. A talented person is never lazy when it comes to learning, right? What better image could there be? The tracker now grits his teeth impatiently, crying internally, just begging for Trang Xeon to go home so he can finally rest. While he was getting so annoyed, Trang Xeon continued to focus even more. You are in a state of high concentration. You are attentively reading a book. You can understand and memorize most of the required knowledge. You are in a state of immersion. The rate of knowledge acquisition has increased. You can infer the implications of sentences. Your understanding of difficult vocabulary has increased. You are in a state of frenzy. Warning: you have acquired too much knowledge. You are entering a state of neural overload. You will soon experience a severe headache. Warning: you have far exceeded the threshold of knowledge that can be acquired. You should rest. Although the system continuously gave out such SOS signals, Trang Xeon remained unwavering. Achievement unlocked. Frenzied Bookworm. Effect: Intelligence plus 10, Willpower plus 5. The god who enjoys a good hunt is getting tired of the enormous volume of books you've read. The world-coiling serpent is curious about the content of the vast amount of information you have gathered. You have obtained a fragment of knowledge. Your understanding of the great tiger overwhelmed by hardship has increased. The god, the great tiger overwhelmed by hardship, observes you with an interested gaze. Trang Xeon smirked and thought to himself, how foolish. My goal isn't just a leap forward, but also to deduce the karma contained within that bastard, the puppet ruler, or in other words, his skill tree. Although the Tiger Library was built by the White Tiger Guild to display the greatness of that puppet ruler, it's also a sanctuary for exchanging techniques taught by the puppet ruler to guild members. Therefore, most of the books here contain information that the puppet ruler intentionally hid within them. I will find that information and piece all the fragments together to sketch out the form of the puppet ruler. Then I'll be able to find his weakness and also the one standing behind him. Furthermore, I will find a way to defeat the puppet ruler. Trang Xeon's current skill synthesis level has reached 39%. Finally, the young man pulled himself out of the library. So that's how it is. I have to go now? It seems I've reached the limit of how I can defeat him by synthesizing third-rate information. So, will I have to fill the rest with achievements and unlock the first and second tier bookshelves? But it's not here. I've looked for it 3 times, but still haven't found the leap forward. Could it be on the first and second tier bookshelves I'm looking for? Trang Xeon only has 3 hours left in the library. He decided to check one last time. If there are ancient languages or vocabulary, then there's a high chance it belongs to the 7th tier. Heart of Steel has reached its limit. Composure has reactivated your waning concentration. Intelligence has been further enhanced. The owl god that tears through the sunset celebrates your intelligence. Trang Xeon touched the book and a source of energy radiated out. Finally, had found it. Although I don't know if this is the leap forward, it definitely contains some kind of secret. This is the book 100 Dishes You Can Make with Monster Meat. If you flip through the book backwards and read it in a special way, suddenly, Trang Xeon discovered this wasn't the leap forward. In this book, there are special lines of text. In this place, there is a deep, profound resentment. The words of grievance and pain filling this book. Do you know how painful it is to be betrayed by someone you considered your own flesh and blood, your brother? I know Moon Sung, what that bastard did to me. Trang Xeon was suddenly startled by this name. Kim Mu-jin, the heavenly sword hero. one of the 9 sword heroes of the world and the guild master of the White Tiger Guild, who founded this place along with Director Urshi and the puppet ruler of the Apostles. Someone is talking about him, treating him as a friend and a brother. Did the Heavenly Sword hero have a relationship with someone? The publicly available information only says that the Heavenly Sword hero was one of those who started as a mercenary and gradually became famous in the player community. He created his own martial art, and the puppet ruler, who had been observing him, took him in as his apostle. But according to this book, it seems the truth is different. This tattered man, pierced by 1,000 swords, tries to introduce himself through words of pain. My name is Hansayujiro, and I am Ugello's senior brother. To be more precise, I was his senior brother. As the heir of the clan, though not widely known, I practiced and honed my swordsmanship for years. And then one day, my master brought a new disciple, much younger than me. My master passed away not long after from old age. I raised that junior brother as if he were my own flesh and blood, sometimes like a disciple, and allowed him to hold a sword. But I should have known about the silent thoughts inside him. And the thoughts of my clan's patron constellation, the great tiger overwhelmed by hardship. Its very holy name says it all. The great tiger overwhelmed by hardship, the puppet ruler, is a cunning god who loves war, chaos, and fear. In his eyes, there was no way he would like a clan like ours, a clan that decided to hide itself and fight for peace. Of course, he could have chosen another apostle, but the biggest problem was that I, the Hanku of my clan, was the one who followed his teachings the best. Because of that, the puppet ruler couldn't choose any other apostle and could only grit his teeth. Trang Xeon realized they had intentionally sealed the puppet ruler's power. I've heard about this before. There was a period when he was momentarily weakened. I also wondered why that warmonger didn't show his face for 100 years. It seems it was because of the incident with the Heavenly Sword Heroes clan in the past. If the puppet ruler's church grew powerful, it seems Hanyu realized that too much blood would be shed, so he decided to stop. And so the puppet ruler decided to choose Mujin instead of Hanyu, the one who is now known as the Heavenly Sword Hero. The person tracking Trang Xeon was still very impatient seeing him just stand there staring intently at the book without doing anything. He's reading the book backwards. I knew he was just putting on a show. How ridiculous. What was written next in the book was as follows. It seems Mujin's plan was set up a long time ago, ever since I could no longer swing my sword. He must have been injecting me with poison for a long, long time, in amounts that I couldn't detect. Very slowly. But he didn't take my life, as if he had some affection left for me. He destroyed the muscles in my limbs, stopped my magic organs, and locked me in the underground cave belonging to my guild. Mujin. The patron constellation no longer protects me. From then on, I watched emptily as my junior brother received the title of Heavenly Sword Hero and established the guild's headquarters right on the land where my guild once existed. He disobeyed our master's dying wish to never go out into the world. As I watched my junior brother, who had caused disaster for 10 years, with empty eyes, one day, I heard that thing's voice. I'm reading, but I don't understand anything. Chaoyan wondered as he flipped it over and over. What? Is there no content about this? It must be hidden somewhere else. The system announces you have discovered a hidden piece. The will of an unknown person has sprouted within you. As a small reward, the mixture rate of skills will be increased. Skill mixture rate 51%. Trang Xeon was surprised. What? The mixture rate for the method to defeat the puppet ruler has increased to 12%, even though I thought it wouldn't increase for a while. And I just need to discover and decipher the hidden piece? A piece of the hidden fragment is still around here. Find all the pieces and put them together as one. Trang Xeon thought that the person who left this behind was no ordinary person, because a normal person could never do this. A divine creation must have intervened, and it's probably the person Hansayujiro mentioned. Now, with only 2 hours left in the library, Trang Xeon set a goal to find the remaining book no matter what. Chao Soul immediately started searching. Where could it be hidden? Since their will was left with a secret password, they must have wanted it to be discovered by someone else. They also had to create it in a way that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hero couldn't easily find it, so they had to balance those factors. And if that secret password has been deciphered, it will be very easy to find the rest. They must all be on the 7th grade bookshelf. Trang Xeon stubbornly kept rummaging through books, while the stalker outside just kept crying. Why does he care so much about his image? I have to get his autograph no matter what. Hoo. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, is certain that you will become his loyal disciple. Trang Xeon determined that it seems he hasn't found out yet. The god, who sees all under heaven, is observing you intently. Trang Xeon looked excited. I've finally found it. Having said that, but he is just like me. When I was betrayed by my martial brother and imprisoned here, he was devoured by his own child long ago and became a common ghost wandering the land of the dead. That being and I share a common enemy. Trang Xeon's face changed. Devoured by his own child. That child is the puppet ruler? So that's a top-secret history. A piece of information buried by the puppet ruler. I found his weakness. Continuing with lines of pain and resentment. That being said, that the tiger full of misery, the one my master and I had served so diligently all this time, was just a monster. No, a demon. The one who devoured his own family to become a god. You said you must witness that demon's head fall to be able to rest in peace. That being tried to pass on the method to destroy that tiger full of misery to me. Using that as a foundation, I was able to recover my strength and develop my body. After that, I hid myself from everyone's sight and began to gather my strength again by retraining. I was able to focus on recovering my body as that being had taught. On the day my martial brother, who was wandering the world, returned, I made a decision. Just as he had harmed me in the past. Now I will follow that path and kill him. And I will swing my sword once more to strike down that tiger full of misery. But my first thought when I came here was, can I really do it? Can I really destroy Moise, whom I taught and raised? Like my own child, I had to ask myself that question. So, I left my dream here in the form of a secret code, with the hope that, one day, my regrets and his will be passed on to a new successor. The system announces you have successfully discovered all remaining pieces of the hidden fragment. The burning wish of the Nameless One has sprouted in your heart. Achievement unlocked. Inheritor of the fierce tiger's regret. Reward: Intelligence +5, Willpower +10, Skill Claws of the Black Mountain God. Claws of the Black Mountain God. On this land, there is nothing more fearsome than a beast revealing its sharp claws. Skill level 1. Type: Active, Counter, Command. Currently not applicable. Effect: Continuous Wide Area Bleed. Stacking effect, replaces basic skill. Wide Area Bleed. An effect 1 level higher than Continuous Bleed, can push an opponent to a near-death state in a short amount of time. Continuous. You can use multiple skills in succession without a cooldown period. Attack effect. Amplifies skills used in succession, replaces basic skill. You can choose to hide one skill within another or harmonize them to amplify their power. Wails of Anguish tear through the mind. Heavenly Sword. No, Mujin. You bastard. Trang Xeon thought, the Claws of the Black Mountain God is fundamentally an opposing skill to the skills of the White Tiger clan. No, perhaps they are compatible with each other, because it shares a common origin with the skills of the White Tiger clan. The power of an ancient god that no one remembers anymore. Surely there is no greater hatred than this. But it's a skill that consumes a lot of magic power. My proficiency can only control one claw. As expected, I'll have to collect as many magic potions as possible. I need to go to the Training Institute and protect that place. Although it's a bit of a shame, I'll aim for a leap forward when the opportunity arises. Trang Xeon went to the Red Fortress Mountain Dungeon. He was well aware that his current abilities couldn't handle Urshiwan, so he had to eliminate that guy first as soon as he got the chance. The moment Trang Xeon appeared once again, the people at the dungeon went into stunned mode, frozen in place. Wow, it's really Trang Xeon. I wonder what he'll do this time. I don't want to be compared to him. Trang Xeon glanced over the crowd and assessed. The number of useful people here is no more than 3. A kid who was a huge fan of Trang Xeon went crazy with joy the moment he glanced over. Wow. He just looked at me. Trang Xeon felt that the useless ones were just getting in the way. There was a white-haired man with bandages around his face whose aura stood out from the crowd. Chao Xian managed to look at him, and the card he was wearing, new member of White Tiger, Beck. It seems he has received the blessing of another god. Chao Xian began to wonder about his true identity. The bald man standing and shouting is the one who will lead today's training session for the White Tiger Guild. Everyone, please be quiet and pay attention over here. The 26th new member training session of White Tiger will begin now. Immediately, information about Trang Xeon was updated. White Tiger, the anticipated training course has begun. The tyrant is ready to become a new legend. This young man with bangs covering half his face muttered, "Hast. This is trouble." This man is Gu Yonggaon, the one who stalked Trang Xeon before. His face was as tense as a rock as he received a call. "Uncle, are you listening?" "Of course, I'm listening." "So what is ITS?" "They want you to get some photocopies that are already sold out, right? Since they are the main models for our company's car commercial, this uncle of yours will even get you a special autograph version." "See, you're not listening to me, my dear niece." The uncle helplessly held his head. "I'm so miserable. That damn gate in Jamsil. If it weren't for that." Gu Jangwol is an uncle who listens to everything his niece says. Watching her grow up is so heartwarming. He was terrified when he learned she was trapped inside the gate in Jamsil. Jangwol had been struggling to dispatch a rescue team recently, but since the dungeon required a cool-down period, he had no choice but to hope nothing bad would happen. Jangwol prayed continuously to his patron, the nameless giant, to protect his niece. Just as he was kneeling before the holy altar to pray, someone ran in to announce that Hebe had returned safely. Jangwol, with tears and snot all over his face, still couldn't believe it. Now, sitting in front of his beloved niece, Jangwol wanted to express his gratitude to that person. "Can you tell your uncle who it was?" Hebe stammered, "Uncle Trang Xeon." He ran off as soon as the dungeon quest disappeared. "I think it's because he was worried about being exposed to the people outside. I wonder if it would be better to let him decide when to reveal himself." Jangwol confidently declared and promised his niece. "Then, shall your uncle find Trang Xeon and hire him for the guild we're establishing? They'll thank him then." Hebe was very happy, praising her uncle as the best. Seeing his niece so happy, Jangwol also felt embarrassed recalling their past encounter, like how he couldn't even speak to him properly. "Because of the things I did when I first met him. Stalking him, then fighting him. I probably annoyed him." Jangwol had given Trang Xeon his business card because he wanted to personally recruit him for 5-star sword. But while he thought he would at least get a call, he heard nothing. Jangwol helplessly covered his face. What a mistake, damn it. It's hard to believe that Trang Xeon went straight to the White Tiger's HR department and didn't even call 5-star for a whole month. What's more, the young man is SSSS rank, which means Trang Xeon is actually a genius who could be on par with X or L rank. Looking at his still injured hand from that fight, Jangwol thought he should have realized it then. That's why a rookie like Trang Xeon was so strong. Since failing to recruit Trang Xeon, Hebe had been calling daily to check on the situation, saying she hated her uncle and that the reason Trang Xeon joined the other side was because Jangwol didn't pursue him properly. My brother and his wife, even the corporation's chairman, my father, all look at me strangely. I don't deny that I took this lightly, but I was so busy. What could I do? I thought Trang Xeon had been hiding himself all this time. I couldn't focus on it because of what happened with High Orb. How am I supposed to recruit Trang Xeon, who's become such a monster? This place is the Dark Dungeon, Red Mountain area. The admiration for Trang Xeon hasn't ended. Hey, did you see that just now? Trang Xeon Appa just looked at me. Oh my god. I can die without regrets now. As she spoke, the kid drooled. The guy next to her teased. Hey, you're drooling. Your Appa would probably love to see you like this. His words were like the wind. He was completely helpless against her aesthetic obsession and couldn't stop her. The girl was too obsessed with wanting to do the same thing as Lee Changxian. It's hard to believe that we, the ones with the most shameful results, passed, and Kim Hyung-jun, our captain, didn't. The man in the blue coat stood still with a tense face, making everyone who saw him nervous, thinking something was wrong with him. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. But first, I think they're going to explain the rules for the training camp, so we should focus here. The bald guy began to announce. The most important part of the training camp rules, which was mentioned before, will be repeated once more. A large screen was projected, displaying the following content. The training course will last for 100 days. During the first month, you will be given time to study and train in the 3 basic skills of the White Tiger. At the same time, numerous necessary practical training sessions will be planned. For the remaining 70 days, the safe zone will be released, and you will need to survive based on the 3 basic skills you've learned and the practical experience you've gathered. There are no rules on how to survive. You can choose to form a team with others or fight alone. Points will be added for all achievements within the dungeon. The number of points you receive will increase or decrease depending on the rank of the monster you defeat. Supervisors and guards will be hidden at numerous points within the dungeon to evaluate and score everyone over a 24-hour period. Based on the rules, supervisors are not allowed to intervene unless a trainee's life is in danger. However, points will be deducted, and once your score drops below 0, you will fail. Those who fail will not be qualified to join the guild. Conversely, those who earn high scores will be compensated a certain amount after the training period ends. Those whose final achievements are in the top 5 will be eligible to receive a blessing from a patron god. In addition, the bald guy added, besides the conditions above, all actions and self-determined judgments that do not violate the rules are permitted. Now, I will teach everyone the 3 basic skills. On a wooden tray were 3 scrolls. The first scroll contained the tiger's aura, a basic skill that can be used as an attack by converting external mana. Skill level 1. Type, active. Effect, overwhelm. The second scroll is about the tiger's footsteps, fierce vitality hidden in every step. Skill level 1. Type, active. Effect, attack amplification. The remaining scroll is about the tiger's calamity, amplifying attack power just as a tiger tears apart its prey. Skill level 1. Type, active. Effect, attack increase. The commander shouted, if you have all received these scrolls, tear them to acquire the skills. Begin. Everyone began to follow his instructions, and they all received the 3 skills. The fact that they actually learned them made everyone very happy and excited. The bald guy rested his hands on his hips and continued, has everyone received them? Then from this moment on, I, the supervisor, will demonstrate for you. Please watch my movements and remember them. Amidst the silent crowd, Trang Xeon raised his hand to speak. I've already learned them. I heard that even during the training phase, if you can demonstrate that you have perfectly learned the skills, you can skip the safe zone. The others' faces contorted, unable to believe that Trang Xeon had already learned them. How is that possible? Someone suggested that Trang Xeon had received the book before them. He got the scroll before us. No way. Would they dare to do something so shallow in front of so many people? So, does that mean he mastered the stance, movements, and everything else just by tearing the scroll? No matter how talented he is, that's impossible. Baekhyun remained unchanged amidst the chaotic crowd, silently watching and observing. Sunghoon's fangirl continued to drool and exclaim, as expected, look at his confidence. How can he be so full of energy? The guy in the blue coat, his face full of hatred and jealousy, thought, no, there's no need to get angry. That guy will definitely fail. No one knows that my father is a high-ranking member of the White Tiger Guild. He even specifically told me that there's no way Trang Xeon could learn the 3 basic skills. The supervisor asked Trang Xeon to show him. The guy in the blue coat continued to think. Does he really think he's talented enough to master a skill after seeing it for the first time? Idiot. If it were that easy, everyone could master them, right? Trang Xeon stood there, let out a sigh, and began to activate the skills. Skill, Tiger's footsteps has been activated. Skill, Tiger's aura has been activated. Demonic flames swirled, burned, and erupted fiercely, and his golden eyes blazed with fire. Gasps of surprise rang out again. No way. He's insane. Not only can he emit it, but he can even form it into the shape of a tiger. The guy in the blue coat's jaw dropped, so wide it almost dislocated. Impossible. How did that bastard do it? Even that one. Skill, Tiger's calamity has been activated. The fiery tiger rose higher and higher, its loud roar and a powerful gust of wind enveloping the space. Trang Xeon, with his sword, looked cooler than ever. Every slash sparked with fire, and the supervisor was nearly singed by flames that zipped past his ear. Trang Xeon made everything explode. The ground cracked open, and then 2 monsters appeared. The supervisor uncle's mouth was agape, sweating profusely, unable to believe his eyes. Trang Xeon put on an obvious expression and said, I just gave it a try, and it worked. Their faces were still too shocked to return to normal. From a state of shock, they transitioned to anger at Trang Xeon's appearance today, silently cursing him as a damn bastard. Just then, the person who had been sneakily following Trang Xeon while he was in the library mumbled, So you were hiding in the library for this? As he asked Trang Xeon, he thought, I can't believe it. He's a true genius, able to use a skill he just learned when it took me 10 years. I see why Director Urshi is so interested in him. He asked Trang Xeon seriously, to be called a genius, you didn't just fool around. Instead, you trained hard in secluded areas to develop your talent, right? I thought the image of you I saw in the library was just an act. I sincerely apologize. You're truly amazing. Thank you for inspiring me. Out of nowhere, some guy came out to express his gratitude like that, leaving Trang Xeon a bit stunned. Trang Xeon glanced at the attitudes of the people around him after he said that. As expected, everyone's attitude changed. What? He's a genius, and he works hard too? In that case, I wonder if I can even surpass Tehran. This lovesick kid is about to faint from his amazingness. I knew he was a genius just from his appearance. This is a classic case of being blinded by love. The great tiger god, weighed down by hardship, is observing you with satisfaction for having understood his teachings. Trang Xeon thought to himself, he must be really enjoying this. The great tiger god, weighed down by hardship, promises to give you a higher position than expected if you continue to perform like this. The god of the hunt looks displeased. Trang Xeon smiled, having achieved his goal. The puppet ruler continuously bestows many things upon you as encouragement, while Pavisha is extremely dissatisfied. Having shown everything, Chao Xian asked the supervisor, I think this is more than enough to show my skill level, right? The supervisor, still trembling and speechless, said, Yes, you may pass. The heroic Li Chao Santiago majestically walked straight into the dungeon. The inferior, jealous ones could only stand there, glaring in annoyance. As dusk fell, Trang Xeon had also advanced deep into the forest. Jungle creatures crawled all over underfoot. The constellation, the great tiger god, weighed down by hardship, is extremely curious about the achievements you will attain in the dungeon this time. The constellation, the great tiger god, weighed down by hardship, greatly anticipates your performance of clearing the dungeon. Trang Xeon noticed that it seemed the great tiger god, weighed down by hardship, had been watching his conversation with Manager Urshi. The atmosphere became heavy, and his body grew heavier as well. It seems the rumors about the ecosystem being affected by some mysterious magical source are true. It seems to mean the atmosphere. Normal players would have a hard time enduring this. System notification. The fire from the 8 trigrams furnace is purifying the filth. Iron Heart has been activated. Calm Mind has been used. Trang Xeon took out his swords, joining them into one. The World Serpent opens its eyes wide with interest, watching to see what you will do this time. A rustling sound came from deep within the forest, and Trang Xeon exclaimed, There it is. Tiger Walk has been activated. Trang Xeon launched the first strike. The stamping skill has been applied. The principle of conduction has been added. The firepower shot straight toward the monster. It emerged, letting out sounds of extreme pain. This place was just as Trang Xeon had predicted. Many rampaging monsters came running. This is exactly the lair of the one-legged demons. Trang Xeon determined that what he was looking for must be here. He activated his dark power. First, he would try a few things. The skill Black Mountain God's single claw has been activated. Trang Xeon turned purple. This is the Black Mountain God's claw. He continued with the next sword strikes. The screams of the one-legged demons grew louder. The great tiger god, weighed down by hardship, is astonished by the power of your claws. Trang Xeon felt lucky that the puppet ruler hadn't discovered it yet, but just as he thought, this consumed a lot of magic. Trang Xeon sighed and thought, I have to increase my magic capacity. It must be inside the dwelling of the one-legged demon. As he was walking, a reckless monster charged at him, and Trang Xeon obliterated it instantly. The Snake's Eye skill has been activated. The god of the hunt cries out in astonishment upon seeing your combat skills. The serpent god that encompasses the world wishes to use your excellent course of action, which stems from the privilege he granted you. as research material. Just like that, Trang Xeon successfully exterminated the one-legged demon tribe and received the one-legged demon's ankle joint as a reward. In addition, you received the Great One-Legged Demon's Club reward. The soul control skill has been activated. A creature inside a flower quickly hid as soon as it saw Trang Xeon. He looked straight at it. I found it. He grabbed the stem tightly and pulled it up. You have obtained the crying flower. The crying flower is a species that grows in the intermediate zone between life and death in the Western Paradise Flower Forest. It sometimes screams for no reason and contains the venom of death, so you'll be in big trouble if you hastily eat it. Trang's soul recalled his conversation with the hidden figures. You want to strengthen the fire of the 8 trigrams furnace? What a madman. Why would you ask me that? Trang Xeon replied, I heard you know how. I don't want it to only perform its regeneration function. This scruffy-looking old man was the second elder. After hearing Trang Xeon, he laughed maniacally. I had heard you were crazy, but I didn't think it was true. The fire of the 8 trigrams furnace belongs to the Tao Tianzuan, and it represents reproduction and creation. Do you intend to change it into a place of destruction and chaos? What's more, you're even using Blood Thunder Key to chase their very shadows. Cao Xian asked bluntly, So, you're not going to teach me? The second elder replied, If that's the case, I'll help you. There's no reason for me not to teach you my specialty. Trang Xeon asked him to teach him the method first. The method is very simple. Increase the firepower. This is a time not to add oil, but to add fire. Of course, if you add weak flames, they'll be swallowed without a trace, so you must add intense and merciless flames. Flames. Find a monster called the Stubborn Ghost or the Blood Orb. You will be able to light the flames of hell. Now Trang Xeon realized that the thing flying from the high mountain peak was the Hu Y Wraith. However, to make the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace flare up, he first needed to use simple things, like the flower that grows in a place like this. The nutrient source of the one-legged demons. You have swallowed the crying flower. Poison is spreading through your body. The 10 poisons immunity effect has been activated. The body is resisting the toxin. The 8 trigrams furnace has flared up and begun purification. Magic has increased by 0.3, activating the fire and increasing magic points at the same time. For Trang Xeon, this was a good thing. A series of system notifications appeared. You have successfully exterminated the one-legged demon tribe. You have received the one-legged demon skull as a reward. You have received the one-legged demon's heart as a reward. You have eaten the crying flower. You have successfully destroyed the village of the Red Lake demons. You have found the Warflowers area. You have successfully eliminated a group of AM Botam. Achievement unlocked. Strength +5, Agility +3. The God of the Hunt asks how much longer you intend to go. The owl eagle that rips the sunset watches your new adventure with great interest. Trang Xeon climbed to the highest mountain peak and discovered the lair. So this is it, the nest of the Hu Y Wraiths. During his meeting with the second elder, he had asked, the monster you call a Hu Y Wraith? What kind of creature is it? The old man replied, its form can't be called a monster, but it does have a form, so it's a bit difficult to call it a ghost. Quite strange, isn't it? It seems to be like a creature that isn't truly alive. In other words, you could also call it the Land of Wraiths, a place that represents fire and death. Trang Soul wondered and asked if they had cores. The old man replied, what do you think the core of those wraiths would be like? But there is something similar to it. Standing before the intentional ghost, Trang Soul thought, that bastard's right eye is made of tens of thousands of souls filled with hatred. They were all compressed and became that eye. If I can use it, then I'll be able to change the properties of the 8 trigrams brazier. It seems to have left its nest. Trang Xeon decided to set some traps and wait for its return. As for the supervisors, they were still standing there, looking at the list and chatting. This year seems quite special, doesn't it? It's as if the rookies were influenced by Trang Xeon's selection results. Nearly 40% of them passed the test in just 10 days. Finally, the group of people who were jealous of Trang Xeon also entered the suffocating dungeon. Is Lai Trang Xeon really a pathetic person, contrary to what he shows? Do you think that's possible? What if the White Tiger Guild gave him something? If that didn't happen, surely you don't think a person could master a skill that quickly. That's right. But what if the higher-ups at White Tiger find out about this? The scarred man confidently declared, "On the surface, those white tiger folks claim to be justice and just an ordinary guild. In reality, those bastards are just like us from the summit, murderers." A murderer is a word to describe someone who kills or a criminal killer. But in this case, it refers to a group of people who kill for fun or money. The White Tiger Guild must be doing something special to have gotten where they are. In that case, we just need to imitate them. And even if he doesn't have it, he must have learned a lot from his life as a pro gamer. That bastard is filthy rich. We should be able to get something out of him, right? The young man with 2 moles under his eyes saw his comrade say that and chimed in. But there's still a chance that a problem could arise, right? Because we're messing with him, after all. After saying that, he was glared at by the other 2. So he had to explain. What I mean is, it's true. If we pick a fight with the wrong person, it could be dangerous. Participate in White Tiger's practical training course and steal the illusion orb. Our summit might be cornered by White Tiger. But that's when it's time to start turning the tables. They said we need to get it, no matter what. The other 2 glared and gritted their teeth. Are you worried that we can't beat a single rookie? You bastard, are you looking down on us? Do you want to die? Or do you want to do it? Out of fear, the guy with the pimple on his face reluctantly agreed that he would do it. The other 2 warned, if you say those things again, they'll chop off your head and feed it to the one-armed demons as a snack. Just be smart and do it. After saying that, they dashed straight into the forest, leaving the young man standing there, hesitant and afraid of dying. In the end, he had no choice but to put on his mask and set out. When the moon rose, the traps were complete. A loud explosion. The red-haired fire demon has fallen into your trap. Explosion Rune has been activated. Piercing Rune has been activated. Paralyzing Poison has been activated. It has been poisoned by acid poison. You have eliminated the red-haired fire demon. The twin-headed serpent has fallen into your trap. The firehound has fallen into your trap. The tiger-feathered bird has fallen into your trap. Level up. Why are all these random things falling into the trap? But the main character, the intentional ghost, still hasn't arrived. Only fire-type monsters are gathering. A massacre is taking place. The god of the hunt laughs and says the explosions look beautiful. 10 days have passed. It seems it hasn't returned to its nest since you went from level 29 to 32. This means the intentional ghost has truly left. The problem that followed was, Trang Xeon wondered if he would have to go down the river again this time. But for now, I still have to finish what needs to be done. Suddenly, an explosion came from the direction of the nest. It turned out to be Baekhyun's arrival. His hand trembled. Impossible. What is that thing that my spear? Trang Xeon asked him why he was here, wondering if he was tracking him. Seeing that he didn't answer, Trang Xeon bluntly ignored it. Well, it doesn't matter. Since you've seen what I've done, I have to kill you. And so, Baek and Trang Xeon faced each other again. Trang Xeon thought, my eye for talent seems to be good. He's using a 3-meter-long spear so skillfully. 35 or 36. What level is his skill? Baekhyun was using all his skills to evade and confront Trang Xeon. After fighting for a while, he realized he was in danger. Trang Xeon was too fast and precise. He's aiming right for my neck. This is dangerous. As for Trang Xeon, he was quite surprised that Baekhyun managed to dodge that last attack. He continued to grip his dagger tightly and slash. With a loud bang, Baekhyun's face covering fell off. It seemed Trang Xeon had stopped the fight. He didn't understand why Trang Xeon did that, or why he was still alive. Trang Xeon stood there, gripping the spear, and looked him straight in the face, asking, You? How can you use the secret dark arts? Baekhyun stammered, That name? How do you know about it? Trang Xeon froze, memories flooding back. It's because, when my life was nothing but slaughter and war, the ones I could trust left because of my madness. My good relationships and memories, the goddess of slaughter and destruction, the 1,000-year green sleeping dragon, the lion of blood and iron, and the nomadic shadow, Satoshi Gikuga. The secret dark arts is a term that refers to all the skills and powers that make up Satoshi Gikuga. Satoshi once said, My power is very special. People usually have many things called authority or divine power. My friend, I only have one. A god with only one authority. Trang Xeon knew well that Satoshi was the only such existence. The secret dark arts was a term only his companions knew. Trang Xeon was now curious about what relationship the bastard in front of him had with Satoshi. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, has questions about the skill player Beck just performed. Between Satoshi's secret dark arts and this mortal's secret dark arts, the two are certainly very different, so it's quite surprising that he recognized it. Beck lowered his head and asked Trang again, "I'm asking you. How do you know about it?" Trang Xeon retorted defiantly, "Didn't I ask you first?" Baek Gi-eun went berserk. "He'll make you talk." Baek Gi-eun recklessly charged at Trang Xeon. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, satisfyingly observes the match between the two who will become his apostles. Baek Gi-eun was in a frenzy, constantly screaming for Trang Xeon to talk. The god of the hunt cheers you on and says she will not forgive you if you lose to that stranger. Trang Xeon knew exactly what he had to do. The reason he was still trying to be skillful was that he needed to avoid killing him until he heard about the secret dark arts. The two weapons clashed, continuously sparking. Looking at Trang Xeon's spear, he was a little startled, especially by the power Trang Xeon was using. The flames rose higher and higher. Skill: Great Tiger in Peril has been used. Skill: Tiger Inch has been unlocked. Skill: Great Tiger's Killing Intent has been activated. Skill combination is complete. With the combination of Great Tiger Formation and Great Tiger's Killing Intent, Great Tiger's domination was perfected. Trang Xeon's eyes burned brightly. He attacked with force towards Baek Gi-eun, sending him tumbling and slamming hard into a wall. Baek Gi-eun coughed up blood. Trang Xeon pointed his sword, binding him. The god of the hunt is on the edge of her seat, saying this is a fantastic match. Baek Gi-eun stammered as he got up, asking, "What are you?" The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, once again takes careful note of you. Trang Xeon spoke up, You are a half-demon. That's why you possess unnatural strength." Half-demon is often used to refer to those born from a relationship with a demon. Because they are not normal beings, they have a hideous appearance, unnatural strength, and it is said that they will live their entire lives with a curse. Baek Gi-eun's eyes teared up and trembled. "How did you know?" Trang Xeon replied coldly, "Does it matter?" In fact, after seeing the burn-like marks on his body, he knew they weren't actually burns, but because he was a half-demon. The secret dark arts is not a skill Baek Gi-eun could train, but a talent he was born with. The rest of the god at that time must have belonged to Toxic. Toxic's energy has also weakened a lot. Trang Xeon really wanted to know what happened, the reason he left his son in this mortal world. Trang Xeon thought, "No way, this guy, I have to get him on my side." There's no certainty that Gagiel also knows about his father. He began to speak. "It seems you're trying to understand the ghost and remove your half-demon origin with its eye, but gave up because it didn't work." Beck retorted resentfully, "What do you know?" Trang Xeon added, "I know a lot, at least more than you. Can't you confirm that yourself, since even I could tell you were a half-demon after just a few attacks?" All of Trang Xeon's insights left him speechless. You might think the scar on your face was passed down from demonic fire, but the eyes of the intentional ghost cannot heal your scar. First, your parents were not from the fire demon lineage. You probably think those scars are like burn scars, but if that were the case, he wouldn't be able to use the secret arts, which has a dark element. Furthermore, the intentional ghost is closer to a conceptual element than the fire element. Its nature is very different from a normal ghost. Are you planning to eat it? The world serpent god tilts its head at your knowledge. Trang Xeon continued, "If your goal is to become a true ghost or a monster god, then I won't stop you anymore." Beck Calhoun suddenly quieted down, his eyes welling up as if about to cry. Trang Xeon seemed to have grasped all his desires. "Just as I thought, you figured it out too. You've been thinking, is it possible? Just because you want to escape your curse." Baek Gi-eun lowered his head in pain, sobbing, "Then tell me, what should I do?" Trang Xeon declared that he would heal it for him, on the condition that he make a deal with him. "A deal?" "Yes. Look, you must be done researching the behavior of the intentional ghost, right? Give me that knowledge. Furthermore, I also want you to cooperate with me." Trang Xeon knew very well that Peggy must have investigated thoroughly, perhaps even parts he hadn't seen yet. Baek Gi-eun looked up. "How can I trust you?" Trang Xeon had to play his trump card. "Then I guess I should show you that I can heal you, huh?" Baek Gi-eun was very surprised. Trang Xeon told him to give him his hand. Big George hesitated, but did as he was told. Trang Xeon added, Whether you believe me or not, isn't it all the same? He took his demonic hand and began the treatment. The healing process will be very hot, so you must endure it. The flames began to rise and engulfed Beck's entire body. The heat forced him to open his mouth to breathe. Trang Xeon told him not to open his mouth, as letting air in would disrupt the magic circulation. He clenched his mouth shut and continuously let out low, pained groans. System notification: the half-demon state has changed. The curse is being lifted. Miguel could clearly feel the half-demon nature dissolving, the bad luck diminishing. Now it's capable enough. Just a little more. The ability will activate if it can reach the central heart of the half-demon nature. The flames are gradually disappearing. The healing seems to be complete. Big Yul's face had changed. There were no more burn-like scars. Chao Soul told him not to be dazed and to check his face first. A completely healed face was revealed. Big Yul raised his hand and checked it. It's true, everything has been healed. The god of the hunt is surprised by this great change. The world serpent god thinks the properties of the 8 trigrams fire should be studied more. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, smiles happily upon seeing the positive change in his junior. With Trang Xeon's current ability, this is the limit. Regular treatment will be needed, and even then, a full recovery will be difficult. Immediately after, he made a request: help me catch the Yulin. With it, I can enhance the power of my flames and completely cure you. If you want a guarantee, I can use a magic contract. Gajin smiled happily. This was more than enough to convince him. He completely trusted Trang Xeon. Trang Xeon also rejoiced inwardly. This guy is more useful than I thought. I'm really excited to see what he can do. Gagiel asked what he should do to help Trang Soul. Trang Soul began to set the conditions. First, use honorifics with me. The reason Trang Soul was so particular was because hearing his friend's son speak to him as an equal felt strange. The world serpent god clicks its tongue and calls you an old fossil. Bekgila's face twisted as he reluctantly replied, "All right, I can understand that." The two of them started to take action. To catch the Yulin, we'll first have to learn its habits. Habits. That's right. They say the Yulin's habits are similar to a crow's, so we'll carefully check its nest. While walking, they discovered a sunken spot. Inside, there was a lot of gold, silver, jewels, and treasure. This is all treasure from the people killed by the Yulin. The eyes of the god of the hunt sparkle. She says there seem to be many attractive things here. The Yulin doesn't just collect shiny things. It also sorts between normal and valuable items. You could say this is its hoard of spoils, although it often forgets about things like this later on. So if we can check the things buried here, we can roughly guess its direction of movement. Among the treasure, there was also a bow. This is the white sparrow bow. It has bullseye piercing, which makes its arrows penetrate anything, and quintuple shot, allowing the user to fire 5 arrows at once. This is a bow made from the wing bones and feathers of the fastest, strongest, and largest prey of an unknown hunter. It has the bullseye piercing and quintuple shot effects. Trang Xeon thought he should swipe a few things from this pile to use, and then sell the rest. After all, it's all good stuff. Suddenly, he detected something emitting an aura. This is a familiar deathly aura. An illusion orb, created by combining the flower of death and the flower of worlds end in a certain ratio with another item. You can feel the hatred and endless fear of those it has affected radiating from it. Endless fear, in other words, like falling into an abyss of despair or even being submerged in a prison. Trang Soul thought he might have found something related to the white tiger. Baekhyun came over and said he knew where the Yulin went. It was easier than he thought. It seems like it's been focused on feeding lately. I don't know what it's doing either. Trang Xeon guessed that it must have gone deeper into the mountains, where there are many spiritual bodies or monsters with abundant life force for it to devour. Through this information, Trang Xeon realized that Baekhyun wasn't just useful, but a truly precious treasure. Let's go. There's no time to waste. The two of them ran straight to the mountain range where the Yulin was said to be. 4 days later, they reached the spine area. Recalling the second elder's words, it had an extremely large appetite and greed, much greater than one could imagine. They finally arrived. As soon as they got there, they saw the grade 4 calamity, Yulin, creating a drought. The god of the hunt was extremely surprised and asked why a bird was so terrifyingly large. The god of the hunt licked their lips and said a firebird this big is well worth hunting. Trang Xeon activated his sharp eyes, looking through its Bodhi's power. He took out his bow and arrow and got into a ready stance to aim. The great tiger god, sunk in hardship, felt very proud of the two juniors trying to make his greatness known for ages to come and decided to grant a boon. This was also why Trang Xeon's eyes suddenly became sharper. The young man felt as if all his senses had been raised to another level. Perhaps the boon from the Lord of the Void mainly focuses on strengthening and enhancing the senses. The god of the hunt felt increasingly proud of themselves. They said that they were quite sure no one else could give you such a great boon. This was like compensation for Trang Xeon's previous lack of offensive skills. The god of the hunt mocked the great tiger sunk in hardship, saying that what he did this time would also be useless. Beastly instinct, a boon granted to you by the great tiger god sunk in hardship, enhances your five senses, giving you sharp eyes, sensitive ears, a keen nose, and a refined sense of taste. In addition, there is a sixth sense that can warn you of danger, along with the ability to transform into the shape of a beast. Right now, the beastly instinct skill is making all of Trang Xeon's senses focus on the Yulin. He could grasp its movements better. The Yulin fell into a state of madness and was filled with a tempest. Trang Xeon charged forward once again, and the great tiger god sunk in hardship felt very proud, watching Trang Xeon use the boon he had granted. Baekhyun was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. At this rate, he might actually kill the Yulin. Suddenly, the system announced that an uninvited intruder had appeared in the battle. Two beams of light flashed by, and they landed. These two identical bald men declared that this was a protected area. Only authorized personnel are allowed to enter. They demanded that the trainees turn back immediately. Trang Xeon ignored them and attacked the Yulin with a series of critical hits, followed by even more critical hits. The flames became scorching and blazed fiercely. The skill's light burst and light net have been upgraded. The Yulin continued to shriek madly as lightning repeatedly struck it. The two bald men remained stern. They'll say it again. This is a protected area, so please leave. Baekhyun yelled back in protest. We've been chasing a monster here for 4 days. Please let us hunt it. The two men became more hostile after the request. I have warned you. No one is allowed to enter here except for authorized personnel. Please leave. If you don't heed our warning, we will use force to remove you. Since we've already warned you, we will not be held responsible for any incidents that occur. After speaking, both men pulled out massive blades and hoisted them onto their shoulders. This situation is truly awful. The Yulin was rampaging more and more, and it was deliberately trying to escape. Baekhyun impatiently shouted, "Get out of the way. Move. If it escapes now, we won't be able to hunt it down. Don't block our way." The two men stubbornly insisted, "If you don't want to get hurt, please step back." Trang Xeon wore a helpless and judgmental expression. The observer was still hiding, paying attention to every single move to report back. Trang Xeon thought, the executive director promised me I wouldn't be obstructed. So they weren't told about that? Beyond this place is where the white tiger is hiding. It seems Executive Director Urshi is trying to hide something here with his authority. It might be related to the illusion orb that we took from Zigwe's lair. It's also possible that someone accidentally involved in this secret was killed by Zigwe, and they are trying to retrieve or destroy the remaining evidence. This means there are other related people who want to hunt ZQ. If I investigate further, I'll surely find more evidence. Trang Xeon decided to speak up. So, if we don't enter the protected area, we can move freely, right? The two bald men replied, "That's right. So please leave." Trang Xeon declared with a grim face, "If that's the case, then you don't need to worry." Suddenly, Zui somersaulted back, catching the two men off guard. It fell into a state of madness, struggling with all its might, as if the flames had scorched and swallowed it whole. Flames erupted from within Zhang's body. The fire of the 8 trigrams has found a new source of fire and is trying to absorb it quickly. Finally managed to deal with the cheat. It lay there dead, nothing but skin and bones. This bastard feels far inferior to a fledgling. Did you say fledgling? That's right. It suddenly left its nest, so there's definitely something wrong. And when I absorbed its fire, there was a very special effect. If it wasn't young, None of this would make sense. If we make good use of it, it could help us a lot. Furthermore, Zui is a mythical creature. No, a demonic spirit is more accurate. That's why they say even a ranker would find it hard to hunt it alone, so we need to prepare thoroughly. Baekhyun wondered if Trang Xeon had any ideas, but it seemed like he hadn't come up with anything yet. Trang Xeon turned and asked Baekhyun, who replied, I've prepared a few things already, but even if I do a good job, I'm not sure it will be effective. An idea formed in Trang Xeon's mind. If a fledgling hatched, then let's try to find its source of nutrition. If so, it will be easier to predict its movements. I need to go to where it first arrived to set a trap. It devours the souls of its prey, so it will be very effective. Trang Xeon began to absorb the energy. Soul seizure is gradually destroying the spirit that created Z. The purgatory flame is on the spirit. This flame will spread to all other connected spirits. The flame has spread throughout Z's body. Z is being burned. The purgatory flame is flaring up intensely. Trang Xeon pointed towards Z's corpse and added, It's not a passion for hunting. There are simply some reasons why it was starving, leaving it no choice but to eat voraciously. The corpse is a welcome meal. That's why I will cover it with frost poison and paralyzing poison. The Zigui can't do anything against frost and paralyzing poison. Everything is going according to Trang Xeon's plan. The Zigui also devours the souls of its prey and uses a portion of the soul as fuel for its deathly flames. He didn't tell Baekhyun, but after killing the monster, he didn't purify its soul. That soul will enter the Zigui's body and become a part of its flesh and blood. And when it tries to escape, he will use soul derivation to pull it down. When one of Un's 8 trigrams flames is lit by a soul, it will quickly spread to other souls and eventually grow so large it cannot be extinguished. Z-Ki is a cluster of souls. It has no way to escape Un's 8 trigrams flame. The ashes obtained from burning Z-Ki will remain by his side along with its flame. Un's 8 trigrams flame is devouring the limitless flame. The ability of destruction is slowly being added to its regenerative ability. The stats began to increase continuously. Warning: uncontrolled increase may be toxic. Please use your authority. Warning: the absorption speed of your flame is slowly increasing. The domain of Un's 8 trigrams flame is changing and is currently uncontrollable. Your magic circuit is expanding. Your magic circuit has exceeded its acceptable threshold. Trang Xeon's conduit has reached its limit and cannot add any more elements. His magic circuit also couldn't handle all the magic in its current state, so Trang Xeon's body began to undergo a regenerative change. Achievement unlocked: Sun Eater. Reward: intelligence increased by 20, willpower increased by 20. Integrated magic circuit added. The skill level of soul, steel, has increased. The soul has been extracted faster. The spirit is trying to resist. The two bald guys went into a state of panic, not knowing what to do next. As for Trang Xeon, he thought he had figured it out. The destroyed domains are added to Unseo's Bagua flame. It will change the domain. The immortal fire is slowly rolling out. The immortal fire is burning within the Ngu Trang Kim. The flame has awakened. Blood has formed, and you have completed the hidden requirement of the holy artifact. This is what Trang Xeon was waiting for. He wanted that flame to burn even stronger. The only way to completely defeat a Yulin is to release the full seal of the Ngu Trang Kim. Its necessary condition is a massive apocalyptic flame, and it seems to be swallowing everything. There is one thing that needs to be added, and that is blood. Trang Xeon cut his own hand to let those drops of blood merge with the sword. These two will be the key to unsealing the Ngu Trang Kim, which has been dormant for a whole millennium. The Ngu Trang Kim was passed down by the members of the Yuji clan. It was always kept closest to the forge, and traces of them still remain on the sword, so it's only natural that the flame resides within it. Besides, before the Ngu Trang Kim reached Yuji's hands, it had been passed through countless assassins and absorbed an unknown amount of blood, causing it to be called a demon sword or the sword of death. The blood within it cannot be easily washed away. The fire has awakened. The blood has formed. You have successfully completed the hidden requirements of the divine artifact. Trang Xeon smiled sinisterly. After absorbing the fire into my blood, you too will belong to me. Trang Xeon let out a loud roar. Proof of the Ngu Trang, Kim's new master, was carved onto the blade. With a crash of lightning, the stone layer covering the sword shattered. A sword shrouded in dark black smoke spoke, "You have freed me. Take me." Many ghostly souls flew out from the sword, trying to hypnotize Trang Xeon. The sword continuously pleaded with Trang Xeon to look at it. He was enveloped by a whirlwind. Those souls continuously provoked and tempted me. "It's me. Pay attention to me." Trang Xeon felt his head ache and told them to shut up. After that, all these souls were pushed away, leaving only the sword. "Congratulations, you have become the new master of the Ngu Trang Kim. You have successfully become one with your sword." Trang Xeon immediately grabbed it and made some basic swings. The magic from the sword inflicted critical hits on the Yulin. After taking a very painful blow, it planned to escape. Trang Xeon activated his tiger aura. The Black Mountain King's claw skill was activated. He dealt a fatal blow to the Yulin, tearing its soul apart. You have obtained the right golden eye of the Yulin, a fusion of gruesome and deadly energies, as well as the abilities of the Yulin demon beast. If you use this eye, it can observe changes in the human world and even in the afterlife. Type: crystal. Effects: energy storage, release of deadly energy, fire resistance. You have successfully unlocked the secret of the Ngu Trang Kim. Your understanding of the sword has increased dramatically. High-level shortsword skill has leveled up. High-level shortsword skill has reached maximum level. A higher skill has been added. First shortsword skill has been created. Low-level longsword skill has been created. First shortsword skill has reached maximum level. A higher skill has been added. First shortsword skill, first longsword skill, first wind sword skill, first power sword skill, and other sword skills of the same type have been merged. Congratulations, you have achieved mastery of the shortsword skill. After this, the gods were once again in an uproar, astonished. The goddess of the hunt looks at the Ngu Trang Kim, stunned. The goddess of the hunt says with great embarrassment that she had no idea it was a holy sword. The goddess of the hunt continuously slaps her mouth, cursing herself for accidentally telling you to put that fire stick aside. The world serpent god just nods and says he is no longer surprised by your skill in releasing divine artifacts. The great demon god who pursues hell continues to observe your development. He is still waiting for your answer. The owl god who tears the sunset blesses your brave heart and the sword most suited to you from the bottom of her heart. All the gods watching you are shocked by the appearance of the masterpiece of the divine blacksmith Ur. This Ngu Trang Kim is one of the 9 famous swords forged by the first of the Ur house. It is called a sword because it has a rather short blade that can be used as a short sword, and when its true form is released, it can also be used as a long sword. And at this moment, the malice within it might also be released. In addition, the flame left by the descendant of Yuji and the blood of the sword's previous masters will grant the wielder a source of mysterious power. Its effect is to absorb all the blood that has been spilled. Trang Xeon currently meets a portion of its required standards. Therefore, he can use its hidden abilities. However, he has not yet met all the required standards, so unlocking the other hidden abilities will require other items. And so, the hidden quest, The Secret of Yuzi, was created. Explanation of the Secret of Yuzi. The first of the Yuzi house, known as the Divine Blacksmith, successfully created 9 swords. Each sword had different properties and abilities throughout its existence. Today, they are known as the set of 9 famous swords. The Ngu Trang Kim you possess is one of those 9 swords, possessing the attributes of fire and blood. The 9 famous swords are not dependent on each other, but were created to compensate for each other's weaknesses and enhance their strengths. Therefore, the more you use them, the more they strengthen each other, revealing each other's hidden abilities. Now you must find and release the other 8 swords as well. When the famous swords find each other, they will lead you deeper and deeper into the mysterious land that belongs to them. Others may try to steal your Ngu Trang Kim, so you must proceed with this matter cautiously. Trang Xeon's current mission condition is to possess all the famous swords. Tasks to be completed include protecting the Ngu Trang Kim, discovering and possessing the other, more powerful famous swords, and deciphering all of their hidden abilities. The reward will be unlocking the legacy ability of the first of the Yuzi house. Trang Xeon tested it and found that his right hand had become stronger. Suddenly, Trang Xeon's sword reacted strongly. He was curious because it hadn't reacted at all just now. Why is it reacting like this now? Trang Xeon's 76 points from level 30 have nearly tripled. It feels like a massive surge of energy is flowing through him. The two bald guys stood dumbfounded at Trang Xeon's achievement. Damn it! I can't believe this Yulin was stolen from our hands just like that. What should we do now? I don't know. We can't just pretend nothing happened. There's no other way. We have to fight him. Defeating a Yulin. It seems it was attacked while it was gathering power for an attack. It seems he also has the illusion orb. For something like this to happen right during the trial phase, we can't let that thing fall into someone else's hands. We have to kill them. And to be safe, search its den too. The other bald guy objected. What? Don't you think that's a bit difficult? He's absorbed all of the Yulin's fire. He didn't release any of it. He absorbed it all into his body. How can we win against someone like that? The other guy was still stubborn. No, it's the other way around. This is the perfect opportunity to do it. Think about it. Those two must be exhausted after fighting the Yulin. Even if he swallowed that world-ending flame, he must be tired. We should just defeat him and then interrogate him about the illusion orb. If he doesn't answer, we'll throw him to the beasts. Executive Director Urshi said this guy had a lot of potential though. What a shame. He got himself into something he shouldn't have. These two bald guys were discussing as if they could easily beat Trang Xeon. They'd probably be wiped out before they could even do anything. Just as they were about to act, the other group of three showed up. Hee. I didn't expect to catch two big fish here. Ah, no, it's three, isn't it? Li Trang Xeon, the treasure of the Yulin, and the hunting dogs of the White Tiger Guild. Is it someone's birthday today? The two bald guys asked how they got in, and Scarface laughed crazily and replied, Hee, what do you mean? How? We were just taking a stroll along the border between the regions. It seems they trespassed on purpose. The Scarface who just spoke is the demon Mace, Trang Xeon. The scruffy-bearded one is Down Park Kippyo, and the other is Blood-Eye Bigukyu. They chose to occupy this dungeon instead of the others owned by White Tiger. This means they've heard the rumors about White Tiger's research. Trang Xeon looked defiant. Anyway, it seems we have a lot to talk about. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his mace into the air and spun it rapidly. The bald guy calculated that fighting them now was impossible. So, one person would call for reinforcements while the others stalled for time. Then the two sides rushed forward to attack each other. Parkipio, with the face of a murderer, declared, the fun is just getting started. The other bald guy was running for his life to call for reinforcements, but Trang Xeon sent his mace after him to block his path. Where do you think you're going? He turned back and was almost smashed in the face. Fortunately, he managed to quickly parry with his sword, but the force of the throw was so strong that the sword shattered. Trang Xeon swung his mace at the bald guy again. Oh, it didn't reach? Why don't you try blocking this one too? The bald guy seemed unable to resist anymore, and the mace just swung and flew, severing his head. Trang Xeon shrieked with delight, looking like a meth head. So weak, so weak. Is this all you've got? His teammate, Kippyo, was speechless. Be careful, you dog. What are you doing? Just killing a guy like that. With a gruesome, blood-stained face, he turned and replied, so what? Isn't there still one left? Now the teammates were starting to argue. Bigukyu turned to curse him. Damn it. You just want to piss me off, don't you? While those two were arguing, Blood-Eye Bigukyu silently walked over to Trang Xeon. Baekhyun yelled in a defensive stance. What do you think you're doing? Bigukyu gathered his courage and declared, honestly, we didn't want this either, but what's happened has happened. You'll have to die for us. Trang Xeon, with an unchanging expression, turned and replied, I don't think so. This toughness from Trang Xeon drove Bigukyu mad. Trang Xeon pointed a finger to the sky. One sleeve was torn, but his aura remained unmatched. He declared with a single sentence, I think it'll all be over if you can dodge that. The faces of the others turned to a state of confusion and worry. This guidance has summoned the boss monster. Looking like this, I think it has already given birth to a few offspring. I wonder how the female will react after learning her mate has been killed. As expected, the Yulin fell into a state of furious rage. It brought down a rain of fire and lightning upon the ground. A storm was devastating the entire area. It flew erratically, frantically searching for the one who killed its mate. Damn it, what the hell is that? Meteor mace. Throw the meteor mace first and destroy the scroll. Everyone, gather to fight the Yulin. An entire area exploded, and only arguing could be heard. Xinhe, suppress it. You stupid bastard, what are you doing? Trang Xeon watched and said, for animals, it's optimal for the female to watch the young while the male hunts. And of course, the female will rush out to attack if its mate is in danger. Baekhyun's eyes shone as he looked at Trang Xeon. Just who is he? While the others were fighting chaotically with the Yulin, Trang Xeon planned to go collect more Yulin golden eyes. Baekhyun was worried as Trang Xeon's body was currently heavily damaged, yet Trang Xeon remained resilient and much better now. My health has basically recovered, but it's still dangerous. Baekhyun was determined to stop Trang Xeon, not wanting him to overexert himself. Trang Xeon told him not to worry. Trang Xeon looked at the Yulin golden eye in his hand and said, there's a way. Then, he immediately swallowed the golden eye. As he ate, he wondered if he really needed to eat it after having absorbed the Yulin's fire. But back then, the second elder had said using the eye as an ingredient would be much better. To be safe, instead of just adding another element, swallowing the eye could change its very core. One more thing. If you swallow that eye, you might even become a Yulin yourself. Trang Xeon's body began to transform, demonic energy swirling around him. His handsome face was gone, replaced by soot-like black marks that covered his features. Along with that, the system started spamming notifications frantically. The element of destruction and the spirit element have been added to the 8 trigrams fire. The properties of the fire are changing. All elements are merging to form a transformation. The element of destruction has been formed. The 8 trigrams fire has transformed into the eternal 8 trigrams fire. You have become a Yulin. Strength increased by 2. Dexterity increased by 4. You have mastered the Yulin state. You have learned how to use the spirit and the eternal flame. You have learned fire demon. You have learned shadow demon. You have learned befriend fire. You can use level 1 eternal flame. I swear, being the system for this guy, every time there's a notification, the server almost crashes. At this moment, Trang Xeon had transformed into a Yulin, and the poor forest once again suffered a great fire. Trang Xeon grew a pair of purple wings on his back, allowing him to confidently glide through the sky like a bird. His face now looked like a newly awakened demon. Trang Xeon flew straight towards the female Yulin, to the astonishment of Zhang Xinhe and Parkipo. The system announced again, skill, Black Mountain Divine Claw has been activated. Dark purple lightning bolts and blinding golden light created an intense collision, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Trang Xeon appeared with an aura as if he were about to devour someone. Zhang Xinhe was now flat on the ground, the fang of the evil dragon firmly embedded in his neck. Zhang Xinhe begged Trang Xeon to just send him to hell already, as dying like this was exhausting. Trang Xeon agreed to his request. A level 1 eternal flame was enough to turn his entire body to ash. Farewell, and hope we never meet again. It was just Sai's bad luck to run into Trang Xeon in this life. Trang Xeon glanced over. The female Yulin was burned by his fire. And just like that, he obtained a golden-eyed Yulin. The system announced, you have absorbed a golden-eyed Yulin. Your magic power has increased. The 8 trigrams furnace of annihilating fire will be raised by 1 level. Soul and annihilating fire will be strengthened. In Ghost will be strengthened. The first form of annihilating fire will be raised by another level. When using it with doubt, you can have stronger control. Current magic power, 287 plus 60. Trang Xeon thought, this time I gained 66 magic power. Maybe it's because this is the second time, but I'm starting to realize there's a limit. The system continued to announce. Achievement unlocked. Hunter who hunted the legendary bird pair. Effect, magic power plus 10, willpower plus 15. Vessel of the Yulin. Upon becoming a Yulin, with the combination of fire and soul, you can use the Yulin's abilities as you wish. You can cover the world with the flames of death and rule the sky. Because you have absorbed 2 golden eyes, you are a disaster that can create forest fires and droughts wherever you go with the powerful flames you possess. Type, title. Effect, annihilating fire disaster. You have obtained the title vessel of the Yulin. The characteristics of the Yulin will be strengthened. Dungeon ranking has been updated. Dungeon rank 1. Muasung 2. Asawan. Trang Xeon sneered. It must be chaotic down there now. Not just one, but 2 Yulins, considered the rulers of the Black Six Mountain area, were defeated in succession. You said you wanted to be reincarnated, right? Trang Xeon looked over at Kukyu, who was lying there dying. He begged Trang Xeon for mercy. They say dying in a fire is the most painful thing in this world. Gukyum was terrified. Trang Xeon laughed devilishly. If you want me to finish you off, tell me everything you know. From a distance, Gao could only see Trang Xeon as a ball of fire. It was as if he had brought the core of the sun with him. So you're saying White Tiger destroyed your rule in the Black Sea Mountain area, or something to open it up? Is that right? Trang Xeon was focused on investigating. Wukyu confirmed that what he just said was true. Trang Sol frowned. Now that I think about it, the White Tiger Guild started growing 13, 14 years ago, didn't it? The 7 secret scriptures of Einstein, consisting of those 7 scrolls, White Tiger excavated those holy relics 20 years ago in an unknown dungeon. What White Tiger found were 3 of those 7 scriptures. Even so, they possessed immense power and could bring about significant results. The guild master of the White Tiger Guild, Holy Sword Kim Mujin, is one of the strongest swordsmen in the world, but his followers aren't that outstanding. However, due to their explosive growth rate, they also gained an outstanding reputation. Not long ago, they became a world-famous guild. So what is all this about? Trang Xeon was determined to squeeze all the information out of Wukyu. Wukyu didn't know that much either. Trang Xeon told him to explain it simply. Wukyu still wanted to bargain and plead with Trang Xeon, but he said coldly, "Whether I grant your plea is my business. Speak." The fire caused the dying William even more pain, forcing him to agree to all of Trang Xeon's demands. Each scroll of the 7 secret scriptures of Yexen has different content. Each scroll teaches how to summon the power of a different ancient constellation that has been forgotten by this era. Ancient constellations? Trang Sol paid close attention to the forgotten stars that Wu Kyung mentioned. When light was created at the beginning of the universe, there weren't many constellations in the sky. They might have been weak like the universe at that time, but each constellation possessed immense holy power. Although as time passed, they probably found their place according to the laws of the world. The signs of their existence have been recorded in the universe and the world. They are referred to as the forgotten stars. It's possible to borrow their power? Has the puppet ruler been hiding this all along? Trang Sol was very concerned about this matter. Wukyu continued. He looked like he was about to die. But, among the 3 scrolls that White Tiger obtained, they have deciphered 2. I heard that the most important scroll is still left. Trang Xeon immediately thought of Peter's key. It seems that's the scripture that needs to be deciphered. So why did you come here? I don't think you came here just for terrorism or revenge. It was to find the illusion pearl. Is that it? Trang Xeon found something suspicious about the deep resentment he could feel. What was obtained from the first scripture was the method to create an invincible warrior. Among the 7 scriptures, the first one was written about a person who loses their soul after being possessed by starlight. A person who loses their soul will lose their ego, but because that void is filled with starlight, they become a powerful warrior. They are reborn as loyal holy knights who follow the star's commands. The materials needed to create these warriors are wild flowers in AC02 flower bed, like the crying flower and the laughing flower. With those things, you can create the illusion pearl. Trang Xeon guessed there was a reason they created a training center in a place like this. The Black Six Mountain area has a similar terrain to the CO flower bed. Besides, it's perfect for testing new recruits and selecting those with the potential to become powerful warriors. If you say that the people who disappeared here were simply victims of accidents for not listening to the instructor and leaving the safe zone, then that's that. And the person observing and managing all these projects must be the second in command of White Tiger, Executive Director Urshi. But with Tesla's tomb suddenly disappearing and Peter's key vanishing into thin air, things have taken a turn for the worse for them. Trang Xeon smiled sinisterly. You think you can expose White Tiger's true face with that illusion pearl, or something? You'll need other evidence. That's right. Trang Xeon now held most of the secrets in his hands. This guy probably doesn't know much more. So Trang Xeon granted him his wish, sending him to meet his ancestors with a single slash. After that, he turned his attention to the bald guy over there and wondered, well then, how about we dig them up? The location of the research center where they create illusion pearls and mass-produce powerful warriors. Trang's soul turned to the bald guy. I'm sure you know what I want to talk about, right? The bald guy was stubborn. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of our patron god? Do you really think that patron god is on your side? The bald guy was about to argue back when a notification appeared before him. The great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, has lost interest in a follower who failed to consider everything. The bald guy was stunned and froze. Trang Xeon looked up at the sunny sky and smiled to himself. Your patron god wants a stronger and more resilient follower, not someone half-dead like you. The system notified Trang Xeon. The great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, laughs loudly while observing you. In a flash, Trang Xeon turned and started stripping Beck. He clutched his bare, muscular body and frantically asked Trang Xeon what he was doing. Sit cross-legged, Trang Xeon ordered coldly. Are you doing it right now? Yes, I will heal you now. Baek Geun's eyes widened, and he sat down with Trang Xeon. Stabilizing the excess energy of a half-demon will take quite a bit of time. It's also easy to get distracted. Even though it will only take about 1 or 2 hours in the real world, to you, it will feel like tens of hours, or even a whole month. Trang Xeon explained, stabilizing that frenzied energy will be very exhausting. But it will eventually end, so don't give up. If you think about giving up for even a few seconds, you'll start to lose control of your power, and then I will become a monster. Or a demon. Baek Geun really knows his place. Trang Xeon reminded him again. If I see even the slightest sign that it's about to happen, I will not hesitate to dispose of you. If a faulty half-breed is allowed to roam free, the disaster will surely be terrible. Baek Geun also understood this well, so he cheerfully told Trang Xeon not to worry. Trang Xeon was stunned. Now he understood that although the half-breed lacked some self-control, he still had a very strong will. Then let's begin. Trang Xeon revealed his arm, which was covered in strange, ancient characters. The system announced, the flames of the one-form apocalypse fire are surrounding your body. The half-demon is being engulfed by flames. Baek Geun's whole face contorted in pain, but he still had to remind himself not to lose himself, not to give up. He was being burned by a raging purple flame, but in his mind, he was in a place where snow was falling. For a moment, he didn't know where this was. Then he saw someone who looked exactly like his former self. He thought that if he had to stay here, he'd rather just lose control and get it over with. Seeing the other person fall face first into the snow, a bearded man ran over and carried him away. Baek Geun realized he was inside his own mind, in his subconscious world. He didn't want to remember that time. Baek Geun's eyes clearly showed a look of sorrow. The scene shifted to when he was a child, despised by everyone. Throw that monster into an orphanage. Where did you pick up that kind of monster? Baek Geun had to rummage through trash cans to find food, even competing with stray cats. Afterwards, while he was sleeping on the roadside covered with a cardboard box, a group of children came to beat him and chase him away. He couldn't help but think, if he hadn't been saved, if he had died, then he wouldn't have to endure those terrible memories anymore, right? Just then, a strange voice rang out. So you're here. Baek Geun looked over as the shadow spoke. I was looking for you. It's too cold here, come with me. You have to leave this place before winter gets even colder. Baek Geun found this tempting. He didn't want to be lonely anymore, so he decided to go with the shadow. The shadow urged Baek Geun, take my hand. At the crucial moment, the words don't lose yourself woke Baek Geun up. He remembered he couldn't give up, so he quickly pulled his hand back. The shadow asked in confusion what was wrong, but Baek Geun didn't answer and just ran off. He had found the truth of his life. This is not where I belong. Outside, Trang Xeon was holding the wyvern's fong, ready to strike. The system announced, the constellation owl that tears through the sunset chuckles at your kind heart. Kind my ass. It's just that he knew Baek Geun had already overcome the dangerous moment. The half-demon is really determined, truly admirable. He had started to lose control of his power, but then managed to pull through. Even if I could use the entire bottle of Yulin, I'm not sure I could win. Well, his father is Satoshi Gakuga, So it's obvious. Then this guy must be recovering now. The system continued to report. Ancient Rune. Invisibility has been activated. The low-level ancient runes have reached their maximum level. A higher-level skill will be created. Skill. Intermediate ancient runes has been created. Everything within the designated area will disappear without a trace from the eyes of outsiders. Trang Xeon figured it was time to visit the Illusion Pearl Research Center. But before that, Trang Xeon activated the Beast Sense skill to deal with this useless witness first. A streak of blue light flashed by, sending leaves scattering everywhere. The stalker was using 200% of his ability to run and leap, shortening his travel time. He was sure that he had to report the truth to Director Urshi while Trang Xeon was still focused on Baekhyun's group. However, how could his speed compare to Trang Xeon's? Even though he took his time to pursue, with a single leap, he was already above the guy. The stalker looked up in alarm, while Trang Xeon looked down in anger. Then, with a crash, a blinding yellow bolt of lightning struck the ground. Erz's man was knocked flat on the ground. He gritted his teeth and glared at Trang Xeon. He sneered. Just as he was about to draw his sword, Trang Xeon stabbed him near the heart. Trang Xeon pinned the stalker against a tree trunk. Seeing that his opponent wasn't suffering enough, he even laughed in his face. Hello, we meet again. What are you going to do? I was originally going to finish you off immediately, but I've changed my mind. I don't want Director Urshi to suspect me. The stalker was surprised by Trang Xeon's cunning. What was even more surprising was that Trang Xeon took out the illusion pearl to show off to the stalker. I have a very convenient method, so there's no need to take a detour. Despite his protests, Trang Xeon shoved the pearl straight into his mouth. The system displayed a notification. Player Song Eujun has swallowed the illusion pearl. His consciousness has been paralyzed. His ego has ceased to be. He has been hypnotized. Song Eujun collapsed to the ground. Trang Xeon coldly ordered, "Stand up." Eujun immediately stood up like a puppet. Trang Xeon looked at his expression and guessed that he had lost his soul, existing in a soulless state. How interesting. Now then, sit, roll over, bark, kill yourself. Trang Xeon gave a series of commands, and Song Eujun followed every single one. He was about to self-destruct when Trang Xeon told him to stop. He looked at this stalker and marveled. So they really made something like this. They originally intended to use this on the lowest level creatures. So how much more powerful will the other ones be? Trang Xeon then gave him a pivotal mission. Tell Director Urshi that there's nothing unusual about me. Act normal, as if nothing happened. Got it. Understood. The gods witnessing this spectacular scene began to get noisy. The world serpent god is chuckling happily at your dark plan. The great tiger overwhelmed by hardship is watching you, interested in your goal. Trang Xeon ordered Yuga to hurry and carry out his mission. He even thanked Trang Xeon, but as he was about to leave, Trang Xeon called him back. Do you have any other requests, sir? That technique you're using, can I learn it? Trang Xeon found this more convenient than he had thought. If I have it, fighting Baekhyun will be much more convenient. Eujun began to explain. It's called Flying Tiger Riding the Wind. You can use the wind from lightness skills, thievery, or disguise, and it's an upgraded version of the tiger's inch, so you can use it too, sir. Sir Trang Xeon. Alright, teach me. But I don't have a skill book, so it will take quite a long time. I'll find a way to learn it myself. Trang Xeon was very serious. Eujun began to demonstrate the skill for Trang Xeon to see. Immediately, he was able to perform that skill. Eujun was startled. How is that possible, sir? Trang Xeon didn't pay much attention, just asked him to do it again several times. System notification. You have learned a new skill using the tiger's inch as a base. Skill. Flying Tiger Riding the Wind has been created. Flying Tiger Riding the Wind. Base skill of the great tiger overwhelmed by hardship. A technique that uses the tiger's inch as its foundation. With your courage, you will be able to achieve agile movements as if you were a flying tiger riding the wind. When a tiger flies, the wind will follow it. Skill level 1. Type. Active. Effect. Lightness skill, link skill. Trang Xeon asked Eujun while performing it. So it's like this? Eujun was stunned. How? It took me years to learn. Yet you managed to do it just by watching a few times. Eujun bowed his head. You truly are an amazing person, sir. There it is again. That's enough. Go? Yes, sir. After speaking, Ao Jun also disappeared. He was gone. Over here, Trang Xeon also received a bunch of notifications. You have learned a lightness skill. Your skill level has increased. You have learned thievery. You have learned stealth. The great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, is laughing. Trang Xeon took a running start and leaped up, jumping higher than the mountain peak, making the goddess of the hunt whoop. The goddess of the hunt says that your movements are perfect for hunting, so she is looking for something to give you. Trang Xeon used the flying tiger riding the wind skill to jump into the middle of the forest. If he remembered correctly, each pair of Yulins lays 1 egg per century. And it didn't take long for Trang Xeon to find the Yulin's nest. If you couldn't find such a magnificent nest with a glowing egg like this, you must have eye problems. The system displayed information. Yulin egg. Once every century, a pair of Yulins will lay 1 egg. It seems more time is needed for the egg to hatch. Type, egg. Effect, incubate a demonic beast. Supplement skills, use as an ingredient to create items. This huge egg would probably take a whole month to eat. Yulins have 3 forms, but in reality, they are a combination of souls. Therefore, they are spiritual beings without a physical form. Because their ancestors took the form of birds, they still follow that example, but they can actually change depending on their habitat. Furthermore, I can also adjust their condition in a positive direction and raise their intelligence above normal. The power balance of this egg, the fact that it's still in its infancy, and its health are all ideal. Becoming a spirit bird would be best. After calculating the best way to get the most out of it, Trang Xeon opened his mouth and swallowed the massive egg whole. The gods began to stir again. The great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, is interested in how you will hatch the egg. The great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, advises that instead of a weak form like a bird, it should take the form of a rare beast, like a tiger. At this moment, the egg had completely entered Trang Xeon's body. The goddess of the hunt starts jumping repeatedly, announcing, the goddess fit for hunting disagrees with the advice of the great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship. The goddess fit for hunting advises that a falcon or a hunting dog would be most advantageous for hunting. The goddess fit for hunting says she thinks a young falcon or a warbler would be best. Thank you for your advice. After all that noise, Trang Xeon found this to be the most reasonable advice. However, how could the great tiger god accept defeat? The great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, laughs loudly, saying those things would be swallowed in a single gulp. The goddess fit for hunting glares and asks if he is looking down on her friend. The great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, growls at her and asks if glaring is all she knows how to do. The goddess fit for hunting starts fumbling for an arrow. Damn, these two are giving me a headache. Just a small clash and the relationship between the two gods has already hit rock bottom. Trang Xeon didn't pay them much mind. He just hoped the egg would swallow the fire within him and grow. And now, his next destination is that research center. No sooner said than done. Trang Xeon took off as if equipped with a motor and twisted away. The research center was located halfway up the mountain. It seems things aren't very peaceful inside. What about the executive director? He just said to wait, and that the matter would be resolved soon. Damn it. The fat professor was so angry he gritted his teeth and slammed the table. From the illusion pearl used to create holy soldiers to the starlight equation, he developed them along with level 3 basic skills, a series of holy artifacts and holy relics, and the powers that came with them. Despite all the achievements had made in the White Tiger Guild, the higher-ups sent someone to supervise him. Could it be that they know he has embezzled a few things? From the very beginning, it was that director who forced him to do it. Why the hell is it that every time I call that old man, the answer is always wait? The fat professor couldn't help but go crazy. What the hell do you think I've done for you? They said the supervision team would arrive today. If that's the case, he wouldn't mind giving them a grand reception. Quickly destroy all the documents that are harmful to us. And then the notice for the 3rd rank primary directive will arrive soon. Project Trudeau, the project that Director Urshi personally requested and supervised. That alone is enough to make everyone suspicious. For someone like him, the association is a dangerous place. He needs to reach the White Tiger level as soon as possible, then maybe the 5-star Sword Guild will be safe. He sighed, suddenly feeling much more relieved. They are a large family-run company, so we'll be able to live a rich life. This thought made him chuckle to himself. I must have at least a few aces up my sleeve. But what about the matter with Baekhyun? Well, whatever. I'm also curious about that guy, Trang Xeon. Who knows where those guys disappeared to? I wish I could find them and pull them to my side. He looked at the person in the giant test tube and clicked his tongue. Well, this one is not bad. Not bad at all. The fat professor remembered and asked if the people he sent to find the illusion orbs had returned yet. The research center hadn't received a response from them, so the professor urged them to hurry up before the whole lot of them got into trouble. Meanwhile, Trang Xeon was moving at a wind-tearing speed. The two gods were still diligently arguing. The god overwhelmed by hardship believes you are like him and smiles. The god of summer sun tells him not to babble because your courage is much more like her. The god overwhelmed by hardship says to stop raining. The god of summer sun says he should shut his mouth because the stench is terrible. The two of them glared at each other. Just as the battle between the gods shifted from a war of words to a staring contest, Trang Xeon arrived at the entrance of the research center. Trang Xeon activated the thief skill, causing all sound to be eliminated. A swirling stream of magical power surrounded him. Trang Xeon immediately rushed straight into the research center. He swept past like a gust of wind, leaving the two guards blind despite having eyes. A more perceptive one asked his partner if he saw something flash by. The other one was less sharp, so of course he didn't see anything. So that guy quickly thought he had seen it wrong. The chubby guy even complained. Hey, I'm already pissed off, so just drop it. What would you do if something really did appear, huh? Good point. Sigh. Working in this investigation department is driving me crazy. While they were consoling each other, Trang Xeon was working very hard. The 12th trap has been activated. Skill, Beast Senses, has identified the direction from which the trap was activated. The trap failed to detect you. Skill, Serpent's Gate, has been activated and quickly swept over other traps near you. Skill, Flying Tiger Follows the Wind, is being used. Your skill level has increased. The 27th trap has been activated. You have successfully passed the trap without being detected. The world-encircling serpent god cannot hide his admiration for your abilities. If not for the system notifications, all anyone would have seen was just a flash of lightning passing by. Trang Xeon looked around and, seeing everyone rushing about in a panic, wondered what the hell had happened. He enhanced his hearing with Beast Senses to hear all the surrounding sounds. The people in the research center were in an uproar because of the red warning displayed on the wall. Damn it! Why did they have to show up when we're so busy? Hurry up. If not, we're all dead. We can't go from being the experimenters to the test subjects. Bring that here. Clear that away. Where did that bastard who went to catch the Yulin go? We're swamped with work here. Trang Xeon frowned. Shouldn't they have brought the illusion orbs back by now? Forget it. What hope is there with that bunch? Damn it. The Yulin's corpse has been discovered. Who took care of that Yulin? Is that even possible? How the hell would I know if it's possible or not? Holy crap. I think there was a report about some guys from the Apex Guild being spotted in the training area. What on earth is going on there? We have to clean everything up before the investigation team arrives. Hearing this, Trang Xeon had also found what he was looking for, the illusion or production facility. Trang Xeon didn't hesitate for a moment and dashed into the room right before it closed. Even before he fully materialized, the system had already reported. The smell of poison is extremely strong here. The poison of the laughing flower is spreading throughout this room. The laughing flower will cause you to convulse. The guards were still busy moving things. Meanwhile, the system was still issuing a series of warnings. The King of Tigers is staring at you. The immunity to 10 poisons effect has been activated, resisting the effects of all poisons. The bald guard was rushing his colleague to move that thing through, and the door was sealed shut. Trang Xeon was blocked outside. The door is locked. ID verification required. Please scan your ID or enter the password to open the door. Crap, how do I open this? Should I just break it down? No, I can't act recklessly. A password, huh? Could it be Peter's key? Trang Xeon felt the thing he wore around his neck reacting, but he couldn't take it off because the puppet ruler was staring at him. Trang Xeon boldly placed his hand on the control panel on the door. And yet, something unexpected happened. Master's ID has been confirmed. Trang Xeon was also completely stunned. The electromagnetic lock has been disengaged. The door is opening. Holy smokes, what is this amazing key? What kind of ability does it have to be able to do this? It wasn't just Trang Xeon. The gods were also interested in this strange event. The god overwhelmed by hardship feels a little embarrassed by the lock that was suddenly opened. The god overwhelmed by hardship has a few questions about whether you have a talent for lockpicking. The world-encircling serpent god clicks his tongue at the god overwhelmed by hardship as if he were an ignorant fool. The world-encircling serpent god says that it's only natural because the human is a creature made up of 10 red-bellied snakes. The god overwhelmed by hardship nods and says that makes sense. The god overwhelmed by hardship bursts out laughing at your courage and talent. The god overwhelmed by hardship desires you even more. In his mind, Trang Xeon was cursing that puppet ruler for 10 generations and 8 lifetimes. He didn't think he would realize he was using Peter's key, but what the hell was he talking about? Red-bellied snakes. Trang Xeon didn't want to hear about that snake at all. At this moment, Trang Xeon was standing completely inside the room that was the production facility for the illusion orbs. What struck his eyes were people trapped in giant test tubes. The king of tigers flies into a rage. Trang Xeon was thinking about that warrior who turned into a demon, that holy soldier. The world-encircling serpent god laughs heartily upon seeing the other god's fangs and claws being revealed. Trang Xeon truly found the sight before him utterly disgusting. The owl god who tears the sunset reveals its disgust at the scene before it. The owl god who tears the sunset looks at the god overwhelmed by hardship. The god Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship laughed and asked her why she was looking at him like that. The goddess owl tearing the sunset became angry and said that she was only following justice. Just then, a hidden quest popped up. The hidden quest The Owl's Plea has been created. The Owl's Plea, hidden type, description. The goddess owl tearing the sunset is extremely angry at the cruelty and darkness the god Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship has inflicted upon humans. She also feels pity for the humans who have lost their lives because of this. Therefore, the goddess owl tearing the sunset is pleading with you to bring them peace so they can rest. Restrictions, quest giver, time, completion conditions, eliminate all holy soldiers, completely destroy the illusion pearl production facility that created those holy soldiers. Reward, a blessing from the goddess owl tearing the sunset based on your results. Trang Xeon's eyes widened in shock. Damn, you're really going all out, Auntie. So it's finally come to this. Who would have thought she'd go this far just to give me a quest? A blessing for my results means I could even receive some of her authority. The god Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship is extremely curious about your answer. Trang Xeon was considering it. Accepting this meant the puppet ruler would also turn his back on him. But if I refuse this opportunity, Minerva will do the same. Ugh, what a damned if I do, damned if I don't situation. The goddess owl tearing the sunset is staring at you. Trang Xeon grimaced, about to press the decline button, but at the last moment, his clever mind came up with a few good ideas. There's something I want to ask the god Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship. The god Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship has accepted. He says he will gladly answer any of your questions. I think you already know why I'm here. The god Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship says that he knows and asks you to get straight to the point. Trang Xeon was thinking about how to make both of them do his bidding. After all, both of them need me. I have to exploit and squeeze everything out of this to get stronger. I'm thinking of stealing everything here. Even if it's something I can't have, I don't intend to let anyone else have it either. What do you think of my choice, Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship? As expected of a reincarnated villain. So evil that no one would dare claim to be number one. Xeon was confident that he had piqued the puppet ruler's interest enough. Now he was a prime candidate to be his apostle. He won't give up on someone like me easily. The god Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship laughs at your attitude as you change your intentions. The god Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship says that he enjoys your personality. Anyone who dares to deceive you would be a fool. The god Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship promises that he will not impose any restrictions on your ambitions. The hidden quest The Tiger's Pillage has been created. The Tiger's Pillage, description, The god Great Tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, wants to invest heavily in the development of his next apostle candidate. In other words, you. However, he warns you that you will be punished if you do not meet his expectations. Conditions: quest assigned. Time limit: none. Completion condition: massacre everything in your sight. Be careful not to leak any information about this quest. Penalty: divine punishment. Reward: receive authority based on what you have acquired. Receive a blessing from the god Great Tiger, overwhelmed by hardship according to your performance. Holy shit, this is fucking awesome. These two gods are going all out, and I'm the only one who benefits. So what kind of price is Lady Minerva going to set to match this? The goddess owl tearing the sunset is pleased and says she wanted you to make that choice. Oh man, is this old broad pretending she knew everything? Alright then, with heaven, earth, and people all aligned, what sin would it be to not snatch up both of these sweet deals? System: you have accepted the hidden quest, the owl's plea. The two hidden quests, the owl's plea and the tiger's pillage, have been combined. Your scope of action has been expanded. Trang Xeon felt that he had wasted enough time already. Next, he activated his plunder skill, preparing to go on a major rampage here. Just as he was about to start, some guards showed up to corner him. Without a word, Trang Xeon immediately activated the 8 trigrams furnace of annihilating flames. A raging and terrifying purple flame erupted. The tidal specter's illusion has been applied. A pair of specter wings sprouted from Trang Xeon's back. The guards were finally terrified. What the hell is that? Why is there specter fire here? How could you possibly know? Trang Xeon gave a dangerous smile. System: a firestorm has engulfed the area. The two guards didn't even have time to utter another word before they were sent straight to the underworld to have tea with the King of Hell. It didn't stop there. The terrifying flames directly caused the research center to explode violently. Everyone inside panicked and shouted, "Fire! There's a fire! The fire is coming from the central facility. Hurry!" Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion followed. Other guards watched in horror as the flames became unstoppable, but at least they quickly came up with a rescue plan. Don't get close. Use ice magic from a distance. However, though they had the will, they lacked the power. The ice shield they had just cast was burned into steam in less than 3 seconds, leaving only the screams of those who were hit. The fat professor, for some damn reason, was outside the research center at this moment, watching his second home get burned to a crisp bit by bit. Damn it, this is even worse than having my work supervised. What is happening? He panicked. What is the security team doing? Destroying those documents? Another huge explosion with terrifying destructive power completely tore apart every brick of the research center and sent the old man's plump body flying to the ground from the horrifying pressure. "Director, are you all right?" His subordinate was also very surprised by the situation. The fat director clutched his head, gritted his teeth, and asked, "How many people do we have left?" When the guard hesitated, he roared, "Speak up." By now, the research center had almost been reduced to ashes. The people inside were still alive, but a notification appeared before their eyes. "You have been afflicted with fire poison." The guards, who were already half dead, looked on. They were stunned. "Warning, fire poison has spread throughout the surrounding area. You should evacuate the area as quickly as possible." Just then, one man was engulfed in purple flames and was screaming for help. Poisonous bullets carrying hellfire rained down, leaving no one with a chance to escape. At that moment, the fat professor charged straight at Trang Xeon. Trang Xeon blocked the fat man's sword with the evil dragon's fang and even complimented him. "You've got some skill. Who are you? Did the higher-ups send you? How are you able to use the eternal flame of the Yulin like this?" Trang Xeon revealed his handsome face. The fat professor screamed in alarm. "Li Trang Xeon. What? Li Trang Xeon." The fat director was very surprised to see this young man here at this time. What the hell is this? He should have been far away from here. Does this mean I have to work with someone like him? Suddenly, this is exciting. Then I'll be able to create a guild as strong as White Tiger in just 5 years. Seeing Trang Xeon's arrogant attitude, the man swung his sword as a show of force. "Where do you think you're going?" Trang's soul was stopped by this attack. The system notified him that the skill Flying Tiger Riding the Wind was forcibly stopped, and the plunder skill also failed. Trang's soul dodged the old director's attack, So the wall behind him suffered a terrible fate. I was trying to ignore you. So why are you deliberately looking for trouble? You don't want to live anymore, old man? The old director charged again, slashing at Trang Xeon, who frowned. This old bastard is pretty tough. One of his eyes had a white sclera and a black iris. How surreal. This proved that the old man was a holy soldier. The two techniques clashed, creating sparks. Not only the enlisted soldiers, but the manager has also become a holy soldier? If so, could the other leaders at White Tiger be the same? But, actually, this is good too. Trang Xeon saw this as a heaven-sent opportunity to test what exactly a holy soldier is. The system chimed in with a notification. Your integrated magic circuit begins to spin violently. The eternal flame of the Yulin becomes more intense. You have added 30 points to strength, 111 to 141. Strength, 141 plus 55. You have added 30 points to dexterity, 101 to 131. Dexterity, 131 plus 45. After that, Trang Xeon counterattacked the director. The eternal flame of the Yulin forced him to retreat quite a distance. The director also felt that there was something wrong with this rookie. It's strange for a rookie to be that powerful. But he wasn't a pushover either. Your opponent's sword has devoured the energy of the Yulin. The man laughed loudly. The heavens are helping me. System notification. The tiger's death is growing heavy. Be careful. Trang Xeon's face turned serious. The fat man excitedly unleashed a flurry of vicious sword strikes, each one extremely powerful. This terrifying mana feels like a tiger chasing its prey. This is the king, the tiger's calamity. So Trang Xeon chose to flee. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Seeing this, the guards who had just been beaten took the opportunity to chase after him, trying to fish in troubled waters. You bastard. They'll kill you. We're here to help you, director. These guys are all holy soldiers. Trang Xeon swung his sword. This time, he would choose blood poison and create a wall of eternal flame. A swirling vortex of purple fire erupted. The holy soldier guards easily pierced through the firewall. The wall was quickly destroyed, and Trang Xeon was now facing a gang up. Oh crap, this is not good. Quickly flash to break their formation and beat them one by one. That might be the only way out. Even in this critical moment, the damn system wouldn't shut up. You are in the middle of a battle. Indomitable will has been activated and the power of fluctuating spirit has been strengthened. Composure has taken effect. You can now observe the situation objectively. I thought this would be an easy win, but damn, this is taking a lot of effort. Trang Xeon calmly watched the group of people chasing him with blades. The leader shouted, "Got you now, you little rat." Trang Xeon frowned. How naive. Only the portly director realized that they hadn't actually cornered Trang Xeon. He realized this bastard had deliberately lured them here to avoid fighting many people at once. He roared, "Damn it, a bunch of idiots." A series of sharp sword slashes landed consecutively on the bald man. Blood splattered onto the director's face. Chao Xian, with a blank expression, swiftly dealt with this entire army of fools. System narrates, authority, 100% bullseye has been activated. The god of the hunt has allowed you to use a portion of his authority. The guys who were boasting earlier were now being decapitated like falling reeds. While Trang Xeon was busy dealing with the rabble, the director rushed in and grabbed him by the neck, laughing gleefully. I finally caught you, Li Trang Xeon. My level and overall stats are far superior to yours, so just give up. He seemed confident, but he had greatly underestimated the person in front of him. You think you can do whatever you want after catching me? A stream of blue energy wrapped around Trang Xeon's arm. System notification. The Yuchang sword has appeared. From Trang Xeon's palm, the tip of a sword slowly emerged. The evil dragon's fang also reacted violently. A resonance between the two swords is occurring. The evil dragon's fang has awakened. If the divine blacksmith Yuji became world-renowned for creating a few masterpieces, then the demon blacksmith T created countless masterpieces to establish his status for all eternity. Even among the gods and constellations, the two of them were known as rivals. It's difficult to say which of them was better, because they both specialized in different things, and even the eras and places they lived in were different. Thanks to that, they were able to avoid confronting each other. But now, At this very moment, the opportunity to see who is better has arrived. The Yuchang sword, stained with the blood of tens of thousands, is shining brilliantly, while the evil dragon's fang has also begun to show its true value, said the system. You have fulfilled the necessary conditions. The evil dragon's fang is shining. The lock has been opened. The evil dragon's fang has begun to show its true value. The fat director was sent flying like a bubble by the pressure of the two swords. He saw that the blade was getting longer. The evil dragon's fang has grown into a vampire's fang. The blade released crackling purple lightning. The evil dragon's fang convulsed a few times before its evolution was complete. The system helped Trang Xeon display its information. Type: dagger and long sword, holy artifact, attack power, immeasurable effects, cannot be stanched. The greed of a demon, other effects cannot be identified. Because you have met the necessary conditions, you can use the hidden abilities of the blade. Because you do not meet all the necessary conditions, you cannot use the other functions. In his hands, Trang Xeon held two hot items that released terrifyingly deep purple lightning. The two swords are resonating. Trang Xeon let them get acquainted with each other. Skill: Sword Master is being activated. Trang Xeon exhaled sharply. He squinted to identify his unfortunate target. The two swords continuously shot out lightning, truly living up to their reputation as hot items. Sword Master, a skill that can only be used by a master of swordsmanship who has become one with the sword. It allows you to use any sword in the world that you desire. Those who wish to walk the path of swordsmanship must pass through the final forest at the end of that road. Skill level 1. Type: active. Effect: ownership of 10,000 swords. Can use 10,000 swords. You have gained the achievement, Famous Swords. Reward: intelligence +5. Skill: Sword Master has leveled up. The gods were once again in an uproar. The god of the hunt looks at you with great surprise as you unlock his holy artifact. The world serpent god widens his eyes in surprise. Your actions were beyond his predictions. The owl cat god that tears the sunset requests you use the demon's weapon for the sake of justice. The god who pursues the abyss is interested in your two swords. The god of the great tiger submerged in hardship praises you for obtaining a new fang. The fat guy watched Trang Xeon's transformation in a panic. His beast sense, received from his patron god, told him that he absolutely had to get away. If not, I'm going to meet my maker. Meanwhile, Trang Xeon was enthusiastically brandishing his sword at his opponent, and while the fat guy was unable to react, he flew in to launch a counterattack. The fat guy used his entire face to block the blow. He was engulfed by the intense flames and suffered from the fire. The Nguchuang Kim in his hand flashed. Trang Xeon could feel it crying, saying that this still wasn't enough. But the evil dragon's fang reacted violently. It said to watch what it could do. Trang Xeon found it interesting and swung his arm, cutting a path. The ferocious flame rushed straight at the fat guy, determined to separate the lean from the fat. The fat guy's sword was slashed to pieces. He was still thinking that if he wanted to live, he had to run from here, right now. The system displayed a notification. The Nguchuang Kim is showing off its shining blade. The evil dragon's fang is baring its teeth menacingly. Trang Xeon stood between the two competitive swords. Helpless, the two little ones were way too bloodthirsty. The fat old man took advantage of Trang Xeon's preoccupation with his two items and quickly dashed away. There was no way Trang Xeon would easily let go of the one who planned to turn him into a holy soldier. While both little ones were thirsty for battle, Trang Xeon decided to let them both show off at the same time. The skill Black Mountain God's Claw has been activated. Trang Xeon finished his slash. The fat old man had already run to the door, but still got hit by that atomic bomb. The purple flames burned as if they'd been dredged up from hell. The fat old man was burned beyond recognition, but as long as he was breathing, there was still a chance. Despair is spreading. Disappointment is growing. He said he didn't want to die here, but it remains to be seen if he can survive this ordeal. Negativity filled the room. The annihilation fire is absorbing everything and burning stronger. Trang Xeon saw something again, like his regret. So where did he plan to drag that body to? Come to think of it, aside from a half-demon, no one has ever made him go this far. For now, I won't finish him off yet. Let's just follow him and see if there's any juicy drama. The fat director tried to crawl away. No, No matter what, I must. Unfortunately, before I could see what drama would unfold, the system made an announcement. Player RA Zhang 1 has died. He collapsed right before Heaven's Gate, just a tiny bit away from getting through. Trang Soul retrieved the Ngu Truong Kim, and the evil dragon's Fong was sealed once again. Trang Soul was full of regret. He just needed to raise his hand to open the door. It was unbelievable that he would die right at the doorstep. The system continued to report. The door has been securely locked. Please enter the required fingerprint and password to unlock. Trang Xeon raised his hand again, still wondering if he could open it. But the result was the same as last time. The owner's ID has been confirmed. Trang Xeon guessed that Peter's key's main function seemed to be opening and locking machines and doors, the system reported. The holy body of the tiger trapped in tribulation stares at you, wanting to ask how you managed to find your way here. The door opened. Inside was a magnificent machine with a person lying on it, with all sorts of wires attached all over their body. Smooth skin was plugged in everywhere. Chaoyan took a running leap over there, looking at the girl on the machine and wondering what her name was. Suddenly, he remembered a familiar face. It was the crazy fangirl Head met outside. Shinun Seo? I think that's it. She was turned into a holy soldier? The system continuously reminded him. You have detected an abnormality. The tiger's calamity is raising its alert level. This girl isn't a holy soldier, but something more intense, more fundamental. Something that contains demonic beasts, monsters, goblins, and wraiths. So that's it. What Executive Director Urshi was trying to hide. It seems the holy soldiers were just a stepping stone to complete this thing. Ryudo, wasn't it? The leader of the goblins was named Ryudo, right? The system reported. You are observing her condition more closely with the skill beast sense. The tiger's calamity is in effect. Currently 41% complete. After all this time, it's only at 41%, just around the halfway mark. That number is too low. She can't be considered a holy soldier or a judo. However, her physical body is quite resilient, so comparing her to a normal person would be a bit ridiculous. Even her muscle fibers have become much more durable. And even in her current state, most players would still be swallowed whole by her. Fortunately, the hypnosis and brainwashing process has not yet begun. The holy body of the tiger trapped in tribulation watches you, curious about what you will do now. The holy body of the owl piercing the twilight requests that you heal the pitiful girl before you. Trang Xeon didn't think twice and decisively swung his hand. You have removed the glass tube. The sanctification process has been forcibly stopped. The crisscrossing wires wrapped around Ernst were immediately torn out completely. Calamity of the tiger has begun to rage because its supply has been cut off. The tiger deity, trapped in tribulation, is very surprised by your decision. The owl deity, piercing the twilight, nods, making it clear that it trusts you. It orders you to hurry, take her to a safe place, and give her first aid. Trang Soul is casting annihilation fire, beginning destruction. You have removed the harmful elements. You have removed the foreign objects. Calamity of the tiger strongly resists annihilation fire. It tries to resist. Its resistance has been crushed. It tries to challenge you. Its challenging ploy has been destroyed. She was quickly treated and is recovering. The wounds are gradually healing. All external stimuli have been cut off. The first form of annihilation fire and calamity of the tiger are clashing fiercely. The two streams of energy, one purple and one blue, are clashing intensely, neither willing to yield. I must eliminate calamity of the tiger and destroy all the harmful elements of the apotheosis process, leaving only the beneficial ones. However, just like with Baekhyun, no matter what happens, Shin Unseo's life must be guaranteed. All he can do now is wait. The tiger deity, trapped in tribulation, wonders where your ambition to seize everything has gone. Trang Soul glares at him, his pride wounded. The tiger deity, trapped in tribulation, scoffs at you for choosing to save the child instead of using her. Then he is mistaken, gravely mistaken. Trang Soul gives a treacherous smile. I never said I wouldn't use her. The tiger deity, trapped in tribulation, tilts its head, not understanding what you mean by that. Trang Xeon once again stirs a stormy amount of magical power. Authority, Soul Steel, has been activated. All the soul ashes you have collected in the past 24 hours will be absorbed. Those who lost their lives at Trang Xeon's hands all turned into streams of life force for Trang Xeon to devour completely. You have absorbed all the soul ashes. Your strength has increased by 1. Your agility has increased by 2. When mixed with the soul ashes, Calamity of the Tiger escaped your absorption attempt. This attempt has been replaced by the power of your authority, forcing a merger. You have succeeded. You have purified Calamity of the Tiger after merging it and succeeded in using it as material for annihilation fire. Your magic power has increased by 2. Magic power capacity, 325 plus 60. The tiger deity trapped in tribulation is laughing uncontrollably. Trang Soul thinks, the puppet ruler really is a bastard. Does he really laugh like a madman at things like this? Is this guy really insane? But thinking back, I remember mentioning how the White Tiger's investigation department planned to sweep this place. And if they really did investigate, then the investigation department must be under the management of Executive Director Ayers' rival, Director Carol Heel. Because Director Carol smelled something fishy and decided to sweep this place. I wonder if that cunning Executive Director Urshi will really sit still. My proposal to close the dungeon was only backed by a superficial mana document. So what if Executive Director Urshi is planning to eliminate a political opposition faction here? And what if that's why that bastard, the puppet ruler, is laughing like crazy? While you were thinking, Trang Xeon, you almost got hit. Damn it. This is not the time to lose focus. You have been equipped with the title, Yulin Jar. Trang Xeon holds Unseo in his arms. The purple and blue energies clash violently. The skill, Flying Fox, following the wind, has been activated, and all your power is being used to leave this place. A purple light shoots upwards. Outside, the security team watches the research center, which is about to be blown to smithereens, but sees no one coming out. Didn't they say the investigation department had already entered the dungeon? The managers should be getting out quickly. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shakes violently. Before they can realize what's happening, the earth shatters. A blinding yellow light prevents them from making out what's happening. Meanwhile, Trang Xeon, carrying Unseo, has made a clean getaway. The entire magnificent research center was flattened in the blink of an eye. And in a perfect spot with the best view to witness this whole event, the third member of the White Tiger Guild, White Tiger's Fong Kagoshima Inogi, grimaces and exclaims. What a mess. A few flashes of light appear behind the man. Did you find out anything? Yes, sir. It seems there were a few explosions in the basement. Explosions, yes. We detected traces of the breath of Agni, catastrophe, fire demon forest, thunder ring, and many other similar things. It seems to have been staged. Perhaps the source of this blood mountain is the fire goo of Ziki. It's related to Ziki? I never expected something that seems so trivial to have so many connections. Perhaps they were waiting for me to enter the research institute before blowing this place up. Why did the explosion happen ahead of schedule? Was it due to carelessness or some other incident? Both are possible, right? How could an old fox like the director be so careless? Then perhaps some unexpected element appeared, leaving him unable to react in time. What could it be? You guys continue the investigation. Who knows, you might find something else. The soldiers wouldn't dare disobey Inogi. Before leaving, the man remembers the little rats who spread unnecessary information. He had just said that, and the guards flinched, then bowed deeply in unison. We will take care of it immediately, sir. Inogi, satisfied, flicks his coat and turns to leave. Behind him, a system notification appears. Do you wish to log out? Nice suggestion, but no. He changes his mind quite sharply. The constellation, rampaging fierce tiger, is amused by this mess. Inogi feels that if that's the case, then there's no other way. I'll have to deal with the director myself. Because this is the word of a god. Trang Soul was about to lose his mind when Baekhyun finally woke up. The first thing he saw was Trang Soul smile and the girl sleeping soundly in his arms, which made Baekhyun, still groggy, speak without thinking. Is that your wife? He was immediately hit in the forehead with a mirror. No one knows where he even got a mirror to throw. Luckily, there wasn't a murder here. Otherwise, he would have become a prime example of bad luck, having just been given a new life only to be sent straight to his next one by his own savior. Trang Xeon glares at him. You can talk nonsense, so it seems you're fine. Take a look at your face in the mirror. Hearing that, Baekhyun hurriedly picks up the mirror to take a look. Seeing his fair, smooth, and flawless face, Baekhyun is so shocked he freezes. Trang Xeon doesn't hesitate to give him a compliment. Well done. Baekhyun is so happy he cries. And just then, Ernst also groggily awakens. Miss Ernst, are you awake? Ernst froze for half a second, then gently leaped to the ground, met with the questioning gazes of the two men. And the way she flopped onto the ground stunned them even more. It's like a dream. Even though I've come this far, I'm still just as hopeless, aren't I? Trang Xeon and Baekhyun looked at each other. This girl is a lost cause. Did you save me? Was I really locked up? Right? I didn't drool or say anything weird while I was asleep, did I? You're being silly right now, girl. But it's fortunate that she doesn't remember anything. So Trang Xeon said, no, you didn't. Really? Really? Damn it. I've never had such a nonsensical conversation in my entire life. But anyway, it's just because she needs to calm down a bit. Unseilin let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming how fortunate it was. Seeing that, Trang Xeon immediately stood up and spoke. It seems your body has recovered. You should leave this place quickly. Safety isn't guaranteed here. Hearing that, an idea sparked in Ernst's mind, and she turned to ask him, what's your blood type? Trang Xeon replied, B. Birthday, March 1st. Favorite food, kimchi stew. Why are you asking? Wait, something strange. I still remember that day. 2 years ago, on day 238, after the 30-second victory between France and San Francisco, you said the first thing you wanted to eat after returning to the country was kimbap. Unseo's face darkened as she asked if that was correct. There's no way it could be wrong. But the man himself was grimacing because he didn't remember the story this girl just told. And yet, right after that, she delivered another critical hit. How could Lee Chang-xeon be so kind? You were originally an asshole. Who are you? You're an imposter, aren't you? Damn, how could she even think of that? I should have just left her to save myself the trouble. But seeing Trang Xeon's extremely disgusted expression, Unseilin seemed to find her true self again. Looks like it really is you. Since when did your taste change to kimchi stew? Baekhyun couldn't help but ask Ernst why she wasn't suspicious anymore. The girl nonchalantly replied that it was because of his attitude. Hearing that, Lee Chang-xeon's face darkened. Truly, everything in this world has a natural enemy, and he had just dragged his own natural enemy back from the underworld. Ernst, unaware of this, continued to explain nonchalantly. You can tell from his face that he's annoyed and regretting why he didn't just leave me there. Indeed, the girl hit the nail right on the head, making Trang Xeon grimace. On top of that, she firmly asserted that's how Lee Chang-xeon should be. The girl cheerfully skipped ahead of the two men and asked, where are we going now? This way? Lee Chang-xeon looked at the girl and smiled warmly, and the system chimed in with a series of notifications. You have completed a hidden quest. You have obtained the items you selected. You have received Illusion Orb X3. You have received the Jar of Sagacity. The constellation Owl through the Sunset will reward you. The constellation The Mad Tiger will reward you. The constellation Owl through the Sunset greatly praises your achievement and is racking its brain for a reward. The constellation The Mad Tiger praises you and is considering what kind of fong to equip you with. The constellation A Good Season for Hunting boasts that it will be a long time before they find a gift as good as hers. They talked so much that Trang Xeon had to cry out from the annoyance. Just give me the damn reward already and stop yapping. While Unseilin was satisfied being with her idol, her teammates were frantically searching for the lost child. But before they could find her, they were surrounded by another party for daring to enter their hunting zone. If you dare to go any further, we will attack. Please let me pass. Please. Yohan, representing the party, spoke bluntly. Sorry, it's not that we don't understand your situation, but it's very dangerous over here. He smiled a smile that hid a lot of danger. We will also look for your siblings, so please go back. Yohan was trying to hide his dissatisfaction at seeing some nobody bothering him while he was grinding. He grimaced at the thought of the name Lee Chang-xeon. Just a moment ago when he checked, he saw that guy at rank 2, while he was also at 121. The more time passed, the harder it would be to catch up. He wanted to close the gap as quickly as possible. And someone like this kid was just an obstacle in his way. The young boy tried to plead. Just for a little while is fine. Please. Johan turned his face away. I'm sorry. In his heart, he found the little boy fucking annoying, not understanding the law of the jungle between players, acting like a moth drawn to a flame, no different from a stupid pig. As he was thinking, the little boy ignored everything and recklessly rushed past. Johan clicked his tongue, his face scrunched up. Carelessly rushing into someone else's hunting zone is against the rules. The system announced, the tiger's spirit is sufficient. Turning back, Johan's face was twisted as he unsheathed his sword and chased after the boy. The boy hesitated to speak, but Johan was already furious. You're in the way. He swung his sword to strike the boy. Just then, Shin Unesio leaped down from the sky, shouting, "Get away from my little brother, you squid-faced bastard." She landed firmly on the ground in a crab-like stance. The force of her landing was so strong it effortlessly pushed Johan back. The boy was stunned, calling out, "Sister, who gave you permission to touch my little brother? You bastard." Damn, his sister is so foul-mouthed. The little brother couldn't stop her in time. What did you say? Johan and his teammates' faces darkened, contorting. Yet, Shin Ernst remained unfazed. I said, you laid a hand on my brother. The part before that. Truly, there is no most outrageous, only more outrageous. Johan was so intensely body-shamed that his whole body contorted, sweat poured down like rain, and he gritted his teeth and said, "That's an insult to our entire team." Shin Unesio tied up her hair and declared seriously, "Nonsense. You were the one who laid a hand on my brother first. So what? Are you threatening me, showing off your power? Is that what I should say?" 3 members of Johan's team aggressively charged forward with their swords to gang up on her. "They'll make you shut that mouth of yours." Shin Unesio was also pissed. Ganging up on a single girl. How is that any different from being a bunch of cowards? But it's okay. I'm more than strong enough to take them all on now. The tiger's spirit was flaring up intensely, emitting a dazzling golden light. Baekhyun and Trang Xeon were standing not far away. Baekhyun thought they should help, but Trang Xeon said it was fine to just watch. Shin Unseo's tiger aura has surpassed Judo's rage and is now nearing the tiger's disaster. It might be unfamiliar to her now, but soon it'll become as familiar as the back of her hand. Because from the very beginning, it was almost hers. Trang Xeon smiled smugly. If he kept watching her, he could figure out what Yodo is. Then he could find out if it has any side effects. While Trang Xeon was scheming, a strange object appeared here. The Zohan group was shocked when their swords broke during their all-out charge. A demon face shield had done that to their weapons, and it was called the Tower Shield. Shin Unesio, pressing her advantage, let out a loud shout and charged forward, determined to flatten them into paste. You are supported by the tiger's might. Your strength has increased. Your speed continues to increase. The Tower Shield moved in a straight, smooth line as if ice skating, smashing the faces of the insolent. Skill, Shield Bash, has activated. 2 of Imran's brothers were sent flying before they could even react. One guy took the opportunity to circle behind her for a sneak attack. You bitch. Doesn't he know the saying about a frog dying because of its big mouth? If Shin Unesio didn't react to his move, it would be a disservice to all her years of admiring someone as vicious as Trang Xeon. The tiger's disaster has been unleashed. Shin Unesio swung once, and that guy in red was immediately knocked back, his jaw shattered. An iron bar stood upright in front of the group, as if helping Shin Unesio stand guard. It was the handle of an XXXL-sized battle axe. Shin Unesio held the shield in one hand and the axe in the other. Aside from her somewhat tacky clothes, she looked exactly like a female general about to reap the heads of guys with big mouths but grape-sized talents. Imran froze, his eyes showing extreme confusion. Shin Unesio made a taunting face. I have a pretty bad memory. Why don't you say it again? Huh. You gap-toothed, stupid fool. Damn, after she said that, who would dare make another peep? Getting hit by that axe or shield wouldn't be very pleasant. The owl god who rips apart the sunset showed support for the player with a spirit of justice, Shin Unesio. At this point, only God could stop her, yet Yuhan still couldn't accept the fact that he was being beaten to a pulp by a